The Audio Boy Project, a decentralized anti-authoritarian-based initiative focused on creating a library of audiobooks for truth seekers and free speech advocates. All content on this channel is free to download, share, and repost. Your support is much appreciated. Truth, audiobooks, for the people.
Chapter 13. What happened on June 19, 1951, was almost to the letter a repeat performance. A darkened street, a sleek sedan stealthily stalking its intended victim, its passengers, three fedora-hatted men in silk suits toting guns. The moment Teddy Rowe looked into his rearview mirror and spotted the bright headlights flashing behind him, he probably knew. It had Mooney Giancana written all over it. Rowe had prepared himself for just such an inevitability. After a series of run-ins with Mooney, he'd hired off-duty coppers as bodyguards. In the 5 years since Eddie Jones's abduction, the Black Policy King and his family had lived with the constant threat of death. Mooney had once said that fear wore a man down, made him tired and careless, and that living in fear was worse than death itself. But Mooney hadn't yet locked horns with the likes of Teddy Rowe. Rowe had become a hero in the colored neighborhood because he hadn't knuckled under to the Dago mobsters. He'd stood up to the man the colored papers called the meanest of them all, Mooney Giancana, and lived to tell about it. That alone won him their adulation and the nickname the Robin Hood of policy. With Rowe alive and flourishing, Mooney had yet to gain control of all South Side policy wheels. Teddy Rowe was the last holdout, and for that he was a hero. After the heat died down following the Jones incident, Rowe's business thrived instead of folding. It grated Mooney to know that his policy takeover was incomplete, that Rowe's loyal gamblers flooded his wheels in record numbers, making him richer than ever. Mooney had tried a number of tactics to pry Rowe out of operation. His soldiers bombed Rowe's home and threatened his family. Meanwhile, Mooney offered the cocky mulatto $250,000 to leave town, to which Rowe had sneered, "I'll die first." It was a surprise to those who worked for Mooney that he hadn't taken Rowe up on it. Why he'd waited so long to move against Rowe was a mystery, because he plainly hated the guy. Chuck, however, theorized that Rowe struck a chord somewhere in his brother. There had never before been a man or woman Mooney couldn't have, nor had there been, to Chuck's knowledge, anyone who stood up to Mooney in his 43 years as Rowe had. In some twisted way, Chuck knew Mooney admired that. It was the same with the broad. As long as she played hard to get, Mooney was up for the challenge. He'd try everything: money, gifts, introductions to celebrity friends, because, as he put it, there's always something a broad wants more than her fucking virtue. Perhaps what Mooney wanted most was to find the one person who didn't have a price. Someone to restore his faith in humanity, a faith that had been lost as a child while chained to the tree on Van Buren. Significantly, he'd often told Chuck that, unlike those whores they call politicians, once he'd made up his mind about something, nobody can buy me or fucking scare me into anything. Mooney's was a hard-headed stubbornness that struck Chuck as a trait more Irish than Italian. But Mooney had his own unswerving brand of principles, and for better or worse, legal or illegal, immoral or moral, he held to them with uncommon tenacity. Somewhere there existed his equal. Chuck had to believe that so far the stubborn, snarling, self-assured policy king was as close as Mooney had ever gotten to that man. Rowe must have thought it was the end when he curbed his Lincoln. But unbeknown to his assassins, his off-duty bodyguards were shadowing him. With customary confidence and not a small amount of courage, Rowe got out of his car to face whoever was tailing him. Fat Leonard, Jimmy New York, and Vincent Eoli watched the man bravely walk toward them. They smiled at one another and snuffed out their cigarettes. "It's time," Leonard said softly, and opened the door. Those would be his last words. The three Italians were caught completely off guard for perhaps the first time in their lives. A hail of bullets from both Rowe and his bodyguards greeted them the minute their feet hit the pavement. Leonard managed to get off one shot before Jimmy New York heard the sickening crack of bone and saw his friend's skull pop open at the temple with a snap, gushing blood and brains. From the other side of the car, Ioli screamed he'd also been hit. Instinctively, they scrambled back into the safety of their car and sped off into the night, leaving Fat Leonard behind to die in a pulsing pool of blood. The 42s had a rule in the old days. Joey Colaro had passed it down when Mooney and the rest of them were nothing more than crazy punks in the patch. Never, ever leave one of your own behind. Mooney remembered it clearly, just as if it were yesterday, he told Chuck, and he would never forgive the two men who didn't. When push comes to shove, when a guy's got a gun to his head, that's when you know what he's made of, he said, at the news of the bungled job. The two men might have saved their own skins, but they lost Mooney's trust in the process. Chuck knew Mooney would never allow them to rise in the organization after such a transgression. Chuck was sobered by the news of Fat Leonard's demise. Live by the sword, die by the sword, Mooney said all the time. Chuck guessed that justice had just come to Fat Leonard Caifano sooner than most. Rowe was initially charged with Fat Leonard's murder, but predictably, the charges were dropped and he was hailed in the colored papers once again for his courage in the face of the Italians. Chuck imagined Mooney probably had never wanted to defeat an adversary more than he wanted to defeat Rowe. But leaving Fat Leonard's funeral, Mooney's only comment about the entire affair was characteristically succinct. Rowe's a fucking dead man. For the rest of the summer, Mooney traveled from city to city. He went to Miami and Cuba all the time now, sometimes as often as once a week. Las Vegas had also become a frequent stopover point during his trips to California. His touch points were largely gambling enterprises, and they now stretched west from Chicago to Kansas City, Las Vegas, and Hollywood, north to Detroit and Canada, and south to Miami, Louisiana, and Texas. Nicoletti and Needles told Chuck, "Your brother's the only guy the other bosses will even let come into their town. There are only two guys Marcello will do business with, Mooney and Costello, but Mooney's going to sew up the whole fucking country before it's over with." Mooney was also making frequent jaunts to Mexico, the Middle East, and Europe, solidifying, Chuck imagined, the international contacts about which he'd spoken. For most people, such treks would have been part business, part vacation. For Mooney, it was always all business. Not that he didn't come across some good-looking woman and have a little extracurricular fun in the sack or roll a few dice in a swank casino somewhere, but the points of interest, the famous museums, the ancient ruins, the grand architecture to be found in the cities he visited, all left him cold. If Mooney wasn't cutting a deal or planning one, he was bored. That was a Giancana trait, and had told Chuck that Mooney was not out on a lark in a sunny resort somewhere. Mooney was moving up and moving up fast. The guys Chuck talked to all agreed. That fall, Chuck sat down in the Armory Lounge, a favorite hangout among outfit lieutenants, with Chucky English, one of Mooney's right-hand men. "Mooney's taken over Chicago," English stated matter-of-factly. "Nobody here is going to stand in his way." "Why do you say that?" "Two reasons, Chuck. Two simple reasons." English held up two fingers as he spoke. "First, your brother is a genius at making money. Meyer Lansky says he's the only Italian he's ever met who handles money like a Jew, and better than most Jews at that. And when Mooney makes money, everybody makes money. That's the first thing. And the second thing is real simple. If the guys in Chicago don't fall in line, they're going to be pushed, and they know it. So," English laughed, "it's an easy choice. Die or be rich. Mooney doesn't fuck around." The two sat in silence before English continued. "You know, I've gone with Mooney to New York, Cuba, Vegas. He's cutting these guys in on deals he's put together all over the country. Hell, all over the world. It's usually gambling that opens the door, but now it might be guns or jewelry, opium or oil or cigarettes, you name it. And it's the same all over. Word gets around. You know, he's the only guy who goes to meet with the families in New York or to see Marcello in New Orleans who doesn't take a bodyguard. That's how confident he is. Nobody would dare hit Mooney Giancana. He's worth too much alive." As Mooney's influence within the National Commission soared, so too did his political clout. Murray Humphreys continued regularly to shuttle back and forth to Washington, making social calls, and recently he had added California to his list. Meanwhile, Chicago political leaders such as Jack Harvey worked on the inside, greasing palms and trading favors. Considered a kingmaker, Harvey was particularly busy now, working on the upcoming presidential election. As Mooney said was typical, New York was again rumbling under the greed that had become its heritage. Since his Kefauver testimony, Frank Costello had been targeted by Vito Genovese. To get to Costello, however, required the removal of Costello's longtime ally, Willie Moretti. Moretti had been partners with Longies Willman in New Jersey. Recently, however, he'd begun showing the classical signs of advanced syphilis, making him garrulous and shooting off his mouth about family business. Genovese leapt at this excuse to eliminate Moretti and insisted he be hit. Costello, who had served as best man at Moretti's wedding, sought to protect his friend, hiding him in California until Moretti was brought back to New York prior to the Kefauver hearings. Although Moretti behaved himself during testimony before the committee in early 1951, shortly thereafter he began granting interviews with reporters. Again, Genovese, with secret hopes of taking over Moretti's operations in New Jersey and further weakening Frank Costello, insisted Moretti be taken out. Recognizing that Moretti offered him little protection from Genovese, Costello looked to Albert Anastasia, head of New York's Murder, Inc., for support. He told Anastasia that he'd back a hit on Anastasia's boss, Vincent Mangano, and push for Anastasia as Mangano's replacement. In April, Vince Mangano disappeared and was assumed murdered. Anastasia was made boss, giving his full support privately to Costello. Not to be outdone, Genovese cried for Moretti's death once more. Terming it mercy-killing, Genovese convinced Anastasia to do the job, and on October 4, 1951, while dining on pasta in a New Jersey Italian diner, Willie Moretti was shot to death. The murder cast uncertainty over Costello's future. Not only was Costello's lifetime friend now dead, but the man he'd helped make boss of the Mangano family had carried out the execution. Mooney watched warily from Chicago as word spread that Vito Genovese was one step closer to power. In spite of the upheaval in New York, the wheels of enterprise continued to turn in Chicago, and, with the exception of the Teddy Rowe incident, things were relatively quiet. Until March of 1952, Mooney's goings-on had been low profile, and he liked it that way. But that March, perhaps in an attempt to find a replacement for the gregarious Al Capone, the Chicago Tribune published a list they called the Bad 19. There was little in the collection of leering mugshots to fire the public imagination. Most of the shots were of old-timers such as Rika, Guzik, and Humphreys, whose charisma was minimal. However, there were a few new faces, most notably Mooney Giancana's. Anne-Marie gasped as Chuck handed her the paper. "Oh, my God, Mooney's picture is here!" she exclaimed. Her reaction was echoed in most Italian homes, where Mooney had already become a household name. His appearance among the hoodlums was met in the old neighborhood with a mixture of pride and indignation. On the one hand, one of their own had made it to the big time. On the other, most found the label bad too strong a word. "Mooney isn't really bad," Anne-Marie commented. "Not really. He can be so nice, and there isn't a person I can think of who wouldn't say the same thing, too." Of course, all of her acquaintances were people in the outfit. Saturday nights out at the Chez Paris had become a sort of an outfit get-together. She played gin rummy with the wives, shopped with Ange, had coffee with Mary and Laura English, and lunch with aunts whose husbands worked as soldiers for Mooney. For the most part, she found the men in Mooney's entourage handsome and well-bred. They behaved politely and never swore in front of the women. And if they were unfaithful, their indiscretion was discreet, and always, an unspoken rule among the men, outside the family. The women never discussed their husbands' business, nor did they ask questions. Chuck and Anne-Marie's life had become typical of others in Mooney's world. Not only did he control their employment, and therefore their financial status, but their day-to-day decisions as well. They asked for permission to move into a new, more spacious apartment, asked for permission to buy a new car. They went out to the restaurants, clubs, and events Mooney supported. They contributed to charities Mooney sponsored. They used the physicians and attorneys Mooney and Ange strongly recommended, and they did these things without question, not necessarily out of fear, but out of what they termed respect for Mooney's position. Chuck occasionally recalled old conversations he and Mooney had had about wives and marriage. Older, and now married himself, he'd come to think that Mooney had been right. In organizing one's life and family around a tight-knit structure like the outfit, things became predictable. Your home life stayed nice and neat. The people connected to the outfit became your friends, your wife's friends, your children's friends. It would be more than a decade before Chuck would recognize the fatal flaw in this arrangement. Outfit members became your only friends, and as such, your only contact with reality. And outfit reality was quite different from that of the rest of the world's. Mooney didn't wrestle with such complex philosophical or moral issues when he ordered Teddy Rowe's execution on the night of August 4th, 1952. This time his men were successful, and their shotguns blasted Rowe 5 times as he walked from his home to his car. Not much attention was given to Rowe's untimely end. The police displayed their usual apathy regarding gangland slangs, with the exception of an outcry from the colored alderman, Archibald Carey, directed at Chicago's Mayor Kennelly, and a post-funeral skirmish between a colored contingent and the authorities. Rowe's legacy was quickly and effectively buried. In late August, Chuck found himself in Mooney's Oak Park backyard, watching as his brother sharpened his golfing abilities. It was warm, and Mooney's putting green was a lush velvet carpet of perfectly manicured grass. An avid golfer who excelled at chipping and putting, Mooney took his game seriously. Too seriously, Chuck believed. He stood by silently as his brother frowned with determined concentration. After he made the shot, Mooney turned and said hello with what had become a characteristic growl. "You had enough of laying around in your ass at the theater?" he queried. Chuck's heart leapt, and though slightly offended by Mooney's insinuation that he'd been lazing merrily along for the past 2 years, he replied with enthusiasm, "You're goddamn right I have." Mooney put his club in his golf bag and smiled. "That's good, because I got an opportunity I think you're going to like." Chuck's mind raced. Mooney grinned, adding, "But you'll never guess what it is, not in a million years." "Well, tell me then," Chuck countered. "I will, but let's sit down first and have a drink." They sat in the warm sunshine at a wrought iron table on the patio. Elva, Mooney and Ange's faithful cook, promptly appeared to serve coffee. "Plastics, Chuck. What do you think of plastics?" "Plastics? I don't know. What about them?" "Well, I'm told by people who should know that plastic is the material of the future, that someday just about everything will be plastic." "Yeah, I see." There was doubt in his voice. "Well, I want you to go see Joe Esposito over on Milwaukee Avenue. He's starting a plastics factory, gonna make vinyl bags, stuff like that. Someday, who knows, the outfit might be a giant in a new industry." He chuckled and reached over to smack Chuck's hand playfully. Joe and his brother Chuck were the sons of a man with an infamous history in Chicago's Patch, Diamond Joe Esposito. Chuck remembered the brothers from the streets of his childhood, recalled hearing stories about the hit on their father. "You really think this thing will fly?" Chuck asked hesitantly. "Yeah, and I want you to help pilot the ship. You said you wanted to run a business. Now here's your chance." "What made you decide on plastics? I mean, there are lots of opportunities out there." "Yeah, and most of them I've already got a piece of. I've got Willie Potatoes working on the sanitation business. There's big money in garbage. And the more people there are in the world, the more garbage there's going to be. I got a shrimp business in Cuba, oil wells in Texas, and gas in Louisiana. Besides that, there's so much shit, you have to be a heap accountant to keep track of it." "How's your partner, King Farouk?" Chuck said, smiling. "Happy as a fucking clam for now, but there are problems over there. Hey, like I've said before, these foreign countries are always on the verge of war. Look at Korea, look at China and Taiwan. My guy in Manila told me that if it weren't for the CIA and the outfit, the whole fucking place would blow up. They're already getting nervous about Cuba." "Nervous? I can't understand what the fuck for," Chuck said, sarcasm lacing his face. "Unless it's the thousands of Cubans who'd like to overthrow the Cuban government. Frankly, after going down there myself, I can't fucking blame them. Well, Batista's getting fat off payoffs. They're all starving and selling their sisters for $1. A scowl formed on Mooney's face. "Hey, goddammit, that's some of my fucking money the cocksucker's getting fat on. If he's out, we could all be out." He paused. "But we're hedging our bets. Politics are politics. Forget about the country. It's all the fucking same. You gotta protect your interests by playing both sides." "Both sides?" "Yeah," Mooney said, grinning. "Now instead of one bag of money," he shrugged his shoulders, "what the fuck? We send 2. One to Batista and one to the rebels." "That's pretty good. I guess I can hope the rebels win, then." "What the hell are you talking about?" Mooney snapped. "You sound like the fucking government, some Cetriolo agent. What we want is to keep things the same if we can. We stand to lose a lot of money. The other money's just insurance till we see how things go." His voice trembled in anger. "Capiche?" He raised his clenched fist and slammed it on the table. "I don't ever want to hear you say that again. Capiche? Never!" Realizing he'd made a serious error in judgment, Chuck tried to backpedal. "Hey, sorry. Just an opinion, that's all. You don't need to go getting burned up at me about it." Still angry, Mooney stood up and looked at his gold Patek Philippe watch. "Hey, why don't you just fucking go to your new job and get the hell out of here?" "Hey, fine. You don't have to fucking tell me twice." "God damn it, come back here, you lousy son of a bitch. Just forget about it, okay?" Chuck nodded uncertainly. Mooney, ever the enigma, suddenly smiled. "You got me so fired up. Shit, I forgot this." He pulled an emerald and diamond bracelet from his pocket and held it up in the sunlight. "Give this to Anne-Marie. You don't have to say I gave it to you. Just give it to her. Part of a celebration for your new job. And while you're at it, go buy a few new suits over at Celano's for yourself." He handed Chuck a roll of cash. It was all hundreds. "If you're gonna run a business, you gotta look like a fucking businessman, right?" "Right," Chuck agreed, nodding. He thanked Mooney profusely and left hurriedly for home. Mooney did crazy shit like that all the time. One minute he'd be so pissed off a guy might think Mooney was going to kill him, a mood of his that came to be known as tight shoes, and the next he'd be all smiles, putting a wad of bills in the guy's hand. Mooney came by their house now and then for breakfast and always brought Anne-Marie some Danish. Once he'd even brought a mink coat along as an added surprise. He was always doing things like that for people. It could be a car for a politician's wife, whom he was screwing at the time right under the man's nose, a diamond friendship ring for a celebrity, or a playground full of equipment for the church children's camp. You never knew what Mooney would do next, whether he'd be in a good mood or have tight shoes. His unpredictability was a strength. It kept everybody around him on their toes, whether they were soldiers or women or family, and it made them eager to please the man who could pass out expensive baubles as if they were candy. On his way home from Mooney's, Chuck stopped by a jeweler and got a black velvet presentation case for the bracelet. He had a chance to examine it more closely as he placed it in the case. There were 8 perfect square-cut emeralds, 5 carats each. These, in turn, were linked by a dazzling chain of 16 diamonds set in platinum. It was a stunning gift, and he could hardly wait to see his little babe's face when she first laid eyes on it. He wasn't disappointed. Anne-Marie's reaction was a combination of ecstasy and tears. "Oh, Chuck, it's so beautiful," she cried. "Look at the diamonds, the emeralds." Hugging his neck, she started to laugh, and then her eyes twinkled mischievously. "Well, I know one thing. I need a new dress to wear with this bracelet." "Well, go get one. Get 2. I've got some good news." "There's more?" "Yeah," he smiled broadly. "I got a new job." "Really? You mean it? Oh, Chuck, that's wonderful." If he hadn't wanted to tell her what he was doing, the conversation would have ended right there. She never would have asked. A good wife never did. But he wasn't going to be secretive about something so legitimate as running a plastics factory, so he continued, "Yeah, I think it's pretty exciting. Mooney is sending me over to run a plastics factory with Joe and Chuck Esposito." "Plastic? What is that for?" "I'm not sure yet, but Mooney kept telling me over and over how it's the thing of the future. He thinks we can all get rich in the plastics business. I guess we'll just have to wait and see." The fall of 1952 marked the presidential elections, and again, as in 1948, Mooney was more than mildly interested. In fact, to Chuck, who'd never been politically inclined, Mooney seemed something of a scholar on the subject. Aware of things going on in the government, Chuck felt sure most people knew nothing about. To his surprise, though, when asked if he was supporting Illinois' favorite son, Adlai Stevenson, Mooney laughed. "I like a winner. I like Ike. But Hump and I like his running mate, Nixon, even better." "But isn't Jake Harvey supporting Stevenson? Didn't he help make sure Kefauver wasn't nominated?" Chuck asked, referring to the genius political machine organizer who'd been instrumental in Truman's 1948 election and who'd ascended to national attention months before with his behind-the-scenes defeat of crime-busting Senator Estes Kefauver at the Democratic Convention. "Yeah, we had to get Kefauver off the ticket, but Harvey knew all along that Ike was the one." Mooney must have noticed the blank look on Chuck's face. What he was saying wasn't registering. He decided to elaborate. "Listen, it's just the way it's supposed to be. Any way this one goes, we win. I'm hedging my bets. We got campaign contributions to both sides. Our guys out in California are helping Nixon, and Harvey's handling Stevenson. Can you beat those odds?" Chuck had to admit things looked pretty good for the outfit, and when Ike eventually won, all Mooney did was wink and say, "What did I tell you?" By 1953, Chuck was firmly entrenched in the plastics business. Mooney had been right. The more Chuck read about the industry, the more convinced he was that it was the wave of the future. But the operation he was running with the Espositos wasn't taking off. Chuck thought it might not make it through the end of the year. The problem was that the rest of Chicago, or the United States for that matter, didn't have the same vision. Nevertheless, he plunged into his new job, determined to make plastic a household word. "It'll happen. I told you plastic is going to be big," Mooney insisted. "But if it doesn't," he said, shrugging, "who the hell cares?" Chuck kept it to himself, tried to play nonchalant, but the truth was he cared. He wanted more than anything to prove to Mooney he could make it work. That way, when Mooney wanted someone to run another, more elaborate business, he'd turn to Chuck. That was the real reward Chuck was waiting for, the chance to move up in the organization. Chuck wasn't the only person Mooney rewarded with a new job. With the Cardos-Enriquez agreement, Mooney sent Marshal Caifano to Las Vegas as Chicago's casino watchdog. It was considered a cush assignment. To make way for Marshal, Johnny Roselli, considered Chicago's rep in Vegas, began to spend even more time in Hollywood and Los Angeles. Since his release from prison in 1947 for the Brown buy-off extortion scam, Roselli had divided his attentions between Los Angeles, where he had the impotent local boss, Jack Dragna, acting as Chicago's virtual lackey, and Vegas, watchdogging the casinos. But his first love would always be Hollywood. He produced a few films, became a member of the Friars Club, where he rubbed elbows with some of the day's biggest stars. There was nothing Johnny Roselli loved more than playing footsie with celebrities in the studios. "He's perfect for Hollywood," Mooney said of Roselli. "The Screen Actors Guild isn't like the other fucking unions. The others are animals. Out there you gotta have class, and Roselli's smooth as fucking silk." Chuck heard that Roselli was also supposed to be on the lookout for rising stars who might come in handy someday. "They make great bagmen," Mooney commented. "Everybody's too busy being dazzled by a star and asking for their autograph to ask what's in a briefcase." If Roselli spotted a promising talent, he called Mooney. Mooney would help the fledgling star's career, whether through an engagement at Vegas, a part in a movie, or a recording contract. And if the individual was genuinely talented, it was all the break he or she needed. But it was clearly understood that when Mooney needed a favor, the star would reciprocate. The bigger the star became, the bigger the debt to Chicago. According to Mooney, Chicago used its money and influence to try and get close to everybody from Ronald Reagan to Ed Sullivan. In addition, there were other entertainers who had already grown used to the outfit's many fringe benefits and whose behavior caused Mooney to scornfully describe them as fucking prima donnas. Very few earned the compliment of being real stand-up guys. Mooney's influence was also spreading rapidly into the sporting arena, something that came as no shock to Chuck. He himself had been the recipient of the best seats in the joint at enough fights, ball games, and tracks to know the power Chicago wielded with athletes and promoters. And besides, sports was a logical extension of Mooney's gambling enterprises. According to Mooney, the underworld's interest in big league sports went back to a New York guy named Louis Jacobs, who got his start running rum with Costello and the guys during the Depression. He later parlayed his earnings into the world's largest sports concession stand business, handling even the 1960 Olympics in Rome. Jacobs had been instrumental, thanks to his connections, in putting the money together for 3 Major League Baseball teams owned by Chicago and Bill Veeck. But that was only one example of Jacobs' abilities as a matchmaker, Mooney told Chuck. "Our name might not be on the dotted line as owners of the All-American pastime," Mooney said, "but the money came from us. Having Jacobs operating at the parks is like having jukeboxes in a joint. We know what's going on all the time. We know if an owner is in financial trouble. Jacobs lets us know, and we bail him out. It's like points in Vegas. Eventually we get a piece of the pie. Football, baseball, boxers, horses, highlight, dogs, even fucking golf tournaments, you name it." As happened with the entertainment industry, word got out under Mooney's reign that if an athlete would cooperate with the outfit, his career would soar. He'd get the publicity. "We pay off the sports writers," Mooney said. He'd get the right fights or be placed on a big-name team. He'd get everything he needed to make it to the top. The only catch was simple and understood up front. When Sam Giancana said, "fall down in the third round," or "drop the ball," the guy had better do it. By mid-1953, Mooney's circle of athletes, most of whom he thought of as friends, if there really was such a thing with Mooney, had grown to include the nation's greats, including American baseball idols and boxing champions. Mooney never claimed the baseball players actually did anything out of the way, nor did he insinuate they'd thrown their share of games, but he did make it perfectly clear that these players routinely enjoyed a good time at outfit expense, and that the outfit guys, in turn, enjoyed their company. "Those guys should just move into Frank Costello's 7th-floor suite at the Washington Hotel. They're there all the time. We give 'em broads, whatever they want." In boxing, Mooney's acquaintances included Rocky Marciano, Rocky Graziano, and Sugar Ray Robinson, the latter of whom he'd called a meeting with to get him to throw a fight with Graziano. "I offered him $1 million and the promise that he'd win the next match," Mooney said. "Can you believe the guy turned it down? Robinson's got balls." Mooney's world was fast becoming one of glitz, glamour, and greed, a place where nothing was out of reach. Listening to Mooney recount his wanderings and his conquests, Chuck thought he also caught a glimpse of his brother's dreams. But where could Mooney go from here, Chuck wondered. Where? Chapter 14. Union problems were probably the only difficulties Chuck hadn't encountered with the plastics factory. Mooney's union muscle man, Joey Glimko, would have had 100 teamsters lined up every day outside the factory had Mooney ordered it, and Chuck could have shipped his product all day long if only he'd had someplace to ship it to. But the truth was there just weren't any customers interested in harebrained items like plastic bags. Chuck had dreaded telling Mooney what was coming, but when he warned his brother in the spring that the business might go under, Mooney hardly responded. "Win a few, lose a few," he commented offhandedly, shrugging his shoulders. Reluctantly, in June of 1953, Chuck and his two partners filed for bankruptcy, and Chuck, who'd put up $10,000 of his own money and struggled for months to make it work, was finally defeated. Anne-Marie stood by helplessly while Chuck twiddled his thumbs through the summer. Out of work, he became moody, a growling tyrant. Mooney had promised him that a job would turn up, but as the weeks passed, he heard nothing from his brother. What bothered Chuck most about this job situation was that deep down he knew if Mooney had wanted to give him a job, he could have. Like a fairy godmother, his brother could have simply waved his hand and solved all Chuck's problems. Overnight, Mooney could have made sure Chuck was worth millions, could have set him up in Vegas or Cuba or some other glitzy spot. But it looked as if that wasn't in the cards, and Chuck sat up nights that summer trying to figure out if Mooney didn't think he could cut it, or if he just didn't give a goddamn whether Chuck and his family starved to death. Sometimes, when he felt the hurt most acutely, Chuck rationalized Mooney's lack of assistance by telling himself that his brother didn't realize how close to the edge he was financially, that he was too busy with more important things. But secretly, he knew the truth. Mooney didn't believe he had what it took to be in the outfit. The realization was so deflating, Chuck found himself incapable of striking out on his own. If Mooney didn't believe he could cut it, why should anyone else? Over the following weeks, he stubbornly refused to make his weekly visits to Mooney's Oak Park home. "I don't want him to think I need a handout," he insisted. But at last his pride succumbed to desperation. "Shit, I don't care what it is, Mooney," he said to the impassive face across the desk. "Just give me something to do. I gotta work. I got a wife and kid to feed." "Hey, relax. There's nothing right now, but something will break, and when it does, Christ almighty, Chuck, you know I'll give you a call. In the meantime, let me help you out." Mooney opened his desk drawer and motioned around the desk with one slender diamond-ringed hand. "Come on over here," he said. "I want you to see something." Chuck edged around the massive oak desk to Mooney's side. The open drawer revealed tightly bundled stacks of cash. "See this?" Mooney pointed downward. "There's over $500,000 here, and there's plenty more where that came from in 100 bank accounts from the Bahamas to Switzerland." He looked up, his eyebrows knitted into a scowl. "So do you think you should worry about a few measly bucks? Do you?" Sheepishly, Chuck shook his head and put his hands in his pockets. He didn't want Mooney to think he was being silly about it all. "No, I guess not," he said. And then, feeling his pride surge up within him, he suddenly burst out, "But damn it, Mooney, this is your money, not mine." His hands were out of his pockets now, and he was flailing them around. He shook his head. "God damn it, I'm not asking for a handout. I came over here to ask for a job." Mooney remained calm and smiled. He casually lifted one bundle from the drawer and peeled off 20 bills. Here's $2,000, he said softly. "Now go home and relax. When a job comes up, it's yours." Chuck hesitated, but he didn't want to insult Mooney, and besides, his family needed the money. "Okay, I'll try to be patient," he said, taking the cash from Mooney's outstretched hand. "But I'm not very good at it." Mooney laughed. "No kidding." Chuck didn't join him in his joke. "Hey, I'm serious here. Just remember, I don't want a free ride. I want a fucking job." He left, dissatisfied with the outcome of the meeting, but somewhat relieved. He hadn't really thought about what type of job Mooney might come up with, but the truth was it didn't matter. He just wanted another chance to prove to Mooney he could do it. More than an income, more than anything he could think of, Chuck wanted to be a part of the outfit, wanted his brother's respect. When he didn't have a job by August, Chuck was beside himself. Each week he saw Mooney, and each week was the same. "Nothing yet," Mooney would say, shaking his head. Chuck's money ran out, and once again he was desperate. For her part, Anne-Marie was confused, unable to understand why Chuck couldn't go out and get another job outside the outfit. "If Mooney won't give you a job, then why should he mind if you find one yourself? After all, a man has to work," she said over and over. Chuck knew she didn't understand how much their lives were controlled by Mooney. It would never change, and he wasn't convinced he wanted it to. If he went out and got a regular job like other people, well, the truth was that was out of the question. He had to have Mooney's permission to do that, and Mooney would never in a million years give him permission to leave the family. Besides, he had something to prove, and he couldn't do that working for some sap in a factory. He had to work for Mooney. "You can't have your cake and eat it," Chuck railed at Anne-Marie. "If we want nice things," he pointed around the house, "if we want nice clothes, a new car any time we want one, if we want Mooney's confidence, well, then we have to stay in line. We have to do what Mooney wants." He didn't think that's what she wanted to hear, but it was the truth, and he would hear if nothing else. On a Thursday evening, Chuck went by Mooney's home again. This time he was determined he wouldn't leave without a job. "God damn it, Chuck, quit busting my balls. I don't have a fucking job for you right now," Mooney snapped. Momentarily, Chuck recoiled, but he quickly decided to plunge ahead. "Well then, Jesus Christ!" There was frustration in his tone. "What do you expect me to do about not being able to make a living? What?" He raised his hands heavenward. "Pray? Go play fucking pool with the guys? Or just sit around staring out the goddamn window? What?" Chuck's face turned flush, his jaw clenched, and his hands began to tremble. He felt himself losing control. Mooney, however, looked as calm and collected as ever. "Mooney, what the fuck am I supposed to do? What? Just fucking tell me!" he pleaded, screaming the words. He'd never screamed at Mooney in his whole life. Okay, don't go fucking crazy," Mooney said, shaking his head. "Jesus. Here." He reached for the drawer. Chuck saw his brother move for the bundles of cash and felt his blood pressure soar. "Don't even fucking think about it," he screamed. "I don't want 1 red cent." Mooney pulled out a thick stack of bills and softly, almost seductively, said, "Hey, come on. It's the least I can do for now. Come on, take it. There's 10 grand here." He held the money out. "Take this and go have a drink at the Armory and calm down." Mooney's smile oozed like warm honey, and Chuck felt it envelop him. He struggled against the temptation, against being bribed by his brother, and suddenly he was enraged. He wasn't going to be appeased or patronized. Later he would say he didn't know what came over him, but he knew at the time he'd snapped. With one quick stroke, he knocked the money from Mooney's hand. "You can keep your goddamn money," he yelled. "I don't want one, do you hear me? Not one goddamn motherfucking dime!" Chuck leaned over to pick up the bundle and then threw it back on the desk. "Keep it," he said, and turned on his heel. "And fuck you." "Fine then, fuck you," Mooney yelled back. Chuck marched out of the house, slamming the door behind him. He drove around for a while to try to cool off. It was the first time he'd ever stood up to his brother like that. Now, not only was he mad at Mooney, he was furious with himself as well. Mooney wouldn't stand for that kind of thing. Thank God no one else had seen it all. His behavior had been inexcusable. He didn't know what had come over him. But there wasn't any place else to turn. If he didn't get a job, he thought he'd go crazy. Mooney obviously didn't think he had what it took, and he wasn't going to be one of the freeloaders his brother despised and lower Mooney's opinion of him further. If he couldn't work, then he wasn't asking him for money. No way. When Chuck got home, he was still upset. He screamed and stormed through the house and finally left for the armory. Later that night, he waited until he was sure Anne-Marie would be in bed asleep before going home. He'd tried to get drunk, and even that hadn't worked. He was still sober and miserable. He lay awake, hating Mooney, thinking about all the times as a kid Mooney had kicked his ass, had held authority over him. At the same time, he couldn't deny that he loved Mooney. All his life, he'd only wanted to please him. He wanted to make him proud, wanted to be accepted as his equal. He thought he'd probably do anything to gain Mooney's acceptance, and worst of all, Mooney wouldn't even give him the chance. Now that the other guys in the outfit were on Easy Street, they all thought that since he was Mooney's brother, he too should be rolling in the dough. He didn't know how many invitations he and Anne-Marie had turned down for a night at the Chez Paris that summer, all because they couldn't afford it. Of course, he didn't tell anybody that. He had an image to uphold. He'd die before he let anyone know that Mooney was dangling him on a fucking string. Image was everything, and with that in mind, Chuck got up each morning over the following weeks and donned a suit and tie, just as if he was going to work. Anne-Marie fixed him breakfast and coffee, and he read the paper. Then he kissed her goodbye and got in the car. It was a strange charade, and they didn't discuss it. He wanted to stay on the Grapevine, so he stumbled around town, dropping by the Armory Lounge for a few drinks, lunching on what money he had at Fritzl's with the guys, pretending as if things couldn't be better. As each day passed, he hated himself more and felt increasingly alienated from Mooney, the only person in the entire world who really mattered. By September, Anne-Marie had had enough. She decided to take matters into her own hands, to go see Mooney herself. After Chuck left one morning, she packed up her 3-year-old and drove over to Mooney's. It was the first time Anne-Marie had been across the desk from Mooney. Their relationship had been social and friendly. He was the giver of expensive gifts and theater tickets. He was a man whom people respected and feared, loved and hated. She viewed him as a kindly but unyielding force in their lives. Now, sitting in front of him, she realized it would take all the courage she could muster even to speak. Always shy, she found herself awed in Mooney's presence. Her black curls fell across her eyes as she lowered her head, collecting her thoughts. "Thank you for seeing me today, Mooney," she said in a soft, whispery voice. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate it." She looked up to meet him squarely in the eye. "But I had to talk to you." Mooney sat silent, and she felt his eyes brush over her. The power he exuded ran through her like an electric current. "About what?" he asked gently. She cleared her throat and felt her heart skip. "About you and Chuck," she said, with all the bravado she possessed. He seemed to soften. The hard lines that traced his face blurred. He nodded and lit a cigar. "Go on." "Well, Chuck is so disappointed. All he wants to do is please you. I know that because ever since I met him when I was a little kid, well, he's idolized you. Your opinion is all that matters to him, Mooney. There isn't anything else. But, Mooney, he's proud, and he won't come to you and ask for anything again. I know that. He won't. He doesn't want to lose your respect, because that's what he wants more than anything else in the world." "I see," he said as he thoughtfully puffed on the cigar. "I'm glad you do. I knew you would. The truth is, Chuck would kill me if he knew I'd come over here to see him myself. But I had to. I love him, and I hate to see you two like this. I want him to be happy, and he's not, because deep down, he doesn't think he has your respect and confidence." "I could sure tell that," Mooney replied, grinning. "I was hoping you could change that." Her voice shook, and tears filled her eyes. "How?" "By giving Chuck a job." Bemused, Mooney shook his head and leaned forward. "You really love him, don't you?" She nodded. Mooney slouched back in his chair and exhaled. Spirals of cigar smoke enveloped him. In the shadow of the lamp, she thought he looked tired, like a man who'd been working too hard. After a moment, he sighed and said, "I'll find him something, Anne-Marie." He sat up, flicked the ash from his cigar, and put his elbows on the desk. You know, there are a couple of things I've been thinking of doing anyway, and I know you'd do a good job handling them for me." He smiled again and added, "I'll call him." He snuffed out his cigar and got up. "Oh, that would be wonderful," she cried, clasping her hands together with delight. As he came around the desk, she stood up. "Listen," he said, putting his arm around her as he escorted her to the door. "Everything will be just fine." When he said that, there was an assurance in his voice, a soothing, hypnotic quality in the way his words flowed as he spoke. She looked up into his dark eyes. When he looked back, she felt as if he'd penetrated her soul, as if he could read her mind, and it made her uneasy. Almost instantly, she felt vulnerable, naked, stripped of any secret she might have. She imagined Mooney had the same effect on other people. Yet there was something else, too, an amazing warmth. And just as quickly as she'd felt unsure, a sudden calm came over her. Just Mooney's voice, his gesture and manner, countered any fears or doubts she might have had. Paradoxically, she felt safe, totally safe. She was perplexed, like a deer that had been in the hunter's sights, and then realized the hunter wasn't going to fire, but could have at any moment if only he'd wanted. She understood Mooney's power. Somehow he made people willing to be his prey, and it didn't matter what he did to them. They were just grateful that they could be in his world at all. He made you feel happy to be at his mercy. It was crazy, and she felt dizzy from it all. She wanted to go. "I'll take care of everything," he repeated. "Chuck will get back to work, and everything will be fine. In the meantime, take this," he said, handing her an envelope. She averted his gaze and shook her head. "Oh, no, Mooney, I can't take that. You'll have to give that to Chuck yourself. I can't take it. Thank you, but I just can't." "Now, come on, put it aside for household expenses. It can be just between us," he goaded. "Oh, I've already done enough just coming over here on my own." "All right, but for now, we'll keep our talk a secret." "I probably should tell him. That wouldn't be right. But I don't want Chuck to think I got him the job." "You didn't. I did. And I'll make sure he understands that." He walked her to the door. "Don't stay away so long. It's nice to see a pretty face." 2 days later, the phone rang. Chuck was going back to work. Chuck didn't know what the job was, but it didn't matter to him anymore what it might entail. He'd decided over the past months that anything Mooney asked of him, he would do. He hoped his brother wouldn't demand he cross over the line into a murky world of hits and muscle, but it was only a hope. He had to be realistic, he told himself. If he wanted to be with Mooney, he had to be like the rest of the guys. He had to offer his brother his unswerving, unquestionable loyalty. He had to be willing to do whatever Mooney asked of him. If he didn't, it was over. He felt he was at a crossroad in his life. He'd had enough time to consider what it meant to be outside the outfit, to be cut off from Mooney, not to see him or talk to him, to be denied his approval and its benefits. Forget morals, forget right and wrong. He'd come to the conclusion that he couldn't fathom living like that for the rest of his life. He wanted his piece of the pie, and whatever the price, he would pay it. Mooney was standing in the backyard, practicing on his putting green, when Chuck drove up. He waved. "Let's have a seat and talk," Mooney offered. They walked over to the patio, where Alva promptly appeared with iced tea. "Hey, like I said on the phone, I got a job for you, Chuck. You're the best guy for it. You know the joint Willie Potatoes has been running whores out of in Rosemont, the River Road Motel?" "Yeah?" Chuck said cautiously, hoping Mooney wasn't going to ask him to work the prostitution rackets, but ready to swallow his reservations if that was what was required. "Well, we're going to turn it legitimate." Chuck felt a wave of relief sweep over him. "Yeah, no more whores," Mooney continued. "Willie's got to handle some shit with Tampa and New Orleans, and I don't want him messing around with the place. You made the Boogie Woogie a real class joint, and that's what I want this place to be. It's got a lounge. Get it hopping. It's going to have a restaurant, 52 rooms, a pool. Get it going like a normal motel, and then hire a manager to take care of the day-to-day shit. Maybe drop in an hour a day. I want you to be free to handle something else at the same time. Salary's $200 a week, and I'll give you a $5,000 bonus at the end of the year. Okay?" "It sounds great, Mooney, great. When do you want me to start? Tomorrow. Get it turned around. I want the place cleaned up. So clean it squeaks." "Hey, no problem. You know I always said you can count on me." "I know. You think I forget anything? You said that when I sent you down to Cuba to see Mr. Meyer. You handled that real nice. Well, that's what made me think of you for this other job. I'm going to have some regular deliveries and pickups. In Cuba? No, not Cuba. Jesus, you sure as hell don't like Cuba, do you? Nope, not Cuba. It's a 3-day swing. You'd go every week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. To where? Tampa, New Orleans, Vegas, and back to Chicago to me. I'm getting it all lined up, and by the time you've got the motel on the right track, you can ease up and do a little plane hopping. Later, Chuck picked up from the grapevine that Willie Potatoes was working a deal for Mooney with New York. The guy said it was drugs out of Central America and Asia. Trafficante and Marcello have it all lined up, Chucky Nicoletti told him. Lined up real nice. It goes mostly to New York and Costello and Gambino. But now that Mooney's got Tampa and New Orleans working real good with us, well, Chicago's cut in on everything that comes through down there. We already got the gambling partnerships with those guys. We get a piece of Miami and Dallas, all over down south. Mooney is going to be fucking king of the world before it's over with. King of the world. Once he got involved with the River Road Motel, Chuck launched a grueling around-the-clock vigil, determined to prove himself to Mooney once and for all. Willie Potatoes cleared out the whores, and Chuck hired a housekeeping staff, brought in new entertainers for the lounge, and the place really began to shape up. More than once he'd had to tell the outfit guys, whom the place drew like flies, that the place was clean. Don't be bringing any whores or games in here. This place is going to stay clean, just the way Mooney wants it. Capiche? Nevertheless, the gang still hung out in the lounge and managed to bring in more than a few busty broads with peroxided hair for their afternoon trysts. As long as they weren't whores but unpaid girlfriends, there wasn't much Chuck could say. After all, Mooney did that himself all the time. Chucky couldn't get over Mooney's way with women. He could have any girl he wanted. It was every man's dream come true. The women Mooney brought in were all knockouts. Most were blondes, but he liked a redhead now and then. If they were whores, they were the best. If they were girls from the Shapery Adorables, the club's chorus girls, they were the prettiest and most voluptuous of the lot. The Adorables were the hottest item in town, and guys from all over were knocking their doors down trying to make time. Mooney said all the visiting big names from Hollywood had a Shapery Adorable on the side. There wasn't much question about it. Mooney had it made. The rest of the outfit guys all liked the fact that the motel was located in the less tightly controlled Cook County. It meant they could rendezvous with the current mistress and draw little or no attention from the authorities. They all had a thing about being discreet, but some afternoons the place was like a turnstile. As long as they were consenting adults, Chuck turned his head. When he changed the name to the Thunderbolt in October, Nicoletti said kiddingly that he should have called it the Mistress Motel. No whores, just girlfriends. That was the rule. And it seemed to suit the guys just fine. By Thanksgiving, Chuck had the motel running smoothly, and he asserted with pride to Mooney, so clean it squeaks. The entire Giancana family was invited to Ange and Mooney's for Thanksgiving dinner that year. Chuck knew it was not an event to which Ange looked forward. His sisters, Josie, Antoinette, and Vicky, almost invariably ended up in an argument, and Antonio, who still could barely speak a word of English, was gruff and defensive about his continuing relationship with their Aunt Catherine. But nevertheless, Chuck imagined, as he pulled in the drive with Anne-Marie and little Chucky, that everyone would be on their best behavior for Thanksgiving dinner at Mooney's house. The only thing that worried Chuck was the kids. He hoped his little boy would behave himself. Mooney was funny about kids. He really didn't know what to do with one, and he definitely didn't know how to play with them, or talk to them for that matter. In all the years Chuck had known him, Mooney never had held or cuddled a child, not even his own daughters. Instead, he taunted and teased them, testing to see what they were made of, and in so doing he came off as gruff and frightening. In fact, he seemed to get a kick out of scaring the smaller children. This Thanksgiving would be no exception. The minute all of the children were present, Mooney took off his belt. "What the hell do you kids think you're doing?" he growled. The 4 little boys froze in their Eton suits. "Come with me, right now," he snapped. The children stood there, motionless. Chuck saw their chins begin to quiver. Mooney raised his voice to a shrill hiss. "I said now!" None of the parents intervened, afraid themselves to interfere with Mooney's little game. But mostly it didn't even occur to them to object to Mooney's behavior. They never had before, ever. The children sniffled and obeyed, corralled by Mooney into the living room like wild-eyed calves going to slaughter. "You kids see this?" He feigned anger and waved his belt. "I'm going to let you have it if you don't do what I tell you. You hear me?" They nodded fearfully. "Sit right here," he ordered, pointing to the sofa. "Right here. Don't you even move a muscle." He swung the belt against his silk trousers, and it made an agonizing crack. They burst into tears. "Please, no, Uncle Mooney. We'll be good. We promise," Chucky begged. The rest nodded in silent agreement. To their credit, Mooney said later, the children tried not to cry, but there was disappointment in his voice when he told Chuck, "I'm waiting for somebody to bring in a little man, a kid with some guts. None of that crybaby shit. I'm waiting to see that kid. When I do, I'll know we have a new generation that can handle things after we're gone. I'm waiting." The Thunderbolts started making a profit in December. Mooney and the guys rolled in for a few drinks at the end of the day. They all sat around a table telling jokes and inventing stories about broads. Chuck believed only about half of what he heard. One evening, Needles came in with another guy from the old neighborhood, Nicky Visco. He was carrying the first issue of Playboy magazine. "Hey guys, get over here and feast your eyes on some real fine pussy," Needles called out, pointing to the magazine's centerfold of Marilyn Monroe. They all gathered around to see the scandalous magazine. Willie Potatoes, Fifi, Chucky Nicoletti, and even Mooney came over to get a look at the magazine that was supposed to be the most daring, racy thing ever to hit American newsstands. "She can cock my joint all right," Nicoletti commented. "Yeah, you got that right. Look at that mouth. Bet she gives good head," Willie said, laughing. "Hell yes, she does. I'd like to give it to her," said Needles. "Only in your dreams," Mooney taunted. Chuck could tell he was in an unusually good mood. "Oh, so you got an in we don't know about?" Nicoletti teased. They all broke up at the pun. "I might," Mooney said, smiling. "Hey, if anybody nails this broad, it'll be Mooney," Needles spoke up. "Well, he already knows her," Nicoletti said. "Besides, with Mooney around, anything's possible." They all laughed. "Hey, we just protect our investments," Mooney retorted, grinning. "Yeah, what about this one, huh?" Fifi cracked. "I promise to tell you all I know when I fuck her. She's on my list, right after Mamie Eisenhower," Mooney said. They roared at that one. Mooney picked up the magazine and took a hard look at the voluptuous blonde staring invitingly back at him. "Yeah, I'll fuck her," he said, sneering, and threw the magazine down. "So what else is new?" In February of the following year, Anne-Marie announced they were expecting another child in October. Chuck recalled what Mooney had said on Thanksgiving. He secretly hoped they would have a boy, and found himself daydreaming about walking the kid into Mooney and saying, Here he is, the one you've been waiting for." He knew it was a crazy fantasy, but somehow he believed that if his son measured up to Mooney's test, he'd finally measure up too. The winter of 1954 was a cold one. At least, that's what everybody told Chuck, but he was too busy to notice. He was at the motel from 7:30 in the morning until right before 5:30, when Anne-Marie served dinner. After dinner, he'd do chores around the house until 9, and then rush back to the motel to oversee the lounge. By 3 a.m., he was back home to catch a few hours of sleep. It was a grueling routine that left little time for much else, but he was happier than he'd ever been in his life. Chuck's efforts were rewarded by the fact that he saw Mooney practically every day. His brother dropped by for a drink, and they'd shoot the breeze for hours. At noon, Chuck never knew which members of the old gang would show up for lunch. Willie Potatoes, Paul Ricca, Chuck and Butch English, Rocky Potenza, Needles Gianola, Murray Humphreys, Tony Accardo, Joey Glimko, Frank Ferraro, Milwaukee Phil, Joe Amato, Eddie Vogel, Chucky Nicoletti, Ross Prio, Gussie Alex, Fifi Bucchieri. There were a few new faces as well, guys who were starting to move up in the ranks. Johnny Matessa, Dave Yaris, Ralph Pierce. Every day at noon, the joint was jumping. Chuck thought it was the best part of the job. Chuck usually joined the group for a corned beef sandwich or hot roast beef and a beer. Instead of talking, he preferred to sit back and listen, or just watch Mooney. Mostly, Mooney sat back and watched the other men. He still was sizing them up, just as he always had, trying to decide whether a guy could be trusted, whether he was right for a job. The other thing Chuck found especially interesting was the other guy's reactions to Mooney. It reminded him of a game of Simon Says. He started to think that if Mooney said roll over, they would. His brother was like a god. Even an elder statesman like Paul Ricca now deferred to Mooney, asking what Mooney thought about this or that. Find out what Mooney thinks, Paul advised one of the younger men. It was a landmark realization for Chuck. Mooney's authority was now undeniable. His admiration for his brother grew with each passing day. In late March, Mooney came by for lunch, but rather than sitting down, he waved Chuck toward the motel office. "Let's talk," he said. Mooney took the chair behind the desk. It was stacked with papers, and he leafed through them as though he was looking for something. Finally, in exasperation, he pushed the papers aside and said, "Jesus, where's the fucking ashtray? What the hell is all this shit? Paperwork?" "Yeah, paperwork. Here's one." Chuck sighed and handed Mooney a brass ashtray, then continued, "I guess if you have a business, you gotta do this fucking shit. There's mountains of it, and it's never done. I'm doing paperwork till 3 o'clock in the morning." "Well, that's what I want to talk to you about. You're getting too fucking busy. Shit, make the manager do this crap. You're supposed to drop in for an hour for lunch, not live here. Besides, I got that job going." "You mean the deliveries?" Chuck asked. He'd all but forgotten about the other job Mooney had mentioned. "Yeah, I got the whole thing worked out. God damn it, Chuck, I think I'm going to have to pat myself on the back for this one. I've finally done it." It was unusual for Mooney to be so high. He was acting like a schoolboy, grinning like the proverbial cat who swallowed the canary. Chuck knew Mooney wanted him to ask, so he did. "So what did you do? You're pretty happy with yourself." "Well," Mooney said proudly, "I should be. I've got all ins and no outs, that's what." "All ins and no outs?" "Uh-huh. Well, maybe not all my way, but the gravy is mine. In Tampa, I got Santo Jr. taking over. I talked to Lansky and the rest of the commission. He'll be boss now. I got Marcello working with me, just me and Costello. Chicago's the only city Marcello's going to let into Texas, unless he talks to me first. And there's some rich motherfuckers down in the Lone Star State, let me tell you. Big oil men who can't have enough. Always looking for more. And have I got a few deals for them?" He chuckled. "I got Murray going around right now working the politicians down there." "So what about Vegas?" "Hey, let me finish, will you? I'm getting to Vegas." Okay. Chuck lifted both hands, palms facing Mooney in mock retreat. "Vegas is set. Set. I got everything covered from Vegas to Los Angeles. I figure the other key cities are Tampa and New Orleans. They're good low-profile entry points for any imports or exports we might have. I'll send out our men to cover everything in between, and then it's all as good as mine." "And you got your points in Vegas," Chuck said. It was a rhetorical statement. He knew the outfit had penetrated the Flamingo, Thunderbird, and Desert Inn, as well as the Sands. Mooney had confided previously that his take was well over $3 million a year. But knowing the answer to his question didn't lessen Chuck's interest in Mooney's reply. "Yeah, and I'm going to give Santo and Marcello a little gift each month from the skim there to keep 'em happy. It's smart business. But there's another guy. Remember the Spruce Goose? Howard Hughes. Yeah, I remember him from the papers. Roselli's been talking with him. He's one rich cocksucker. He knows how to play the game. He says he's got Vice President Nixon eaten out of his hand. Military contracts, shit. The guy's got Washington all paid off. And he knows how to make a buck. He likes Vegas, likes the tables. I got a feeling we can work together real nice." "This is getting to be pretty big stuff, Mooney. What about the coppers, the IRS? You're talking about transporting a lot of dough. Won't so much activity bring them down on the whole operation?" "Fuck them. You know Bannister here, the Chicago FBI guy, and Bob Mayhew. We know those guys real well. Hughes knows all the feds. Murray Humphreys does, too. Roselli knows the government guys who work over in Asia. We've been working with them in the Philippines for years now. Over the years, we've helped Bannister and Mayhew on a few deals, tipping them off to car thieves and muscling their favorite enemy." Mooney laughed. "Commies." He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "The outfit's going to work with the FBI stateside and outside of the country with the CIA. You can be sure they'll be on our side." "So what you need then is a good courier." "Exactly." "Well, Mooney, you think this place would go to hell?" The last thing Chuck wanted was for the motel to fail. Mooney studied him for a moment. "I doubt it, but you're doing a good job here." He looked around the room and absent-mindedly leafed through the mounds of papers on the desk. "But it's good money, Chuck. Damn good money. Let's talk more about it tomorrow." That night, Chuck lay awake thinking about the opportunity Mooney had offered. It did sound great, but he was afraid the motel might fold if he didn't keep a tight rein on the business. He couldn't stand letting Mooney down again. If the motel folded, he'd be out on the street again, without a steady job. The motel was a sure thing. On the other hand, Mooney's couriers made big money, $5,000–10,000 a job. One guy he knew was going back and forth to New York and clearing more than that each trip, and it was pretty simple, too. According to Mooney, the courier delivered diamonds and jewelry to George Unger, the fence, in exchange for cash. Nice and neat. Nothing to it, really. For his trouble, the courier was making over $100,000 a year. Of course, if the guy ever got caught with all that stolen merchandise, he'd be sent up the river forever. Using this same routine for Tampa, New Orleans, and Vegas would probably work. If anybody could pull it off, Mooney had the connections to do it, but it was a lot bigger than the New York deal. Chuck thought it might be too big. The money would be even greater. His mind raced, thinking about making a couple $100,000 a year. But so was the risk. He looked over at Anne-Marie, sleeping next to him, and quietly got out of bed. He lit a cigar and ventured out into the comforting stillness of the living room. Mooney had never failed at anything. Chuck couldn't think of a thing, not one. But this national deal, and with Asia and Cuba and God knows what on top of it, Chuck could hardly conceive of such an operation. He even wondered if Mooney was in over his head, but he quickly dismissed that as counter to everything he knew about his brother. He could also assume that the deals overseas were related to drugs and gambling, maybe politics, maybe some secret spy shit. One thing that troubled him was that Mooney actually thought he could control the United States government, actually work with the guys like undercover partners. Chuck thought Mooney was either crazy or he was really onto something. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, Chuck was too foggy-headed to know which. He turned it over again and again in his mind and finally came to the only logical conclusion. Mooney wasn't crazy. He had a tiger by the tail, and he had to know a lot more than he was telling. God knows he could be vague sometimes. The outfit, Howard Hughes, Vice President Nixon, the FBI, secret agents. It all sounded like some fucking spy story, and Chuck had a feeling the stakes were high, that a guy could pay with his life in a deal like this. He looked around the darkened room. He and Babe were really beginning to get on their feet. So far he'd managed to make a good living with Mooney without crossing the line. Recently, he'd even come to believe it was possible. But if he agreed to take on this other job, he felt it would be like cliff diving. There was no telling how deep he'd get in, and no telling what was beneath the surface. He could be jeopardizing everything, his wife, his family, his life. "If you do crime, you gotta be ready to do time," Mooney used to bark at him as a little punk. Was a couple $100,000 worth it? He thought for a while about what it would mean to lose everything he had with his little Babe. They had one little boy and a baby on the way. He lit another cigar. Chuck was still sitting up when the sun spilled through the lace curtains and the birds began to sing outside the window. "What on earth, Chuck?" Anne-Marie exclaimed when she saw him sitting bleary-eyed in the chair. He thought she always looked so beautiful first thing in the morning, like a new rosebud, all fresh and pink. She tied her terry-cloth robe and smiled sympathetically. "You want a cup of coffee?" He held one up. "Already made it." "My God, you look exhausted. What's wrong?" She sat down on the French provincial sofa across from him and, ready to listen, folded her hands in her lap expectantly. But he'd already made up his mind that he wouldn't discuss this with her. What she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. That was a rule everybody learned to live by. You didn't tell your wife anything, ever. "Nothing. I just couldn't sleep." "Chuck, look who you're talking to. I find that hard to believe. Is everything all right at the motel? Are you and Mooney all right?" "Yeah, the motel's fine. Mooney's fine. Hey, everything's fine, okay?" Irritation was creeping into his voice. He wasn't in the mood to be interrogated or pushed. "Like I said, everything's fine." She knew him pretty well, Chuck thought. There wasn't much that would leave him sleepless, except Mooney. It had always been like that, from the time he used to lie awake thinking about Mooney's escapades as a kid. Anne-Marie suddenly giggled and stood up. "I'm starving," she said, placing one delicate hand on her rounded stomach. "And you know what?" "What?" "This baby is hungry, too. Are you? You want breakfast? Maybe you'll feel better." He took one look at her smiling down at him and wondered whether he could go through with it. It meant risking everything. In the final analysis, that was what Mooney was asking him to do. Still, as much as he loved Anne-Marie, as much as he loved his kid and the one on the way, He knew what his decision would be. He would do whatever Mooney asked. Sighing, he got up to get ready for work. Chuck was caught off guard when Mooney sat down in the motel office later that morning and said, "I got another guy to handle that job." "You did?" Chuck's heart sank. He hadn't been totally convinced he wanted the job, but not getting it was worse. Mooney must have thought he couldn't handle it. His decision to use someone else could only mean that. He tried his best not to show his disappointment and said, "Well, good, I'm sure it'll go fine with somebody else, right? Who'd you get?" "Father Cash. He's perfect. Nobody'll ever think twice about a priest carrying dough." "A priest? Isn't that pretty big for a priest?" "Pretty big? Pretty big? Chuck, you have no idea. Chicago's going to go international in a big way. Man, oh man, pretty big. I started thinking about how the church has its fingers in all the same pies," he laughed, "or should I say countries, that we do. The Philippines, Mexico, all over the world." "Except the Arabs," Chuck interrupted. "Hey, I got this all handled, including the Arabs. Listen, the U.S. government is going to help us, and we're going to help them." "Help how? And besides, even if they do help, how can you be sure of that?" His brother sighed and reached his hand into his trouser pocket, emerging with a small coin. He held it up between two fingers and said, "See this?" "Yeah?" "Here, take a good look." He tossed it across the desk. Chuck caught the coin and instantly realized it was old. Ancient, in fact. Mooney was always buying antiquities. He'd become quite a connoisseur of rare books, Dresden porcelain, and the like, so Chuck was only mildly intrigued. "Yeah, what's this supposed to be?" "It's an old Roman coin, Chuck." Chuck fingered the coin, turning it over again and again, and then tossed it back to his brother. "That's real nice, Mooney, but what the hell does it have to do with what we're talking about?" Mooney leaned forward. "Look, this is one of the Roman gods. This one has two faces, two sides. That's what we are, the outfit and the CIA. Two sides of the same coin. Sometimes our government can't do shit on the up and up. Sometimes they need a little trouble somewhere, or maybe they need some bastard taken care of. Jesus, they can't get caught doing shit like that. What if people found out? But we can. Guns, a hit, muscle, whatever dirty work needs to be done. We're on the same side, we're working for the same things, we just look different. So we're two sides of the same coin. Right now we're working on Asia, Iran, and Latin America. Someday, Chuck, will be partners on everything. If you think we had Truman, let me tell you, we got the steel sewn up. Ike, all he does is play golf." "So that's what you like about the guy," Chuck teased. "Shit, he's a pigeon. It's Nixon that's got the power. He's the one with the backing of the big money, like Hughes and the guys in California and the oilmen in Texas. Hump says Nixon's going to call us if he needs a little hardball behind the scenes." "Really?" "Really. From now on, you can call me Sam Giancana, civil servant." He chuckled with pleasure and leaned back in the chair, putting his feet up on the desk. "We've got it made, Chuck." "Maybe you should see if you can get a government pension," Chuck said, grinning. "You think so?" he replied, and they both laughed. "Yeah, I like that idea. I'll have to check on that." Mooney stood up to leave. "I got an adorable friend coming over in a while. Same room already?" "Yeah, it's all yours. But listen, would you do me a favor? Tell the other guys to stop using so many towels when they come over here. The laundry bill is through the roof. What the hell does a guy need 5 towels for, anyhow?" Mooney smiled. "You really like working this place, don't you?" "Yeah. Well, you're doing a good job. Don't worry about the other deal. You just take care of this joint." He handed him a roll of bills. "Here, go celebrate. And tell Anne-Marie she'd better have a boy for me. Okay?" "Okay." Over the next few weeks, Chuck wrestled with his conflicting feelings about losing the other job. He had to admit it was nice being off the hook. The risk involved would have been more than he would have liked. But he couldn't help feeling that for some reason he hadn't cut it in Mooney's eyes. He wasn't sure what it was, or what he had or hadn't done. But he was certain of one thing. His dream of ever becoming Mooney's equal was getting further and further away. That spring, the government appeared to be moving in exactly the direction Mooney had indicated. There was a Latin American meeting in March about the communist threat in Guatemala. "We're going to take care of that," Mooney said, tipping his scotch with a knowing smile. In April, Ike made a speech about dominoes, comparing them to the tenuous political situation that existed in the Southeast Asian countries and saying that if the United States allowed even one country in Asia to fall to communism, the rest were sure to follow. Hearing that, Chuck jokingly asked Mooney whether he'd been playing golf with the president again. "No, I don't have to," Mooney said with a bit of a swagger in his step. And then, suddenly serious, he remarked, "You don't believe that bullshit, do you? I mean about communism? The CIA stirred up some shit to give us an excuse to go in and take over, that's all. People sure eat that up, though, don't they?" "Well, there is such a thing as communism," Chuck retorted, "and communists do want to take over the world. That's a fact." "Watching your RCA again, huh?" Mooney cracked. "Wise up, will you? The United States wants to take over everything, too. And it's not to sell apple pies and flags to a bunch of fucking slant-eyed bastards or Mexicans, either. Our guys in charge don't give a fuck about the people in those countries. All they want is to line their pockets. Shit, I can be a millionaire just off the mess in Guatemala." "Okay, then, so what do you know about Guatemala? Don't go bullshitting me now, just to make a fucking point, okay?" Mooney laughed. "You're getting to be a regular Doubting Thomas, aren't you? How fucking long have you known me, huh? How long? I just know how the real world works, that's all." He grinned sheepishly. "Well, maybe I do have an inside track on a few things." He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Our government wants an uprising in Guatemala, but they need guns for a rebellion, and we supply 'em out of our guys down south. Why don't they just get the army to do that?" A mortified look crossed Mooney's face. "Because then everybody would know what they're planning. That's why. This shit is top secret, Chuck. You hear what I'm saying? Top secret." Chuck couldn't think of anything to say to that. He didn't know where the hell it was all going, but he had to believe this was all part of Mooney's plan. He was getting it all wired, whatever it was. Chapter 15. There are some moments that hang forever suspended in time. Chuck thought the day of Angeline de Tolve Giancana's funeral was certainly one of those. 2 weeks before, on April 10th, 1954, she'd suffered a cerebral embolism while in Florida, and now the woman who had introduced him to the finer things in life, to what was right and proper, lay cold and pale before him. Swathed in a cherry-red organza dress, they said the fashion designer Giancana Jordan had been up all night personally hand-rolling and stitching its delicate layered hems. Ange reminded Chuck of a hothouse blossom that had closed its petals too soon. Her death had been totally unexpected, although some said inevitable, because she'd suffered from rheumatic fever as a child, and doctors had warned that her heart had been weakened by the illness. But for all practical purposes, as long as Chuck had known her, she'd lived her life normally, dancing, swimming, doing whatever her whims told her. Years later, when people related stories of Ange's frailty and domestic suffering, Chuck would angrily dismiss them. On the contrary, he insisted, his sister-in-law had lived a charmed life, saved from the difficulties of housework and cooking, thanks to an endless string of maids, housekeepers, and cooks. She'd been graced with a lifestyle enjoyed only by the truly wealthy, albeit one that was, out of necessity, low profile. Perhaps the only thing she hadn't been was loved. But if asked, Chuck believed there wasn't a person present who wouldn't say with all sincerity that Mooney had treasured Ange more than any other woman. He had given her everything a woman could ask for and more. In her closets hung rows of furs, in her jewelry boxes rested hundreds of precious gems. She'd wanted for nothing because, Chuck thought, she'd settled for second best. The tentacles of the thousands of glittering objects his brother had placed before her over the years, just like the diamond collar now sparkling around her throat, had slowly entwined her, choking out all youthful desire for romantic love, and left her satisfied with a Parto linen as her bedmate. It had all worked out just as Mooney had planned, except she had died. He looked over at his brother's face. It was properly drawn and stoic. Even if Mooney wanted to cry, he wouldn't. There were too many men who now waited in his shadow, hoping for some sign of weakness. He would be anything but weak. But then, Chuck wondered, what was his brother feeling, thinking? Had he loved Ange and just not been able to express it with anything other than material gifts? Or had she simply served as a necessary fixture, a dutiful and proper wife who was little more than one rung on the ladder of his goals? It was possible even Mooney didn't know the answer to that question. Throughout their marriage, his brother had knocked Ange around if she got out of bounds, had romped with countless other women, all more physically beautiful than his wife. In truth, although he'd been discreet, she'd known about Mooney's philandering right from the beginning. She'd had a choice, although Chuck doubted she ever realized it. She could have left. A part of him wondered why anyone would leave such material wealth. But another part of him questioned the logic of such an existence. He had to believe Ange had resigned herself to a marriage of image and convenience, while Mooney did as he pleased. It was a trade-off. Usually Chuck thought it was a fair one. But seeing her in death, he found himself wondering whether, despite all appearances of marital bliss and material prosperity, his sister-in-law hadn't lived a life as hollow as the priest's voice that echoed throughout St. Bernardine's church at that very moment. And then, at only 43, that life was over. The weeks following Ange's burial were solemn, and spring came and went without much notice. In his wife's memory, Mooney donated a marble and mahogany communion rail to the church and announced he was building a mausoleum. Out of respect, the guys maintained a somber facade in his presence, waiting for some cue that said things could return to normal. It didn't take Mooney long to get back to work. There were too many deals to be cut, too many deals to be closed. In life, Ange hadn't curbed his cross-country travels, nor would she in death. To assure the freedom he needed to maintain his business, he turned over all household duties to Ange's sister, Anna Tuminello, and her daughter and husband, Marie and Jim Perno. By June, he detached himself completely from any familial obligation regarding his daughters, entrusting the Pernos to oversee their upbringing. Doing so caused Mooney little regret. He'd all but given up on the rebellious 19-year-old Annette, who now, to his dismay, called herself Tony and wanted to be a movie star. He found her spoiled, confiding to Chuck, "I guess I gave her too much. She's selfish and sneaky. She lies all the time. Really, she's an embarrassment because I never know what she's going to do or say." Bonnie and Francine, however, continued to be his obedient and loving daughters, and consequently he rarely spoke of them at all. "Women and children should be seen and not heard," he'd often say. "That's what's right about Bonnie and Francine and wrong about Annette." Just when things seemed to be returning to normal, and Mooney was back in the swing of things, 73-year-old Antonio suddenly died. And on July 27th, Chuck found himself attending his father's funeral. Like Ange's funeral, all the big guys were there, and many came in from out of town to pay their respects. There were the assistants to the mayor, city councilmen and aldermen, state congressmen and senators. If anything, their presence demonstrated his brother's increasing national power. If outfit guys didn't fly in, they sent flowers. Chuck thought it was quite a tribute to a man who'd risen up from poverty as the son of an immigrant street vendor. Respect, and demonstrating it, was a funny thing with outfit guys. It was a code they lived by. Mooney had announced he would be placing Antonio's remains in the mausoleum, still under construction. Chuck wondered whether this tribute was a concrete demonstration of Mooney's remorse, whether it was rooted in love. But out of respect, he didn't ask his brother. In September, Chuck decided to drive by the cemetery and check on the mausoleum's progress. To his surprise, he found Mooney there, standing alone under a tree. In the bright sun of the late afternoon, the tombstones cast long shadows on the grass. His brother turned and shaded his eyes with one hand when he heard the car. Seeing that it was Chuck, he waved. "Hey, we both must have been thinking about Pa, huh?" Chuck said. It was more a statement than a question. "Yeah, I was, I guess." Mooney's voice trailed off. "I wanted to see how this was coming along." He pointed to the impressive granite structure. "Pretty nice, don't you think?" "Yeah, beautiful. It's—" he searched for a word. "Magnificent. Really magnificent. You know, Ange and Pa would be so proud." "Yeah, I guess they would." Chuck noticed that Mooney seemed distracted as he shook his head and then cupped his hands over his cigar to light it. A fleeting smile passed over his face. Then, suddenly somber again, he sighed and stared out across the graves. "Ever notice how the sunlight and the shadows make a cemetery look like rows of piano keys?" "I know. I guess I never did." Mooney's comment startled Chuck. He had no idea what his brother was talking about. He studied the contrast of dark and light that alternated between each row of tombstones, and then nodded in agreement. "You know, you're right. They do, don't they?" "Yeah, I noticed it when I first came out here. It's funny, but when I did, well, I kind of realized something." He paused, and there was a mournful look in his eyes Chuck hadn't seen before. "It's all one big fucking game, Chuck. No matter what tune you play, this," he motioned to the graves, "this is where you end up. Death. It's the great equalizer." He started to laugh. "It's almost funny, isn't it? Because in the end, nothing really matters after all. Not one fucking thing." He sighed and threw his cigar into the fresh dirt at his feet. "So you like the mausoleum?" "Yeah, me too," he said. And without another word, he turned and walked to his car. Chuck thought about his conversation with Mooney for several days. The last time he'd seen his brother so morose was when he was going to Joliet back in 1929. Certainly in the days after the funeral, Mooney had put on a damned good show. To see him around the guys, you'd never have known there was anything wrong. But that day at the cemetery, Chuck thought he'd seen a lonely man, one who'd locked himself away from human emotion. Mooney was slowly becoming entombed by a living mausoleum of his own making. Chuck believed death was a funny thing. Right out of its shadow, life always creeps in. It was as if God didn't want people to dwell on their own mortality for very long, and to make sure they didn't, he always sent a new life. At least that's how Chuck felt when their baby was born on October 28th, 1954. It was a boy, and he thought he'd never been so excited in his life. He loved his other son, little Chucky, with all his heart and soul, but there was something about the birth of this baby, maybe it was the timing, that was special. He wasn't sure when he'd had the idea. Perhaps it was when he'd been daydreaming about taking a kid into Mooney and saying, "Here he is, this is the one you've been waiting for." But at some point over the past months, he decided he wanted to name the baby, if it was a boy, Samuel Mooney Giancana. It would be the ultimate tribute to his brother, and it might do more to lift Mooney's spirits than anything else. There were only two problems with his idea. First, Anne-Marie had long ago decided she wanted to name the baby Ricky, and second, Chuck knew he had to have Mooney's permission to do something so extraordinary. He imagined Anne-Marie would be more difficult to convince than Mooney. Mooney would be pleased, perhaps genuinely thrilled, to have a male child named in his honor. Conversely, Anne-Marie would be disappointed. "Oh, Chuck," she said, sighing from her hospital bed, "does Mooney have to be a part of our lives to the extent that we name our son after him? I wanted to name him Ricky. You've known that for months." She looked down at the gurgling, pink-faced infant swaddled in her arms. Chuck sensed the bitterness in her voice. "Why? I don't think it's so important to name him after Mooney." Her dark eyes suddenly grew fierce. "And I don't want to. I really don't." She glared back at him. "Furthermore, I won't." He sat down on the bed. "Please, it would mean so much to my brother. I know it would. And, babe, it would mean so much to me. Please." He took her hand. "I don't think so." She pulled her hand away. "I just don't want to, Chuck. No." "Babe, I don't ask you for so much, do I?" He tried to fix her eyes in his. He wanted her to see, to understand why this meant so much to him. "Well, this is asking too much. I won't do it. I won't have Mooney be a part of our lives like that. He's already more important than anything else in the world to you. He already rules our lives as it is. And that's fine. I knew that when we got married. But no more. Please, no. No more. It's not fair." "But you don't understand. Mooney doesn't have a boy to carry on his name. This would be so special, and an honor. We would be thanking him, too." "Well, didn't I hear that some girl at the envelope factory had a boy by him? Why can't she name her baby after him?" "Babe, stop it. You know that can't happen." "Listen to me, please, babe. This is more important than anything I've ever asked. Please, I'm begging you now," he said, his voice tremulous. Tears filled his eyes. "Please." She looked away, and then down at the baby sleeping in her arms. "Well, at least tell me you'll think about it," he pleaded. She was silent. All right. I'll think about it. But that's all. I'm not promising anything. You understand?" He was elated. She was weakening. "That's all I ask," he said, and kissed her. 2 days later, Chuck went by Mooney's house. In the basement kitchen, Mooney fried some sausages and green peppers for lunch, and they sat down at the long carved oak table with their meal and a bottle of wine. Chuck had waited anxiously for this moment, and his words spilled out in breathless, rapid fire. "Mooney, I had a special reason for coming over. I've come to ask your permission for something I hope you'll be pleased about." "Yeah? What's that?" Mooney set his glass down and gave Chuck his full attention. "We want to name our new son after you, Samuel Mooney Giancana. It's our way of making a lasting tribute to you, a way to show our respect," his voice grew soft as he continued, "and love for you." Chuck took a deep breath. He'd never said anything like that to Mooney before. Mooney stared into his eyes for what felt like forever before speaking. "After me? A little kid named after me?" Chuck thought he detected a mist come over Mooney's eyes. He held his breath, waiting for his brother's reply. A broad smile spread across Mooney's face. "Of course, Chuck. Of course. I'm honored." He reached over to grasp Chuck's hand in his. "No," Chuck corrected. "We are." Mooney grinned and said, "Hey, you think he'll be the one?" "The one?" "Yeah, the kid I'm waiting to see. The one who can measure up. The one who will go to college and be smarter than the rest of us assholes. You think?" "Hell, maybe he'll be president," Chuck said, laughing. Mooney laughed, too. "No, we want him to be the dog, not the tail. We want him to be in control." "Yeah, you're right about that. You can be sure Anne-Marie and I will do everything within our power to make certain this little boy grows up to make you proud. Everything to make sure he honors your name. I know you will, Chuck. That's why I'm giving you my blessing. I trust you. Shit, you know what that means?" Chuck nodded. "I think so. It means that there's not too many people I can trust, but you've never let me down." He lifted his wine glass. "Here's to the future of Sam Giancana, my godson. Salud. Salud. And here's to my son's godfather." Chuck raised his glass. "The most powerful man the outfit has ever known." "I'll drink to that," Mooney said, filling their glasses again. Chuck left his brother's home that day happier than he'd ever been in his life. His son would make Mooney proud someday. They called the little boy Mooney from the start, and it didn't seem to take Anne-Marie long to adjust to the idea. In fact, she now seemed proud that his brother had been so pleased. It was a year of contrasts they wouldn't forget, and as it drew to a close, Chuck often thought of the tombstones, Mooney's piano keys, the light and dark. In Chuck's way of thinking, they'd come out into the light. He didn't think his brother was right about it not mattering which tune you played. It did matter. He hardly ever thought about the whistling man of his childhood anymore. His dreams were no longer haunted by the eerie tune or Mooney's face staring from within the crowd, his whispered omerta. Chuck had come to the conclusion that it wasn't death that was the equalizer, as Mooney had said. No, it was life. And he wanted to make sure they lived it to its fullest. Mooney's thoughts were fixed on death, however, when he sent Chucky Nicoletti and Milwaukee Phil to eliminate his last few local stumbling blocks to personal power in 1955. Charlie Cherry-Nosed Joy, Frank Maritotti, and Louis Greenberg. They'd been old-timers, Capone men, whose grumblings represented an affront to Mooney and his control. Others, like Louis Campagna, Charlie Fischetti, Jake Guzik, Claude Maddox, and Sam Golfbag Hunt, were aging rapidly and were by now largely impotent members of the outfit. By mid-1955, Tony Accardo and Paul Ricca were being scrutinized by the IRS. Accardo, in particular, was nervous and anxious to drop out of sight. Just as the Brown buyoff scandal had been a godsend to Mooney more than a decade earlier, resulting in the imprisonment of his superiors and freeing his way to power, now the heat on Accardo and Ricca gave him the last nudge he needed to assume absolute control. Accardo stepped aside, and at a private outfit gathering held at the Tam O'Shanter Country Club in North Chicago, Mooney was formally made boss of Chicago's outfit. In November, Chuck heard that Marshall Caifano, still working Las Vegas, had stumbled across a name from the past, Willie Buyoff. Since turning on his friends during the notorious Brown buy-off case in 1941, an act that led to many of Chicago's top mobsters being convicted and imprisoned, Buy-off had fled to Phoenix and lived under the name William Nelson. He became close friends with Republican Barry Goldwater, supporting Goldwater's campaign, and jaunting around the country in the senator's private plane. In 1952, perhaps in a fit of overconfidence, he'd taken a job at the Las Vegas Riviera under its manager, Gus Greenbaum. Once in town, it didn't take Marshal Caifano long to spot the traitor. The Riviera was backed by Chicago. At the news of Caifano's discovery, Mooney reverted to the tried and true. On November 4, 1955, Buy-off turned the key in the ignition of his truck and was scattered like so many leaves in the wind. The explosion was heard for miles. It was typical Chicago, typical Mooney. Buy-off had probably grown tired of the day-in, day-out fear and lost his edge. That's the way it always happened. Just when a guy let his guard down, the hammer would fall. By 1956, Mooney was publicly known as the Man in Chicago, and Chuck's admiration for his brother's power, savvy, and style grew. The outfit was rapidly expanding its geographic territory under Mooney's iron fist to include towns both large and small, scattered throughout the nation's midsection. Communities as seemingly diverse and inconsequential as Paducah, Kentucky, and Ames, Iowa, and hundreds in between, now had something in common. They all felt the force of Chicago. All had one of Mooney's lieutenants in their midst, running games and whores. In every instance, the lion's share went back to Mooney. If it didn't, the sleepy little towns were awakened to Chicago's presence by the stench of decaying flesh on one of their deserted country roads. Over thousands of miles, Mooney Giancana, or Sam, as he was being respectfully called more and more, held the fate of two-bit hustlers, whores, bookies, and loan sharks in his hand, and anybody who was anybody knew it. The sheer expanse of territory he controlled gave him the instant respect of the Commission, and it was this power that Joe Kennedy was counting on when he instructed Chicago's Mayor Daley, who owed Kennedy several favors, to contact Sam Giancana in May of 1956. Kennedy was at the end of his rope. He'd erred in judgment, Data relayed to Mooney, and now he needed help. Could they meet on the East Coast? To that question, Mooney responded with a resounding no. If Joe Kennedy wanted to talk, he'd have to come to Chicago. After all, Mooney protested, Kennedy had been conducting business in Chicago for years. He'd owned the Merchandise Mart since 1945 and maintained an office in the city. If there was a meeting, it would be in Chicago or not at all. In Chicago, 3 days later, he met with Old Man Kennedy in a suite at the Ambassador East. The meeting with Joe Kennedy intrigued Mooney for several reasons. Although most closely tied to Costello and the New York gang, Kennedy was no stranger to Chicago. Mooney had known the scheming Irish bootlegger for over 25 years, a relationship that hailed back to the days of Diamond Joe Esposito and Mooney's sugar runs to Boston during Prohibition's heyday. Nor had he forgotten the scrape Kennedy had had with Detroit's Purple Gang. Chicago had bailed the arrogant Mick's ass out of a sure hit back then. Kennedy's ties to the underworld intersected at 100 points. Besides making a fortune in bootlegging, Kennedy had made a financial killing in Hollywood in the 1920s with the help of persuasive behind-the-scenes New York and Chicago muscle. When Prohibition came to a close, as part of a national agreement between the various bootleggers, Kennedy held on to 3 of the most lucrative booze distributorships in the country, Gordon's Gin, Dewar's, and Haig & Haig, through his company, Somerset Imports. It was also no secret, according to Mooney, that Joe Kennedy, along with such industrialists as General Motors' founder William Crapo Durant and John David Rockefeller, Jr., had been given prior knowledge of the coming stock market crash in 1929. In fact, Mooney told Chuck, they made it happen. They figured out how they could get even richer. Shit, old man Kennedy made over $1 million selling the market short before it fell. They manipulated the whole fucking thing. The 30s were good to Kennedy. Mooney said Joe used the leverage gained from obtaining campaign contributions for FDR, $100,000 from Chicago and New York alone, to win an appointment from Roosevelt as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. And 4 years later, in 1938, FDR gave him the coveted ambassadorship to England in exchange for a similar amount. According to Mooney, as the 40s gave way to the 50s, Kennedy tried to distance himself from his old cronies by selling Somerset imports and his interest in the racetrack at Hialeah. Initially, Mooney said that had been fine. "We liked it that way. He was a guy on the inside, and he owed us big. We didn't care if he wanted to play high and mighty, as long as we could work with the guy, because if there ever was a crook, it's Joe Kennedy." Joe had called on Mooney once before, regarding a distasteful little problem his son Jack had gotten into. A marriage needed to be annulled, and Joe didn't want any publicity. In fact, not only did he want the marriage annulled, he also wanted any record of it completely removed from all legal documents. Once this was accomplished, Jack, his slate clean once more, could get on with his father's political agenda. The job required discretion and a man who knew how to get things done. Mooney directed Johnny Roselli to handle the legalities for Kennedy, and that was the end of that. Most recently, Mooney's friend and longtime Kennedy mentor, Frank Costello, had had a major falling out with the Irishman. The rupture had been building due to Joe's increasingly fierce reluctance to return favors to his former pals. Costello rightfully believed the mob had helped make Kennedy a rich and powerful man, and now when he'd called in a marker, the Irish bastard had not only balked, he'd ignored him. It was easy to understand why there was a contract out on Joe Kennedy. Surveying the gnarled face of the aging bootlegger, which was how Chuck's brother insisted on describing Joe Kennedy, Mooney felt a twinge of admiration. The guy was taking his life into his hands, coming to Chicago like this. He couldn't be sure Mooney wouldn't make good Costello's contract. But here he was. Mooney looked distractedly around the suite. He'd take his time, make the guy sweat a little. He finally lit a cigar and met Joe's eyes. "So, what can I do for you, Joe?" He tapped his cigar in the ashtray. "I need your help." "My help?" He placed one hand over his heart in mock innocence. "Why my help?" Kennedy cleared his throat. Mooney knew it was tough for the old bird to come crawling to Chicago, and he watched with some pleasure as the man's hands twisted in his lap. They were the only outward sign of his anxiety. "Sam, I know you're close with Frank Costello, and I have a problem. A misunderstanding, really, with him." Still playing naive, Mooney replied, "What kind of problem?" "Well, there's a misunderstanding between Costello and me concerning some property. It's gotten blown all out of proportion." "Misunderstanding?" Mooney raised one eyebrow. "Yeah, you see, he wants me to be the front man on a piece of property, and—" Mooney cut him off. "Well, can't you do that?" Kennedy's hands clenched into fists, and, suddenly defensive, he retorted indignantly, "Look, I'm in a sensitive position given my son's political career. You understand?" "You owe Costello, don't you?" "Hell no," Kennedy snapped. Mooney's eyes narrowed, and a scowl crossed his face. He waited to speak, puffing on his cigar for a moment. "Hell no?" He leaned forward. "Joe, what exactly does that mean, hell no?" He shook his head. He wanted to laugh at the man's arrogance, but didn't. "You made money with Costello, didn't you?" Kennedy sat upright in his chair and said sarcastically, "Hey, Sam, I was there at the beginning. They rode my coattails." "Yeah, and I know whose coattail you rode." Mooney chuckled at the sheer audacity of Kennedy's statement. "Well, anyway," Kennedy continued, his hands now twisting in his lap again, "I haven't talked to him, hoping he would go away." Mooney laughed outright. "Go away? You ignored the man?" "Hey, like I said, I can't afford the association right now, and my son Jack can't afford the association right now either." "That's an insult, Joe." Mooney stood up and stared down at the man. Kennedy made a move to stand. "Sit down," Mooney barked. "What the fuck were you thinking, huh? You've insulted Frank Costello. How do you think he's going to react?" "I already know. He has a contract out on me." "Well, what makes you think I could do anything about it? Or, for that matter, would want to?" He glared down at the Irishman. Kennedy's demeanor softened. "Hey, Sam, everybody knows you're the power outside New York. You're the only one who can get Costello off my back. He doesn't understand, not at all." He shook his head. "And how is that?" "Well, my son Jack is moving up in politics. I'm hoping he'll be president someday. Now, I can't jeopardize that, can I?" He looked up at Mooney and shrugged his shoulders. "Can I?" "I noticed your kid's been making quite a name for himself." Mooney turned to look out the window. "He has." Kennedy rose from his chair and walked across the room to Mooney's side. "He has, and he'll continue to, as long as some ugly skeleton doesn't pop out of a closet. That, my friend, would be political suicide." Mooney spun around. "So what do you want me to do about it?" "Talk to Frank. Make him understand. I'm a marked man if you don't get this contract called off." He placed one bony hand on Mooney's shoulder and lowered his voice to a nasally whisper. "But if I live, I can help my son get to the White House. Isn't that what we've all wanted all along, a guy on the inside?" Mooney turned his back to Kennedy to face the window once again. "So let's assume I talk to Frank. I see no benefit to Chicago here. I've heard nothing today that leads me to think that you can promise me anything in return for my assistance. I can, and I will. You help me now, Sam, and I'll see to it that Chicago, that you, can sit in the goddamned Oval Office if you want, that you'll have the president's ear. But I just need time." There was an urgency in his tone. "I get pushed, and I don't think my son has the experience or the contacts to see him through a presidential race. Do you understand now why I want you to talk to Costello?" Mooney turned to look him square in the eye. "Let me see what I can do. But I want your word that the day your son is elected, that's the day that—" Kennedy interrupted. "That Sam Giancana is elected, too. He'll be your man, I swear to that. My son, the President of the United States, will owe you his father's life. He won't refuse you, ever. You have my word." That afternoon at the Thunderbolt Motel, a fan on the bar whirred in the background as Mooney recounted the story to Chuck. It was an unusually warm day, and beads of perspiration glistened among the lines, slowly deepening with time, on Mooney's tanned face. Certainly the fact that Joe's son Jack was now in his second term as senator hadn't escaped Mooney. He was being groomed for the White House, and the prospect of having such power, a man so tied to him in the Oval Office, was a temptation greater than anything he'd ever experienced. He'd told Chuck they'd play it safe in 1956, right up to the end. They'd play both sides, make contributions to each candidate, and then he'd simply sit back and wait. He broke into a broad smile when he'd finished. "Hey, give me a Gordon's on the rocks," he cried to the bartender from his perch on the stool next to Chuck. "Gordon's? Since when did you start drinking gin?" Mooney picked up the glass and took a sip, then smacked his lips dramatically. "Right now, that's when," he grinned. "From now on, when I have a gin, it's Gordon's, to remind me that Joe Kennedy will sell anything to save his own skin. His liquor business, the Senate, the presidency, the White House." He lifted the glass and tipped it toward Chuck. "Even his own son." That night, Mooney put in a call to New York. The contract was off on Joe Kennedy. Chapter 16. "I'm a very patient man," Mooney said, smiling. He laid the newspaper, dated November 3rd, 1956, down on the bar. "Besides, right now it's all the same. Nixon's been good to us." He shrugged his shoulders. "Shit, there are already rumors going around that it'll be Jack Kennedy versus Nixon at 60. We can't lose with two candidates for president like that." He sipped his coffee and looked over the cup's rim, eyes twinkling. "Or should I say, I can't lose." Mooney was unconcerned in early December when another of Joe Kennedy's kids, Bobby, visited Chicago for a little snooping into labor racketeering. But as chief counsel to the Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in the labor or management field, the 31-year-old left the Midwest having reached a disturbing conclusion. Corruption and organized crime were rampant among the nation's labor unions, particularly within the Teamsters. And with that in mind, Bobby Kennedy vowed to bear down on Teamsters International President Dave Beck, Detroit's Jimmy Hoffa, and Chicago's Joey Klimko. "Old man Kennedy'll set him straight," Mooney said, sneering. "This country's got bigger problems than labor unions. He should be down in Alabama doing something about Martin Luther King and all the trouble he's stirring up. Marcello tells me King's a communist, wants the colored to take over the whole fucking country. Bobby better get his little East Coast ass down south if he wants to do something useful." Inexplicably, for a man who was counting on the labor vote for the 1960 race, Joe Kennedy didn't deter his ambitious son, and on January 30th, 1957, at Bobby Kennedy's recommendation and urging, the McClellan Committee was formed. The word back in Chicago through Murray Humphreys was, "Don't worry, Joe Kennedy promises he has everything under control." Taking Kennedy at his word, Mooney went about conducting business as usual, traveling to inspect his interests in Florida, Cuba, Central America, and Las Vegas. Since taking over the motel, Chuck's life had swung into high gear. He'd bought a 6-flat apartment building in Berwyn and purchased a lot in Inverness, an elite suburb of Barrington, on which he planned to build a sprawling 3-bedroom home. He drove a snazzy little red 1957 T-Bird, which sat next to the family's luxurious black Oldsmobile, took his beautiful dark-eyed wife on weekly whirlwinds of Chicago's downtown nightclubs, and wintered in Miami at the Fontainebleau. Unfortunately, the rewards that came with being a Giancana were often overshadowed by Mooney's snarling temper or icy aloofness. Chuck still couldn't predict his brother, even after all these years. In the afternoon, Mooney might drop by the Thunderbolt Motel sporting his legendary tight shoes and grumpily order a drink, and by nightfall he might be on Chuck's doorstep in Berwyn holding a gift box. Often he called Chuck at home to make amends after an unusually nasty outburst. He never said that was why he was calling, or that he was sorry, a word Chuck didn't think existed in Mooney's vocabulary, but nevertheless his motives were obvious when he said, "I got something for you, Chuck. Get over here." One such event in February 1957 stuck in Chuck's mind because it was so extraordinary. Mooney had been especially irritable earlier in the day, scowling and swearing at anyone within range of his bar stool. But true to form, later that night he called Chuck at the lounge, barking his order like a drill sergeant. "Get over here," he said. "I'm tired." No wonder Mooney was tired, Chuck grumbled to himself. It was after 1 in the morning. But he'd do as he was told. He would have preferred going home to bed, rather than playing audience to one of Mooney's monologues. But Mooney couldn't wait until morning, Chuck reminded himself as he gulped down a cup of coffee on the way out the door. Secretly, Chuck aspired to greater things. He'd made up his mind that when the time was right, he'd go into building and become a full-fledged contractor. The thought of losing the chance by insulting Mooney was enough to start the adrenaline pumping through his veins. By 2 a.m., he was wide awake, sitting across from his brother at his desk in Oak Park. Mooney, dressed in a gray silk robe and slippers, smiled back at him mischievously. Then, with a look of casual arrogance, he lifted a large brown paper bag from the drawer. "Here, take a look," he invited, tossing the bag at Chuck. It landed with a heavy thud of metal. Chuck peered in and squinted. Mooney laughed and took the bag. "Here, get a good look," he said, dumping a mound of tangled gold and silver and sparkling stones on the desktop. "That's real nice," Chuck commented, nodding. Actually, he thought the stones were gaudy and garish, the emeralds too big, the diamonds ostentatious and gargantuan. Costume jewelry, he thought to himself, and he wondered why Mooney would make him come all the way over at this hour of the night to look at such obvious junk. "Take one," Mooney offered. "Here, look at this one. A canary. 7 carats. It's the smallest of the bunch." He held out a ring. Chuck inspected it closely, and then handed it back with a smile. "They sure are big," he said, motioning to the jewelry Mooney was spreading out on the desktop before them. "Why'd you get costume jewelry?" Mooney raised his eyebrows and let out a howl. "Costume jewelry? Costume jewelry? Is that what you think?" He doubled over with gales of laughter. "Well, yeah, isn't it?" Chuck said, feeling like an idiot. He hated it when Mooney did that. "Shit, the stones are so big. You thought this stuff was fake?" Mooney wiped his eyes and leaned forward with the ring in his open palm. "This is the real fucking McCoy, Chuck." He waved at the jewelry with his smoldering cigar. "All of it." Chuck didn't know what to say. He felt like a fool, but it was an honest mistake. He'd never seen diamonds and emeralds so mammoth, and he doubted whether most of America had either. "Jesus, I had no idea. It's real, huh?" He took the ring from Mooney and examined it with renewed appreciation, turning the glittering golden diamond in the light. "It's beautiful, beautiful." He handed the ring back, adding, But Mooney, what the hell are you going to do with this stuff? Some of these stones must be over 15 carats. Yeah, they are. He paused and added, Think these'll make a woman happy? There's over 5 million in jewelry right here. She's going to be a lucky lady, whoever she is, that's for sure, Chuck said, whistling. Yeah, but you get first pick. Take one. Chuck surveyed the table thoughtfully. He was hesitant. He didn't want to insult his brother, but he also didn't want to appear greedy, and therefore he chose the smallest, least impressive of the lot. The canary diamond, he said. Anne-Marie will love it. It's all yours, Mooney said, grinning, and put it in his hand. That was the last time Chuck saw or spoke of the fabulous cash until 4 years later, when singer Phyllis McGuire turned Mooney's head, and his brother confided, Remember all those 20-carat rocks I showed you? I gave Phyllis every fucking one, and more. Mooney's generosity knew no bounds. He was on top, and he was enjoying the hell out of it. Spread the wealth, that's my philosophy, he'd say with a wink. When he was in one of his better moods, he'd tell Chuck, Hell, you can't take it with you. Scarcely 3 weeks after Chuck had walked in the house with a canary diamond ring, Mooney called with a mysterious request. Pack up Anne-Marie right away and bring her over to Dago Frank's. There's a surprise for her there. Surprise? Anne-Marie's eyes lit up like a little girl on Christmas morning. What could it be? What's Mooney up to now? Chuck had no idea, but he obeyed Mooney's directive without question. They called a sitter for the children, and in less than an hour were comfortably sequestered, along with a half-dozen other outfit wives, in Dago Frank's living room. Dago Frank was well known among the outfit guys for his high-quality trove of stolen goods. He was a jovial Italian who became Mooney's favorite Chicago fence. If you want it, Dago Frank either has it or he can get it. Oddly, it didn't bother the women that the gifts of jewelry and furs that found their way into their hands were mostly hot, stolen from other women's closets. They learned to take without asking where it all came from. That was the mark of a good wife. The gifts were simply their reward for silence and obedience. Should a twinge of guilt assault their sensibilities, it was quickly salved, lost amid so much glitter. A diamond's sparkle can blind a woman to a lot of things, Mooney was fond of saying. Full of anticipation, the women looked on as Frank strode over to a large, round Queen Anne table placed in the center of the room. He smiled a broad, toothy smile, and with one slender, ringed hand, he ceremoniously removed a linen tablecloth, revealing a virtual treasure of gold and silver, studded with every imaginable gemstone. A gasp went around the room. There were hundreds, perhaps thousands, of gold and silver trinkets, rings, charms, bracelets, earrings, necklaces. It was like a pirate's chest had been opened before them. No one moved from their chairs. Everyone was speechless. Well, what are you waiting for? Take what you like, Frank admonished, chuckling. Mooney's gift was having precisely the desired effect. Get up, will you all, and try some on. Take whatever you want. It's Mooney's gift. A flurry of thank yous crisscrossed the room for the next hour as the women oohed and awed and sorted and traded among themselves. When at last they were finished, Dago Frank smiled and said, Hey, now that you ladies have gone through the jewelry, how'd you like to see some other merchandise? It's for sale, but you know I'll treat you right. Without further comment, Frank pressed an unseen lever, and the wall swung open, revealing a well-lit hidden room. Oh my, look at that, Anne-Marie exclaimed. She'd never seen so many gorgeous furs in all her life. There were dozens upon dozens of stoles, capes, and full-length coats and wraps hanging on rack after rack. The other women gushed over the coats, but decided to leave without a new fur for warmth that night. Anne-Marie, however, spotted a lynx walking coat that was the most beautiful fur she'd ever seen. Oh, Chuck, can we buy it, please? She pleaded. He never could resist his little babe, and he certainly wouldn't deny her something so magnificent. She wore it home that night. Wait till all your friends see you in this, Chuck whistled admiringly, as she snuggled into its deep softness. Like her other friends, Anne-Marie had her nails and hair done weekly, dressed her 2 little boys in Eton suits and matching play suits, enjoyed facials, pedicures, and frequent jaunts to Neiman Marcus, Marshall Fields, and her own dressmaker. Her drawers were filled with Chanel sachets, dainty lace peignoirs, lingerie sets, silken hosiery, and dozens of stylish gloves. Her shelves held row upon row of the finest shoes, boots, and handbags, as well as beautiful hats of all sizes and descriptions. The latest fashions, from trapeze dresses, sheaths, chemises, bubbles, and Chanel Italian knit suits to cashmere Givenchy cowl-neck sweaters, car coats, tapered slacks, and toreadors, hung in her closets. A collection of gems filled her jewelry boxes. There were glittering cocktail rings, bracelets, earrings, brooches, and necklaces. And there were her treasured fur coats of lynx, beaver, mink, and lamb. Likewise, Chuck had only the finest money could buy. Elegant Dupioni silk suits, Ivy League blazers, dozens of trousers and fashionable narrow silk ties, Madras sport shirts, cashmere sweaters, fedoras, Italian leather boots, and loafers. Following Mooney's lead, he possessed countless diamond and gem-studded tie-tacks, cufflinks, watches, and rings. Chuck and Anne-Marie both agreed life could only get better. They were young and on their way up, with 2 beautiful children. They were going to build a brand-new home in a posh section of town. They had money to spend on nightclubs and trips. Occasionally, Chuck might daydream about being a contractor or stop to think about where he was headed, but largely he believed he was already there. The American dream, complete with a fluffy white toy poodle, lived at his house. "What more can a guy ask for?" he exclaimed to Anne-Marie one day as he turned a hamburger on their backyard grill. On Sunday, March 31st, 1957, everything changed. Leon Marcus had been a conniving, crooked banker who was involved in more shady deals than a fast-talking Chicago prosecutor could shake a stick at. He'd been indicted, along with his son-in-law and brother, earlier that year on misappropriation of bank funds for his Chicago Southmore Bank. By the end of March, he was yet to go to trial. Ever since he'd been charged, the foolhardy Marcus had attempted to blackmail Mooney, hoping some pressure on the outfit boss would result in his acquittal. He had the information that could send Sam Giancana up the river for life, he boasted to fellow gangsters, waving his wallet. Chuck believed Marcus had seriously underestimated his brother. The decision for Mooney would be a simple one. Months later, Chuck would learn that Mooney had given the order to Willie Potatoes, who then selected his own soldier, a copper-turned-mobster hitman, Sal Moretti, to take care of the job. In turn, Moretti invited 3 of his aspiring flunkies along for the ride. They weren't there for added backup. Sal was to handle Marcus on his own. Rather, they came for the sheer entertainment. Moretti nabbed Marcus in front of Chicago developer Alfred Rado's home on Sunday, March 31st. Willie Potatoes had instructed him to kill Marcus and retrieve from his wallet a particularly damning document, a receipt for a $100,000 cash payment made by Mooney on the Thunderbolt Motel. Within blocks of the Rado's home, Moretti shot Marcus in the head, threw him in a vacant lot, and drove away. In so doing, Moretti made a fatal mistake. He left the receipt on the body of Leon Marcus. The gangland-style execution was sensationalized on television, detailed in all the papers, and thanks to the incriminating receipt, Mooney was apprehended for questioning. He was released, but not before receiving more press coverage than the crowning of Queen Elizabeth II. A court date was set for the all-but-forgotten 67-count indictment against his suburban gambling joint, the Wagon Wheel, dating back to 1951. "It'll all blow over," Chuck consoled his wife. But he found himself recanting when, on Thursday of that week, Sal Moretti's tortured and bloated body was discovered crammed into the trunk of a Chevy on Caton Farm Road, southwest of Chicago. From the description the papers gave, it sounded as if Willie Potatoes had taken care of his bumbling soldier. Moretti's pockets had been emptied and turned inside out, his labels torn from his clothes. All that remained was an aluminum comb, a symbol and warning to every soldier in Chicago. Like the infamous nickel in the hand of an executed stool pigeon, meaning the man's life wasn't worth a plugged nickel because he'd violated the code of omerta, the comb told one and all to do a job right, to go over every detail with a fine-tooth comb, or end up like Sal Moretti. The incident sent an icy chill through the guys in the outfit, mostly because the man who took care of Sal was a person none of them wanted to cross, ever. and because of that, nobody ever talked about who did the job on Moretti. But there wasn't a guy in the outfit who didn't think that Willie Potatoes, the quiet, unassuming man with a house full of children and an eternally pregnant wife, had hit Moretti. Moretti was Willie's soldier, and Willie had to make things right. It was his responsibility to square things. Willie was well known for his torture tactics, and Sal's murder had his name written all over it. Moretti had been tied on his knees and pistol-whipped. Willie loved to get a guy on his knees begging for his life. Moretti's skull had been mashed and dented by a club, and then he had been strangled with a rope. Willie liked to use ropes, and after Moretti's executioner threw him in the trunk, he fired 4 shots into the soldier's battered head. Willie always made sure any guy he took out was good and dead. It also was common knowledge that Willie got turned on doing jobs like the one on Moretti. So did Fifi Bucchieri, and Mad Dog DeStefano and Teets Battaglia. But Willie would go those henchmen one better, giving guys lie detector tests if he didn't trust their loyalty. If they failed, they were goners. Willie tortured and murdered them on the spot. The way the outfit ran, Mooney was always insulated from a murder charge. He never killed anyone himself anymore. He didn't actually even have to say the words. All he had to do was give one of his trusted henchmen a look. They knew, and they took care of it. The guys would go to any lengths and do whatever was asked of them. It could be an enemy or a best friend. It made no difference. Usually a guy let his guard down, if he was a friend, and that was ideal. To further insulate himself, Mooney might have one of his lieutenants bring in one of his own soldiers for a job. Moretti had been working for Willie Potatoes. Often, Mooney might not even know who performed a hit. It was an insignificant occurrence in his busy world of deals and international intrigue. And besides, it didn't matter to Mooney as long as it was done right. Obviously, the Marcus fiasco had gotten his attention after the fact, if it hadn't before. Knowing how Mooney excelled at manipulating the authorities, no one was surprised when the Marcus Moriarty affair blew over in a matter of weeks. Chuck and Anne-Marie couldn't as easily wish problems away. On the Friday following Moretti's death, along with a morning paper that blazed with the name Giancana, Chuck received an ominous phone call from Macintosh developers at Inverness. They wanted to see him right away. "Quite simply, Mr. Giancana, we don't want you or your family here at Inverness," the gray-suited executive told Chuck when he arrived at the developer's office. His cohort, a bespectacled man in his 40s, nodded in tense agreement. "And why is that?" Chuck demanded. The executive pointed to a large map of the development on the wall. Property owners' names were prominently highlighted, and Chuck noticed that theirs had been recently removed. "You see that? Well, you're not wanted here. I suggest you sell us the lot and go find another place to call home." Chuck stepped closer to the map. He'd never dreamed there'd be a problem here. He and Anne-Marie just wanted fresh air and a place for the kids to roam, some new friends, new faces. He thought about the architectural drawings and blueprints they'd spent hours poring over. "So what do you say?" "I don't think so," Chuck replied brusquely. "We like it out here. We've already made improvements on the lot, and we've already got blueprints drawn up. We're ready to break ground." The other man cleared his throat and spoke up. "Let me make it perfectly clear. Your name is Giancana, and we don't want a Giancana here, nor do any of the other fine, upstanding citizens who reside in Inverness. Do you understand? Mr. Giancana, there will be no gangster in our subdivision. You, sir, are unwelcome here." "Unwelcome? You sure as hell knew my name when you took my money for the lot. You knew who my brother was." The two stared back with uniformly cold smiles. "I repeat, you and your family are unwelcome here." "Why, you—" Chuck checked himself and began again. But there was an undeniable anger in his voice. He tried not to yell. "Listen, I'm no gangster. I make an honest living running a motel." The gray-suited executive cut him off. "We're well aware of your motel, the Thunderbolt." He picked up a newspaper and added, "as are our other homeowners. It's a clean establishment, so clean it squeaks. I'm not connected to my brother's business dealings," Chuck protested. "I'm a different person entirely, and you can't shove me around because of my last name. Mr. Giancana, we are being polite and civilized in this matter. We suggest you discuss this with your wife. Our offer to repurchase the lot at the same price paid originally will stand. Good day." Same price. What kind of scam operation are you running here? I've already put a lot of money in the lot. What the hell do you take me for? Good day, Mr. Giancana. Driving home, Chuck went over the conversation again and again. It wasn't fair. He wasn't his brother. He'd had nothing to do with the Marcus and Moretti deal. Hadn't even known about it until after it happened. Mooney never had said a word about it to him. And although he'd always wanted to be on the inside, he wasn't, really. He wasn't a gangster. And he wasn't Mooney. He was his own man. It was the first time he'd ever said that. Anne-Marie was heartbroken at the news. "We aren't murderers or gangsters," she ranted. "How dare those people accuse us of something like that? I just want our babies to grow up right, to have a nice place to live, with nice little friends and a good school." She burst into tears. "I think we should move there anyway." The phone rang, and Chuck talked for a moment, and then went back into the living room. "That was the guy from Inverness. He said there was something else we should think about." "And what's that?" She patted her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. "He said we shouldn't be selfish, that we should think of our little boys. He said they'll be mistreated, abused. Those were his very words, abused by the other kids. That they'll be outcasts, and nobody will play with them." "Nobody will play with them?" she repeated in disbelief. "Yeah, because their last name is Giancana." The following day, they sold the lot back to the grim-faced executives. Their American dream had ended. Anyone else would have called Mooney, would have asked for his help. It seemed reasonable to think that if Chuck and his family had to suffer because of the things his brother did, they should at least benefit from the terrible power he could wield. But Chuck's pride wouldn't let him ask for help. He refused to bring his problems to his brother. "After all, it's Mooney who's the outfit boss, who's under suspicion for murder, not us," Chuck told Anne-Marie. But because of their name, it seemed as if they'd been tried and convicted themselves. Chuck found himself calling for flowers for Anne-Marie and using an alias. Mooney used an alias all the time, Sam Gold, Sam Flood. So Chuck consoled himself, why shouldn't he? But he felt like a Judas, a traitor. Was he denying his heritage, or was he protecting himself and his family? The events of the previous weeks threw Chuck into a state of confusion. He'd never denied who or what he was. He wasn't ashamed. Indeed, it might not have been so bad to be called a gangster by the developers, if he'd actually been one. But recently he had realized that although he might know all the outfit guys, was privy to what was going on, and probably talked to Mooney more than anybody else, he wasn't an actual member of the outfit. Mooney said New York's gun and saber shit was the silliest thing I've ever heard of, grade school stuff. But because Chicago didn't have a formal initiation and secret society like New York, or adhere to some hocus-pocus old country rules for being made, it was hard to tell who was a member of the outfit and who wasn't. You just knew. You knew how high up the ladder a guy was, by the men he hung around with, and by how many soldiers he required to conduct business, or by the job he had. Guys such as Needles, Nicoletti, and Aldericio, Mooney's chief executioners, were without question full-fledged members of the outfit. But a guy didn't necessarily have to kill his way up, not if he had powerful friends to protect him from such dirty work. Jake Guzik had been a good example. Guzik hadn't had the stomach for murder, so Capone had killed his adversaries for him. Chucky English was in a similar situation. But they were a rarity. Being a member of the outfit and being connected were two different things in Chicago. Being connected meant you did business with the outfit. Leon Marcus was connected, Joe Kennedy was connected, as were Abe Pritzker and Moe Annenberg. According to Mooney, all the presidents of the United States since Teddy Roosevelt had been connected. Celebrities ranging from Sammy Davis Jr. to Rocky Marciano were connected. King Farouk was connected. There were hundreds, probably thousands of people across the United States and throughout the world with non-Italian names and seemingly clean businesses who were connected. Having connections meant having friends and associates who were in the outfit. These relationships enabled a person to get things done at City Hall, win government contracts, even get a loan. In at least one way, being connected was better than being a member, because a man could rationalize that he wasn't really involved in organized crime. But the bottom line was, if a man got a favor from an outfit member, he was more involved than he imagined. He might get lucky and never have his marker called in, or he might be called on to hit his best friend, or take a fall on a murder rap for a total stranger. The possibilities were limitless. Chuck's conclusion that he wasn't a full member of the outfit was based on the job he currently had and the type of activity it involved. Running the motel, a job given to him by Mooney, meant he was connected, but the fact that the activity was all on the up and up meant he wasn't in the outfit. Years ago, when he'd run punch boards, he was a member, but later when he'd worked solely as a movie projectionist, he wasn't. Acting as a courier to Cuba was certainly an outfit job. Chicago's outfit was a fluid, ever-changing animal with no spoken rules and no formalities. There were no conferences, as there were in the movies. It was a look, a walk, the cut of a guy's clothes, whom he had dinner with, and whom he didn't. By most of the guy's standards, Chuck was a member by virtue of being Mooney's brother. But in his heart, he knew that managing the motel put him on the fringe, not on the inside. And it was killing him. He hadn't really given it much thought before, but now he'd started looking at the motel job as a pigeonhole. The place was clean, and it was obvious that, without saying it, Mooney was determined to keep him that way as well. "There's nothing I hate more than being accused of something I didn't do," he told his wife. "It's not fair." The Giancana name had always opened doors, not closed them. But more doors closed as Mooney's name continued to find its way into the newspapers. With the publicity came a new set of obstacles for Chuck and his family. They finally found a new home in Lexington Fields, where there was fresh air and blue sky and a picturesque farm with a white fence and frisky ponies and horses grazing nearby. But almost as quickly as the moving vans pulled away, they began to feel the curiosity and rejection of their WASP neighbors. That very day, 2-year-old Mooney was playing outside when a boy came across the street taunting him. "I'm not supposed to play with you. You're a gangster, and so's your father. My dad says so." A hurt, confused expression crossed little Mooney's face. His parents quickly brought him inside. Not long after that, their other son, Chucky, began having trouble in school. The teachers seemed to single him out more frequently, and if there was a fight on the school grounds, everyone pointed to him. "He's a Giancana, and they're all gangsters," the children would cry. Since no one came right out and told Anne-Marie and Chuck to their faces that they weren't welcome in the neighborhood, Anne-Marie set out to make new friends, inviting the ladies over for bridge or tea, having couples over for barbecues and cocktail parties, baking cakes and cookies for all the families. The intense effort wasn't for her own benefit. Deep down, she was still the same shy, self-conscious girl Chuck had met a decade before, and playing the social circuit came hard. Instead, this was for her children. More than anything, she wanted them to be accepted, and that meant making a real effort to establish friendships with these Anglo strangers. It was a discouraging campaign. Sometimes she'd confess to Chuck that perhaps they'd made a mistake, leaving their own people and moving to a place so foreign to Chicago's Little Italy. She watched little Mooney develop into a quiet, thoughtful, and sensitive child, vulnerable to the older children's cruelty and name-calling, and she wondered aloud about his coming school years. "What will happen when the teacher calls out for Sam Giancana?" she asked Chuck again and again. She saw an anger welling up in their other son, and though 7-year-old Chucky never mentioned it, she was certain he was continually teased and mistreated by the other children at school. More than once he'd come home with a bloody nose. Chuck tried to reassure her, but he was away from home more often now, throwing himself into work at the motel, trying to immerse himself in so much activity that he wouldn't have time to dwell on what was happening to them. He wanted to get on with his life, even if he suddenly wasn't sure where it was going. Perhaps Mooney was also uncertain about the direction his own life was taking. At least that possibility flitted through Chuck's mind late one night when his brother pulled up in their driveway. Chuck had just gotten home from work at the lounge. It was after 3 a.m. Instead of going to bed, he was sitting up in the living room, sipping a glass of wine. He'd just lit a cigar when he heard the car pull up to the house. When he saw it was Mooney, he opened the door. His brother stood on the porch, holding a large package in both arms. Dressed in a suit and tie, just as if it was high noon on a workday, he seemed impatient, almost nervous. "Hey, this is what I call service. Right here waiting for me, huh? Pretty good," Mooney said, smiling wearily. Glad you're awake, Chuck. Let's talk." Chuck noticed the dark, translucent circles furrowed beneath his brother's eyes as he walked into the lamplight. Soon they were comfortably stationed on the sofa, packaged between them. "I want you to take care of this for me," Mooney said, patting the package with one hand. "Yeah? Anything else? Full of fucking questions, aren't you?" Mooney chided good-naturedly. Chuck shrugged his shoulders. "Just keep this, okay? And don't ask questions." "Hey, fine. No problem," Chuck said. He thought his voice sounded defensive. "Hey, don't go getting burned up. There's $500,000 in here, okay? So now you know." Chuck almost gasped. "So what do you want me to do with it?" "Hold it here at your place. Hide it. Hide it good, too. Damn good. That's all. Just take good care of it. When I need it, I'll ask for it." Mooney paused and cleared his throat. "But if anything should ever happen to me, Chuck, open this up right away. I want my sisters to each have 50 G's, and you and Pepe to split the rest. Got that? There's an envelope inside here, too." He tapped the top of the package for emphasis. "Do what it says." Chuck thought he suddenly detected a concern, a fleeting look of worry cross his brother's face. "Hey, don't you worry about a thing. No problem. You know you can count on me." "Yeah, I know I can count on you," Mooney said, and then he brightened. He started to laugh and stood up. "Shit, you tell me that all the time. I guess I should know it by now, huh? Jesus." He looked down at his watch. "It's time for me to get the hell out of here." The next morning, Chuck immediately wrapped Mooney's package in asbestos, making it fireproof, and placed it in the attic of their home beneath the ceiling insulation. For weeks he was afraid to leave the house. "What if there's a fire?" he exclaimed to Anne-Marie. "Imagine $500,000 of Mooney's money gone, and after he trusted me, too." He was therefore relieved when the phone rang late one night with directions for delivery of what they had started to call Mooney's package. "The guy down in Mexico," the voice on the other end of the line said. "He said to tell you he needs the package. He said you're to have Anne wrap it like a birthday present with a big bow. A driver will pick it up tomorrow." They did as instructed, and it wasn't until years later, when Mooney was actually living in Mexico, that Chuck would recall Mooney's package and, putting two and two together, realized that the $500,000 he'd held for Mooney was just a drop in the bucket. Chuck would be told by outfit guys that during Mooney's reign, his brother had shuttled millions across the border, using Father Cash as his courier. But that June of 1957, Chuck wasn't focused on Mooney's international schemes. Instead, there was another onslaught of local publicity that captured his attention. Mooney's trial for the wagon wheel indictments came up, and the case was thrown out of court for lack of evidence. "I called in some markers," Mooney boasted to Chuck. "I've got more important things to do than sit around listening to a bunch of asshole lawyers argue." The papers all said Mooney sat through the trial bored and disinterested, which was accurate. But what they didn't know was that Chuck's outfit boss had bigger fish to fry. His attention was once again focused on the Kennedys. Initially, Mooney had given the proceedings in Washington little thought. He'd saved Joe Kennedy's life, after all, he reminded Chuck, and had little reason to think the man's sons wouldn't recognize the debt they owed. But by early August of 1957, Mooney was following the McClellan Committee hearings more closely. The Teamsters had come under intense scrutiny, as had Dave Beck, its leader. And although the theft of union funds was linked to the outfit, organized crime had not yet been scrutinized to any great degree. However, Mooney got the word from Washington that the outfit would be investigated in greater depth. Obviously, Bobby Kennedy was planning a full-scale attack on the underworld. Ultimately spanning 30 months and 3 sessions of Congress, with 3 distinct phases of inquiry, the McClellan Committee would first attack the theft of union funds by specific union officials. In its second phase, unions with a history of racketeering, like the Teamsters, would be investigated, but it was the committee's third and final inquiry into improper labor practices that would prove most sensational. A direct look at what were thought to be leaders of organized crime in America. When his brother came into the motel on a typically windy fall afternoon in Chicago, Chuck could tell he was not a happy man. "What the fuck is wrong with that Kennedy brat?" Mooney exclaimed. "Can you believe that little bastard Bobby is going to go for the throat? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't he know he's costing his brother every union vote in America? And what the hell is wrong with his brother Jack, anyway? Shit, he's on the committee, too. and just about as bad as Bobby. Are they fucking nuts?" Chuck looked into Mooney's eyes, black ribbons of rage. They reminded him of his childhood and the night long ago when Mooney had found his money stolen. Chuck hadn't thought about the terrible beating he and Pepe and his cousins had gotten in years, but now, searching his brother's face, he saw the same horrible, almost terrifying cruelty still residing there. Mooney thought he was being played for a sucker, and he hated that probably more than anything. Chuck couldn't think of anybody who'd ever tried such a thing and lived to tell about it. He shook his head. "It doesn't make sense, these Kennedy boys. What's Murray have to say? The same fucking thing. Joe's got it handled. Joe's got it handled. Shit, old man Kennedy's out fiddling with whores in Tahoe at the Calneva while Rome burns." "Hey, Mooney, relax then. Kennedy must know things are under control, and Murray's got Washington wired, right?" "Yeah, but you'd think I'd get a fucking answer. Someone's babysitting the old man out west. Joe just keeps telling him and the guys that it's just a political move, just a game. Murray says the same thing." "Hey, Mooney, like you've said before, Joe Kennedy owes you his life. You think he's going to bullshit you about this?" "He owes me more than that, and he fucking well knows it," Mooney snapped. "We can't keep business moving if we got these assholes up in Congress breathing down our necks now, can we?" "No, I guess not." "Well," Mooney managed a half-smile, "we have more than a few aces. We've got a couple of senators who owe us big time." "So what's the problem?" Chuck said, brightening. "You've always managed to keep your nose clean. You've got guys in every corner who owe you. You've got politicians in your pocket. Relax." Mooney smiled hesitantly and nodded. "You're right. Let's have a fucking drink. It's been a long day." The wheels of justice continued to turn in Washington as the weeks sped by. There was the usual bipartisan grumbling from Senate committee members. Republican Barry Goldwater was quoted as saying that the committee's young chief counsel, Robert Kennedy, was exerting too much influence over the proceedings. But the committee's chairman, Democratic Senator John McClellan, a down-to-earth Arkansas Baptist, defended Kennedy's judgment and aggressiveness. "He's tops," McClellan retorted to Kennedy's detractors. There was an admirable vehemence in the young Kennedy's manner that was perhaps unsettlingly familiar to Mooney. At 31, the task of acting as chief legal counsel to the committee must have been staggering, if not overwhelming. There were 100 accountants, lawyers, and investigators reporting to the chief counsel, and on the horizon, over 1,500 witnesses to be called and 20,000-plus pages of testimony to be chronicled and analyzed. Mooney saw in Bobby Kennedy, as he'd seen in Teddy Rowe, a calculating juggler, a ruthlessly ambitious man. A man very much like Mooney himself. Chapter 17. After the Depression, unions had flourished in the United States, and Chicago, due to the brilliance of Murray Humphreys in particular, was no exception. Of all the unions, the Teamsters were the shining star in Humphreys's crown. Like the film industry's Screen Actors Guild, which Chicago effectively controlled, theirs was a commodity with deadlines. If meat and produce didn't arrive at the stores, it spoiled. If shipments of equipment or machine parts didn't arrive, factories ground to a halt. The power this gave the Teamsters was particularly impressive, insofar as it offered the capability to target a specific business or industry. A shipment's speedy or late arrival could often mean the difference between success and failure in the U.S. climate of increased competition. Enterprises could be targeted by the outfit for takeover, ruin, and bribery. Or conversely, if certain executives played ball with the union and outfit muscle, their competition might begin to experience devastating shipping problems. The sheer genius of such schemes hailed back to 1944, when Humphreys had placed a tough little Sicilian, Joey Glimko, in charge of Chicago's Teamsters. The 5'4", big-nosed Glimko didn't let the outfit down. Chicago's Teamsters membership skyrocketed under his leadership, as he forced the union into everything from egg workers and florists to bathroom sanitation workers. Over the next 20 years, others such as Dave Yaris, Laney Patrick, Red and Allen Dorfman, and Irwin Weiner spun off their own feeder enterprises. Mooney told Chuck that dozens of bogus companies, from resort and hotel development to health insurance and restaurants, were used by these men as fronts for schemes destined to bilk the Teamsters membership out of tens of millions of dollars. Most were created solely for the purpose of receiving immense loans from the Teamsters Pension Fund. Once a loan had been made, the company quickly went bankrupt, bled dry by the outfit. With Dan Tobin's retirement as the international president, Chicago made sure a man they could do business with assumed office. Dave Beck, a tough organizer from Seattle, came in to head the International. As Beck's right-hand man, the outfit selected a like-minded Detroit thug, Jimmy Hoffa. In these two, they had the ideal partners for Glimco's continuing schemes. After the heat on Dave Beck became too intense, it was time for a change, and in September of 1957, Chicago pushed Jimmy Hoffa to a sweeping victory as president of the International Teamsters. By October of that year, with their boy Hoffa at labor's helm, Murray Humphreys stroking the national politicians, and Mooney Giancana calling the shots, Chicago was the nation's star ascendant. The circle of power was complete. Rather than a circle, though, Bobby Kennedy seemed to view organized crime's involvement in unions as a noose, one that mobsters had placed around the nation's throat, holding innocent people in its stranglehold. Consequently, during the McClellan Committee hearings, he and his brother Jack grandstanded, grilling and fawning and mocking one witness after another. Jack Kennedy had lost to crimebuster Estes Kefauver in his bid for the vice presidential nomination in 1955, and he seized on this opportunity to make a name for himself. While the McClellan Committee was unveiling the second phase of its investigation during the summer and fall of 1957, most of the nation's underworld was riveted to the unfolding drama in New York. Following Willie Moretti's slaying in 1951 and Albert Anastasia's rise to boss of the Mangano family, Vito Genovese had been steadily working behind the scenes to dethrone Frank Costello. In May of 1957, Genovese had sent henchman Vince the Chin Gigante to assassinate Costello. In a twist of fate, the single bullet merely grazed the boss's head. Although Costello survived the attempt on his life, he would not survive the interrogation that followed. A piece of paper listing the Las Vegas Tropicana's gross receipts, found by authorities in his pocket after the shooting, elicited the scrutiny of the IRS. He was soon indicted for tax evasion. It was a victory of sorts for the double-dealing Genovese, but as long as Anastasia remained in power as Costello's protector and ally, Costello was technically invulnerable. Not to be thwarted, Genovese set out to remove Anastasia, eventually convincing Meyer Lansky and other mob leaders that Anastasia's cowboy craziness and attempts to move in on Cuban casinos merited elimination. Shortly thereafter, Albert Anastasia was murdered as he sat in a barber's chair. Unfortunately, the timing for such a power struggle in the underworld could not have been more inopportune. Thanks to the McClellan Committee, the nation would soon be watching their every move. On November 13, 1957, Chuck and Anne-Marie sat down to catch the evening news over some cake and coffee. Like other citizens, they were amazed to hear what Joseph Amato from the Bureau of Narcotics had said that day to the McClellan Committee about the Mafia. We believe there does exist a society, loosely organized, for the specific purpose of smuggling narcotics and committing other crimes. It has its core in Italy, and it is nationwide, in fact, international. "Oh, my God," Anne-Marie said, shocked at such a possibility. "Is that true, Chuck?" "No. Mafia? What the hell is that? It's just a name some government guys made up, that's all," he replied, and asked for another cup of coffee, hoping to change the subject. In fact, he'd never really heard any talk of a mafia, except perhaps that the guys in New Orleans liked the moniker. Mostly there was the outfit, the syndicate, the mob, the commission. And through the years there had been the Black Hand Societies and the Camorra, but he suspected the word mafia was largely a name used by crazy New Yorkers and Louisiana guys, and was now being seized by the media in an effort to identify the enigmatic animal called organized crime. Amato's testimony was hailed as a landmark in the investigations, and that evening the question was asked around the country in millions of living rooms, was there really such a thing as the Mafia? Was there really an organization of Italian gangsters? Through a combination of sheer coincidence and Vito Genovese's ill-timed quest for power, on the following day the nation and the McClellan Committee would have an answer. Only 11 months previously, Senator McClellan had rocked Middle America with his assertion that there exists in America today what appears to be a close-knit, clandestine criminal syndicate. On November 14, 1957, the day after Amato's fateful Mafia testimony, that very syndicate was staging a conference atop a wooded hill at the 150-acre estate of fellow gangster Joseph Barbara in Appalachian, New York. The word Mafia was again in the news. A raid conducted by the New York State Police and Federal Treasury agents on the clandestine meeting of Italian criminals turned up a dozen Union officials, a Buffalo civic leader, and 58 known gangsters. On further investigation, it was discovered that 50 had arrest records, 35 had convictions, 18 were suspected murderers, 15 had received arrests for narcotics, 30 for gambling. Of this group, 22 were involved in labor union activities, 22 in import-export, olive oil, and cheese, 19 in major groceries, vending machines, and construction, and 17 in bars, restaurants, and hotels. It was suspected that as many as 50 other gangsters had escaped through the woods and fields. 2 days later, Mooney stopped by the Thunderbolt Motel. He sidled up to the bar and, grinning impishly at Chuck, shook one silk-suited pant leg. "What the hell's wrong with your leg?" Chuck asked. "I'm shaking those goddamn New York backwoods burrs off my pants," Mooney cackled. Laughing all the way, they adjourned to Chuck's office for a private cup of coffee. "Burrs?" Chuck continued, chuckling. "Damn it, I knew if anybody could outfox the coppers up at the conference, it was you. Yeah, you heard about Appalachian? That's all over the news, right? Well, I wasn't even going to go originally, but I did it as a favor to Lansky and Costello. They didn't go because they had a good idea what pitch Genovese was going to make, but somebody had to be there. Shit, I had to run like a fucking rabbit through the goddamn woods. The place was full of briars. I tore up a $1,200 suit on some barbed wire, ruined a new pair of shoes." He raised his hands to light a cigar, revealing a pair of magnificent oval-cut star sapphire cufflinks. "Jesus, it sounds crazy." Chuck tried to imagine his brother doing something so undignified as running in the woods. "It was crazy," Mooney said, nodding. He sipped his coffee. "And man, oh man, was it ever cold. Did you know leaves get real slippery when they're wet?" Chuck shook his head. "Well, they do, out in the backwoods this time of year." He laid a cigar in the ashtray and started to laugh. "You should have seen some of the guys slipping and sliding down on their asses, splitting out their pants. Some of them went right down through the trees, right down the hill," he said, snickering. "It sounds like it must have been a zoo. The news said the coppers were everywhere, like ants," Mooney said. "Well, I guess a lot of guys didn't get away, huh?" Chuck asked, repeating what he'd heard. "Yeah, and they're ready to kill Genovese. They all blame him for getting pinched," Mooney said. He leaned back in his chair with an undeniable air of self-satisfaction. His eyes grew cold and hard. "Shit, Chuck, that Genovese, the cocksucker, thought he was going to make himself boss of bosses. And after he tried to kill Costello and had Anastasia hit, if you could believe that," he exclaimed, disbelief rising with the level of his voice. "See, Lansky, Luciano, Costello, Gambino, and I talked before the meeting. Gambino and I would go, and they'd lay back. We'd play both sides, find out what the sneaky bastard was up to, that's all. No way was the son of a bitch going to be my boss. The man's fucking crazy if he thinks I'd let him get away with that. Look what he's done to Frank Costello." He clenched his jaw as his lip curled defiantly around his cigar. "Genovese is a total fucking ass, but he's ruined now," Mooney said with a sneer. "Nobody'll ever listen to him again. Any boss worth his salt would have had the place protected, and I'm going to make damn sure every guy in the country knows that." His eyes flashed with determination. Clearly Mooney was after Genovese. One thing Chuck knew about his brother was that he was unwaveringly loyal to a friend. Costello was the closest thing to that Chuck had ever known. Mooney would pull out all the stops to get rid of Costello's enemy. Mooney had a special saying he'd picked up from his travels in the Middle East. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Anybody who was after Genovese was Mooney's ally for now. Anybody. Such a philosophy made for strange bedfellows, Chuck thought, as he studied the expression on Mooney's face. But he said nothing about that, saying instead, "Definitely, you'd have had Chicago locked up like a fortress if they'd come here. That's right, and that's because I know what I'm doing. I have my town under control." A cruel smile played across his lips. "But we're not done with the bastard yet. Just watch. Pretty soon he'll be laying in a prison cell. Too fucking bad, huh?" It was almost as if the old Mooney was back. He was scheming and plotting, and he beamed when he talked about his plans. When he was like that, he was invincible, untouchable. The events of that November would have far-reaching implications. In Washington, while Bobby Kennedy and John McClellan were feeling vindicated, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover was seething with embarrassment. For literally decades, Hoover had insisted there was no such thing as an organized crime syndicate. He'd scorned Estes Kefauver's assertion in the early 50s that an organized Italian underground existed in the United States. Recently, he'd pooh-poohed Kennedy and McClellan. Now, due to the events at Appalachian, he was faced with public ridicule for his lack of knowledge on the subject of organized crime. But perhaps worst of all, his ego had suffered. He'd been beaten to the punch by a handful of New York cops, along with the FBI's longtime rival, the Bureau of Narcotics. Mooney said more than once that former FBI man Guy Bannister was part of the outfit's plans. "Remember me telling you about how we helped him nail commies, run in punks freelancing car thefts, that kind of shit? Well, we got him set up with Marcello down in New Orleans when he took over the police department down there." Mooney also confided that J. Edgar Hoover himself had been on the pad for years. Costello worked the whole thing out. He knew Hoover was just like every other politician and copper, only meaner and smarter than most. Hoover didn't want an envelope each month. That offended his sensibilities, Mooney said, sneering. So we never gave him cash outright. We gave him something better, tips on fixed horse races. It was up to him how much money he wanted to make on the information. He could bet $10,000 on a horse that showed 20-to-1 odds if he wanted, and he has. Getting the tips to Hoover was easy enough, Mooney explained. Frank Costello would hear from Frank Erickson, the country's biggest and most powerful bookie, about an upcoming fix on a race. Next, Costello would tell columnist Walter Winchell, and Winchell in turn would call Hoover. Hoover would hop in his car under the pretext he was working on a case and head for the track. He'd place a $2 bet at the window while one of his flunkies put the real money on the sure thing at the $100 window, Mooney said. He told Chuck that Costello never let the FBI director down. Hoover won every time. "Nice and neat for sure, and you can call it anything you want, but a payoff is a payoff is a payoff," Mooney insisted, chewing on his fat cigar. With so much attention focused on Hoover, Mooney expected repercussions. After all, the guy's got to make it look good. He's going to have to stop chasing commies and car thieves and let the public know he's fighting the Mafia. Mooney drew the word Mafia out with an overly dramatic sense of evil in his voice. Mooney believed Hoover would be worried. If he came down too hard on his old benefactors, he could be exposed or faced with a threat of blackmail from the underworld. However, if he didn't move, and move fast, he could lose funding for his bureau and his personal stature as a crime fighter. "Hoover could be dangerous now. We've been on the same side before. We've helped him out with the commies and that shine Martin Luther King more than once," Mooney commented, shaking his head. "Now the rules have changed. He's in a corner, and he knows it. It won't matter that it was Bobby Kennedy who's to blame for the whole fucking mess. A guy like Hoover has only one choice when the heat's turned up: kill or be killed. The game now will be survival. I'll put money on him trying to get us before we get him." Mooney smiled. "This is going to get interesting, Chuck, real interesting." Immediately after Thanksgiving, on November 27, 1957, J. Edgar Hoover did exactly as Mooney had surmised, formally launching an FBI attack on organized crime with his Top Hoodlum program, or THP. Agents were assigned to this new vendetta in towns across the nation, but Hoover made it known Chicago and New York would receive the lion's share of scrutiny. Hoover even managed to turn his initial embarrassment at having nothing on the Mafia in his voluminous FBI files to a sort of public relations coup. He gave the Bureau of Narcotics' Mafia a new name, La Cosa Nostra, Italian for our thing. By coming up with this name, one no one, including guys in the Chicago outfit, had ever heard of, Hoover gave the impression of being better informed. Chuck decided Mooney was right. J. Edgar Hoover would be a wily opponent. In Chicago, 10 agents were assigned to the THP. Mooney had Murray Humphreys and Mayor Daley keep tabs on things and notified his men that the G were on the prowl. He'd gotten word from Washington that the whole thing was only temporary and that things would blow over just as they had in 1946 when Hoover had his fun with Kapka, the code name given by the FBI for reactivation of the Capone gang. But he was suspicious and on his toes, telling Chuck, "It's up for grabs now, and it's winner take all. In this deal, I intend to be the winner." Not only did the events in Appalachian increase the surveillance of outfit activities, they also resulted in a third investigation by the McClellan Committee into organized crime and the Mafia. Word circulated among the outfit guys that suspected key members of the national organization could expect to be subpoenaed to testify, and sure enough, by April 1958, a subpoena would be issued for Mooney. But for now, Mooney didn't seem overly worried. He confided to Chuck that he didn't expect to be served, even if a subpoena was issued. "They got to make it look good," he stated matter-of-factly. "But as long as I keep a low profile and don't go acting too fucking obvious, Humphreys tells me he's got old man Kennedy's word. They'll just keep saying they can't find me." Chuck was largely unaffected by the turmoil created by the McClellan Committee and Hoover's G-Man. He reasoned he was on the outside and perhaps at last was seeing some benefit. As Anne-Marie had said once, "We're not gangsters and murderers." He knew he had nothing to hide, the motel was still clean, and if he'd committed any crime, the only one he could think of was being Mooney's brother. "The FBI doesn't investigate you for that," he told his wife while stringing multicolored lights around their Christmas tree that year. "It's no crime to have the same last name now, is it?" More and more, it seemed to Chuck that having the same last name might be the only thing he and Mooney had in common. By this time he'd expected to be at Mooney's side, a respected partner. But instead there were now ranks of loyal soldiers and lieutenants standing between him and that dream. And according to the other outfit guys, the only men even remotely considered Mooney's equals were the New York bosses, Gambino and Costello. Certainly Lansky was a top guy, but he was a Jew, which meant he was still on the outside. Ultimately, most of the guys Chuck talked to agreed that even these men didn't count because there were really two mobs, the one that ran New York and the one that was headquartered in Chicago and ran everything else. Chuck believed this assessment of his brother's dominion was accurate. There were literally hundreds of examples to verify such an assertion. By playing matchmaker between the other bosses around the country, Mooney had elevated himself to the man in charge. He had New Orleans boss Carlos Marcello as a partner in Chicago's gambling ventures in Texas, Alabama, and Georgia. Santo Trafficante Jr. was his man in Florida, reporting to Mooney, feeding Chicago casino dollars from Cuba and drugs from Central America, the Caribbean, and Asia. In New York, Mooney had aligned himself further, working since Albert Anastasia's death with Carlo Gambino to solidify contacts with the European rackets and drug trade. In exchange, when Mooney embarked on a European gambling venture, always his specialty and under his domain, he brought Gambino along for a piece of the action. Largely, Mooney's international deals involved Lansky and whomever else they needed to take care of at the time. But with each new inroad into a major racket or geographic territory, Mooney made sure he held the reins. That spring of 1958, Chuck had been having a leisurely drink with Mooney at the Pink Clock Lounge, a bar located only a block from Chicago's Armory Lounge, when his brother suddenly stood up. "Let's go upstairs," he said. Mooney maintained an apartment above the Pink Clock to accommodate his ever-changing bevy of girlfriends and one-night stands. Chuck had been there before, and he always marveled at how well decorated and tasteful Mooney's places were. When it came to living it up, his brother spared no expense. For the remainder of the afternoon, Chuck sat, glass of wine in hand, listening, as his brother talked about everything from Appalachian and his daughters to Frank Costello and his gambling interests in Havana. It had been decided, Mooney said, that the United States government, certain American investors, and the outfit would play both sides of the fence in Cuba, sending arms and munitions to the rebels attempting to overthrow Batista while publicly backing the current ruler. Joint outfit CIA involvement in international schemes wasn't without precedent, Mooney reminded Chuck. He'd helped former Chicago FBI agent turned CIA man Bob Mayhew with both a Saudi Arabian and Indonesian CIA operation before, and, as if made to order, already had a smuggling operation set up out of Texas. He'd worked with one agent or another over the years, he said, in the Middle East, Guatemala, and Asia, forming ties that came into action only when necessary. But when not needed for patriotic purposes, those ties served as potent protection for his illegal smuggling concerns. In exchange for his underworld services, Mooney said the CIA looked the other way, allowing over $100 million a year in illicit drugs to flow through Havana into the United States. It was an arrangement similar to all the rest they'd made, he said. The CIA received 10% of the take on the sale of the narcotics, which they utilized for their undercover slush fund. Such illegally earned monies were stashed away by the CIA in Swiss, Italian, Bahamian, and Panamanian accounts. As the turbulence in Cuba had increased, it was only natural that the CIA would turn to its friends in the outfit. Having invested millions in Havana, both parties stood to lose a great deal. Mooney said he was putting everything in place. He'd sent Louis McWillie to serve as pit boss of the Tropicana in Havana. McWillie was one of his soldiers from Texas, where he'd run guns south of the border, as well as smuggling narcotics, and whom he said had previously worked with Jack Ruby and Frank Fiorini, a.k.a. Frank Sturgis. When McWillie wasn't working the casino, Mooney explained, he would be assisting Johnny Roselli with their smuggling operations. Roselli still spent a large portion of his time in Hollywood and Vegas, but now he often floated from city to city representing Chicago, and Mooney, much as a diplomat might represent his country's leader. Pulling off this new plan would be simple, Mooney said, flicking his cigar with confidence. The black market weapons will be supplied to the rebels by the CIA. He laughed and added, but of course the CIA will buy them from the outfit, with money they've made from their other deals with us. After all, they can't take money out of their budget to support both Batista and the rebels. How would that look to their fellow Americans? Anyway, we've got all the contacts for arms, and we'll buy them with money we've skimmed from Hoffa and the Teamsters. We'll store them in a warehouse in Texas, then we'll ship or fly them to Cuba. The CIA'll get us the planes and boats. Or I might try to set up a company to lease planes and boats to the government. He took a sip of wine and continued, expressing his confidence that Ruby would get the job done in Texas. He's worked with Trafficante and Marcello for me before on a few smuggling deals as a middleman with the cops and feds. Trafficante will oversee the operation for me. McWillie will team up with the CIA to deliver the guns to Roselli and one of Trafficante's boys and another CIA agent who will get them to the rebels. Beautiful, Chuck said. Mooney beamed. Yeah, beautiful. Hey, maybe you'll get that government pension after all, Chuck teased. Maybe, Mooney said, smiling. But I've got a bigger marker I'm waiting to call in. Shit, I may need to. What's that? I may have to get them to call off Hoover and his pack of wolves, or do something with Bobby Kennedy and that goddamn McClellan shit. Word had circulated that a McClellan Committee subpoena had been issued for Mooney. To avoid being served, he'd spent a lot of time that year out of town, bumping into his associates wherever he went. In spite of the pressure he was under, Mooney seemed to thrive. He liked a good challenge, he said, and outfit business was his entire world. One day that spring, Willie Potato's platinum-blonde girlfriend at his side strolled across the black-and-white terrazzo floor of the Thunderbolt Lounge and declared, "Guess what just happened in New York?" Chuck was at a table with Rocky Potenza and Johnny Matessa, and in unison they kiddingly cried out, "What?" Willie leaned down toward the trio and whispered, "Mooney and the guys got Genovese. Got him on a narcotics rap." "The bastard deserved it," Rocky piped up. Willie turned to the blonde. "Go powder your nose, honey," he said, winking at the guys. She nodded. "Okay, Willie." "Take your time," Willie called out as she turned to go. Their eyes followed her tight-skirted wiggle through the lounge and out the door. "You know how to pick 'em, Willie." Matessa tipped his glass admiringly. Willie just grinned as he sat down at the table. "Jesus, it's fucking hotter than hell out there," he said, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. "I bet it's hotter in New York," Rocky snickered. "You bet it is," Willie agreed, chuckling. "Some bad weather blew in from Chicago." "So what's the deal out there?" Chuck asked, motioning to the bartender for another round of drinks. A broad smile crossed Willie's face, exposing a toothy, almost sinister grin. "Seems a guy of mine. He ratted on Genovese." "A guy of yours?" Matessa gasped in disbelief. Willie, pleased by the impression he'd made, laughed and nodded. "Yeah, a guy of mine, a Puerto Rican. Mooney used him to set Genovese up on a drug rap," Willie said with pride. You know that cocksucker Genovese has been trouble ever since he tried to hit Costello. Chicago supplied the Puerto Rican stool pigeon. The New York guys kicked in $25,000 apiece and promised the stoolie $3,000 a month for the rest of his life just to talk in court and give enough information on Genovese to send him to the slammer. Shit, I don't know if it's worth $3,000 to go up against a boss like that, Matessa said. Who the fuck cares? Willie shrugged. Like Mooney says, use him when you can. We'll make sure the spick doesn't get hit after it's all over. It had been Mooney's idea from the start, Willie told them later. But even so, the other bosses all threw in support. Any deal they all agreed on, they all participated in. It was always like that. Each guy contributed, whether it was money or a man. It wasn't that any of them alone couldn't pull off the job. It was that by having each guy take a piece of a job and assigning their respective soldiers and lieutenants to handle it, they were further removed as individuals from any possibility of repercussions. For the setup of Genovese, Mooney called on Willie Potatoes, who in turn brought in one of his soldiers, a low-level dope peddler, Nelson Cantaloupes. Mooney didn't have any idea who the guy was and didn't care. Cantaloupes was just a sap, he said, but a smart sap, tailor-made for their plot against Genovese. Since Mooney supplied the plan and manpower, Lansky, Gambino, Costello, and Luciano supplied the dollars to finance the narcotics caper that would ultimately frame Genovese. For Mooney's part, he received another 5% of the take in Havana. The plan worked perfectly. Genovese was arrested, thanks to Cantaloupes' testimony, and sentenced to 15 years in prison, where he would eventually die in 1969. Getting Genovese out of the way was a breakthrough. He was the only guy with the balls to start a war, Mooney later explained. The other bosses, he said, he could work with or around. Only Joe Bonanno raised his ire, but he insisted, "He's afraid of his fucking shadow, and he's definitely afraid of me. I've got no respect for the guy at all. He's got no guts. Whenever there's trouble, he runs out of town." Bonanno had caused Mooney some irritation in Arizona. Like Vegas, Arizona was an area that was considered open territory, meaning anybody with a muscle could operate there. Mooney had made swift inroads in recent years, sending Chucky English out to Arizona to set up real estate deals, jukeboxes, and vending machine operations. Although Bonanno owned a home in Phoenix, a signal to Mooney that he was attempting to stake a claim and grab the entire state for himself, he was only a minor thorn in English's side, but a thorn nonetheless. More than once, Mooney had confided to outfit guys that he'd like to see Bonanno taken out. But the hell with it, he's not worth the bullet. Chuck wondered, albeit silently, whether the reason Mooney had chosen not to use violence to oust Genovese and the reason he was so tolerant of Bonanno had something to do with the McClellan Committee. After all, he'd said that to escape testimony, he had to lie low. By June of 1958, many of his underworld associates, including Tony Accardo, had faced the committee, and Mooney had to be feeling the pressure. Chuck sensed that the day of reckoning was coming. How long could anyone with an ounce of common sense continue to buy the excuse that a man of Mooney's prominence couldn't be located? And he certainly was prominent. Among the nation's bosses, Mooney was now known as the most demanding and merciless. He kept a tight rein on his soldiers and lieutenants. He knew they skimmed from the take, and he always looked the other way, unless it was so large a theft that it was impossible to see it as anything but an insult and affront to his intelligence. Fond of saying, "Give me a man who steals a little, and I can make money." Mooney had no problem with a thief. For a guy to steal a little was fine. But God help the man who pushed his luck too far. Mooney's reaction would be swift and brutal, and he always made it a point to make an example of a transgressor. Such was the case that fall of 1958. He'd had just about enough of Gus Greenbaum's shenanigans in Las Vegas. In the early 40s, Meyer Lansky had possessed a vision for the dusty hole-in-the-wall town that was no more than a road stop with a diner and gas station. Las Vegas, Lansky believed, could become a glittering gambling mecca. After World War II, he convinced Playboy mobster Bugsy Siegel to get things rolling. In short order, $6 million syndicate dollars were invested in the first Las Vegas casino hotel, the Flamingo. When it was discovered that the Flamingo's losses were due not to lack of business, but to Siegel's rampant personal skimming, the collective order was given for his assassination. Chicago sent 2 soldiers to handle the job, and Siegel was murdered in Beverly Hills on June 20th, 1947. Immediately, each city provided an emissary to take over the Flamingo, protect their interests, and pick up the pieces. Chicago sent Gus Greenbaum, an old-time Capone man, whose activities hailed back to the days of Prohibition. Greenbaum was a masterful gambling pro and virtuoso skimmer, as well as a trusted soldier who'd effectively handled the Trans-American wire service for Chicago and Arizona. Under Greenbaum, the Flamingo reported a $4 million profit his first year as manager. In reality, profits prior to Greenbaum's skimming on the outfit's behalf had reached $15 million. With proof positive that money, tax-free and lots of it, could be made in Las Vegas, mob dollars poured in. New casinos and hotels were built in rapid succession, each more ostentatious and outlandish than its predecessors. Overnight, Las Vegas became a gambler's paradise, and the syndicate called all the shots, a situation that would continue until the late 1970s, when organized crime was finally forced out by the FBI. Initially, Cleveland's Mo Dalitz owned the Desert Inn, while Meyer Lansky controlled the Thunderbird. The profitable Dunes was held by a New England family. The Sands was run by Lansky and Costello, with actor George Raft and entertainer Frank Sinatra holding part interest. California and Cleveland families had a piece of the stardust, but only after months of behind-the-scenes threats and legal wrangling, and only until Mooney made his push and won the largest share. The Tropicana was held by Frank Costello and Phil Castell of New York. Chicago would ultimately rely on union funds, particularly those of the Teamsters, for its financial backing, and controlled the Sahara, Riviera, and the garish neo-Roman Caesar's Palace. After Marshal Caifano had been dispatched to Vegas by Mooney in 1953, others followed. Mooney sent Johnny Roselli early on to negotiate and muscle into other casinos. Johnny Formosa, his Indiana gambling lieutenant, Joe Pignatello, his first bodyguard chauffeur, Gus Zappas and Jimmy James, both Union henchmen, and Chicago bookie John Drew. They were all there with one purpose in mind: increase Chicago's piece of the action. By 1958, Mooney's personal take from Vegas was over $300,000 a month. Just thinking about that much money made Chuck's heart skip, and it was only a small part of hundreds of deals that flooded into Mooney's hands. Overall, he was bringing in $4 million a month, tax-free. After Chicago had gained control of the Riviera in 1952, Mooney had moved Gus Greenbaum in as manager. A proven master at the art of skimming for the outfit, Greenbaum displayed talents Mooney liked. But after Marshal Caifano had located the traitorous Willie Byoff, the man whose testimony in 1942 was responsible for the imprisonment of Chicago's reigning gangsters, working right under Greenbaum in 1955, Greenbaum's star suddenly tarnished. He became a flagrant gambler, losing up to $20,000 a week, as well as an alcoholic and drug addict. And most important, he began skimming voraciously for himself from the Riviera, beyond what Mooney considered reasonable. Meyer Lansky, who also had a share of the Riviera, agreed with Mooney that Greenbaum had to go. Mooney gave the job to one of his lieutenants, who in turn supplied the soldiers. In December of 1958, 3 Chicago enforcers knocked at the door of Gus Greenbaum's Phoenix home. The gruesomely tortured and mutilated Mr. and Mrs. Greenbaum would later be found dead, their throats neatly slit. News of the brutal slayings of the Greenbaums spread fast, which was exactly what Mooney wanted. They were a graphic example to anyone who dared cross Sam Giancana. It was a cold, windy January afternoon in Chicago. Chuck had had his fill of paperwork and was checking the stock behind the bar. He'd paused to admire the newly decorated New Orleans-style lounge, the white wrought-iron chairs and glass-topped tables, when Chucky Nicoletti, Needles, Gianola, and his sidekick Muggsy Tortorella swaggered in the door. They sat down at a sumptuous corner sofa and ordered vodka on the rocks, telling the cocktail waitress to ask Chuck to join them. In the background, the jukebox blared a hit tune by the Everly Brothers. After exchanging hellos, Chuck pulled up a chair. It had been quiet in the joint that day, thanks to the icy roads, and he welcomed a chance to shoot the breeze with the guys. "So how the hell you guys been?" Chuck asked, smiling. "Or better, where the hell you been?" "I've been out in Vegas," Needle said, grinning, and held open his empty suit pockets. "Fucking cleaned me out." Chuck nodded. "It's better to take a win and get the hell out. Or cut your losses and run, Muggsy interrupted, smiling. You hear about Gus Greenbaum? Needles asked, sipping his vodka. He shot a look over at Nicoletti. Yeah, Chuck said, shaking his head. Coppers found him and his wife with their throats slit. Greenbaum was fucking skimming for himself, trying to steal your brother blind, Nicoletti said. His cold eyes glazed like frost on a window pane. Yeah, he deserved what he got, Needles agreed, lighting a lucky strike with an elegant gold lighter. Pretty terrible about his wife, though, Chuck added offhandedly. Not really, Muggsy remarked, and shrugged his shoulders. It'll make people know that Chicago isn't full of chicken shit assholes when it comes to a woman. That it don't matter to us one way or another. Yeah, it sure doesn't matter to Mooney, Needles added. He likes to set an example. A woman really gets everybody's attention. And so what? She doesn't mean nothing to any of us. Yeah, fuck her, Muggsy chimed in. Hey, hitting a broad is the same as hitting a man, only she's got tits and a pussy. Who the fuck cares? The guy's not there to screw her. He's there to do a job, Nicoletti said with conviction. Chuck lit a cigar. It was true hitmen didn't care whether they murdered a woman or not. They didn't care whom they killed. That was their job, and they were good at it, and they liked it. He looked over at them on the sofa. For a fleeting moment, he asked himself what the hell he was doing with these guys. They did share a common bond. They were all after a piece of the American dream. It's just that some guys were willing to go further than others to get there. Chapter 18. On the surface, there could have been no more perfect alliance than that between John Fitzgerald Kennedy, described by Eleanor Roosevelt as a part of the new managerial elite that has neither principles nor character, and Sam Giancana. The two men had it all: brash arrogance and lust for power, ruthless ambition, and vast personal wealth. Joe Kennedy told Mooney in early 1959 that together they would be unstoppable. Considered one of the nation's wealthiest and most influential families, the Kennedys owed their fortune and political connections to a heritage that hailed back to the sordid days of Prohibition. Likewise, Mooney Giancana had risen from similarly humble beginnings. Now referred to as Sam most frequently by his associates, although Chuck still called him Mooney, he reigned supreme in the nation's underworld, according to everyone from reporters to outfit guys. Chuck heard from his brother that he had over $1 billion a year pouring into his coffers. The flower may look different, but the roots are the same, Mooney often quipped when referring to the Kennedys, and then added, Never be misled by appearances, Chuck. Once a crook, always a crook. The Kennedys may put on airs and pretend to be blue bloods, but they know and I know the real truth. We're cut from the same cloth. Among the many phone calls made to political bosses and old cronies by Joe Kennedy that winter, several were to Mooney. Wily as he was, Kennedy had foolhardily decided to dance with the devil, believing in all his characteristic arrogance that he could play with fire and not get burned, as he'd done throughout his life. For Joe, an eternal pragmatist, there were certain individuals, criminal or not, with whom he wished to be ingratiated in his tireless quest for a Kennedy dynasty. Without the support and muscle of the powerful underworld, a world Joe knew all too well, overcoming the obstacles to his son's nomination would likely be impossible. Kennedy coveted the influence wielded by his old alma mater and was cognizant of where that power now rested. A man who only a few years previously had refused to return a phone call to mobster and longtime friend Frank Costello would now re-establish his network with organized crime. And with that purpose in mind, he called once again on the one man who could bring the full force of the nation's underworld to bear on his son's bid for the presidency, Mooney Giancana. When he heard from Joe Kennedy, Chuck's brother wasn't surprised. He'd been waiting for the old man's call, waiting to extract further promises of influence in the nation's capital. For the first time, Chuck caught a glimpse of Mooney's dream. Like everyone else, from common dago peddlers to policy-playing shines, he had held his own secret aspirations, and at last they were coming to fruition. While other children had been told they might grow up to be President of the United States one day, somewhere along the line, Mooney had come to the conclusion that owning the president would be far better. Now that opportunity had presented itself, and his dream was almost within his grasp. A curious courtship thus began in 1959 between the man who would be president and the man who would be king. The very idea of possessing so much power intoxicated Mooney, and silently Chuck began to question whether the sly old man had found Mooney's Achilles heel. His brother had said it himself many times. If it makes a man's heart race, it's a weakness. Listening to Mooney describe his plans for the 1960 election, still more than a year away, while basking in the afterglow of the conversation with Joe, Chuck, for the first time in his life, felt an ominous sense of concern for his brother. He wondered whether Mooney had fallen for the seduction, fallen victim to a set of false promises from a man who probably would say or do anything to make his son president of the United States. Joe Kennedy already owed Mooney his life, but obviously that was not enough. Mooney wanted his soul, and his son's souls. He relieved Chuck by saying he didn't trust the old man. The McClellan Committee, still in session, was causing quite an uproar among its cronies, and watching Joe's sons work the crowds taught Mooney everything he needed to know about trusting the Kennedys. He knew he needed something more than his reputation for retribution to guarantee their compliance. To accomplish that, he turned to Tinseltown. Hollywood's relationship with the outfit encompassed 3 decades. Chicago had muscled its way into show business and paid its dues with the imprisonment of some of its biggest bosses in the wake of the celebrated Brown buy-off trial. Mooney had wisely continued the lucrative contacts with producers, studios, and entertainers. Aside from supplying top talent for his Vegas casinos, it also allowed him to push the careers of fledgling stars who might later be exploited. But as much as anything, he enjoyed the high life and fast broads Hollywood afforded. Since Ange's death, he'd rolled in the sack with literally dozens of curvaceous entertainers and wannabes. In New York, Havana, Vegas, and Hollywood, Mooney partied with fast-living celebrities and their extended entourage, with people like Sammy Davis Jr., Mike Romanoff, Jimmy Van Heusen, Peter Lawford, and Natalie Wood. He also came to know Frank Sinatra, a relationship admitted by the singer later. Mooney said that many of the women who clung to the tight-knit group were party girls looking for a good time and a new fur coat. Out of respect for Sinatra, Mooney maintained a modicum of decency toward these high-rolling entertainers, using them for openings and engagements when it suited his purpose, but nonetheless he held them in disdain. Apart from Sinatra, he considered, "Those guys are losers, prima donnas, assholes," as he complained to Chuck. They made good money, he said, but they lived from check to check, always in debt for jewelry or a loan or a too-long night at the tables, and all of them were always looking for something for nothing. In truth, he liked Sinatra. Mooney said Sinatra had class and knew how to party. In the months preceding the Democratic presidential primaries, Mooney also liked the fact that Frank Sinatra was a friend of the Kennedys. Mooney enjoyed Hollywood and its stars, quietly observing the obsequious pandering to the big names in restaurants and bars, and always able to locate broads too dumb to ask questions but smart enough to know that Sam Giancana might help their careers. The FBI and his detractors would later claim that female escapades were the unmaking of Sam Giancana, but in that they were sadly mistaken. Mooney never really loved a woman, nor ever jeopardized his power for one. He could give the appearance of romantic love when it suited his purpose, and had hundreds of times, quite masterfully, in pursuit of new unconquered flesh. But to Mooney, women were expendable objects, like shoes. "Wear them out, throw them away," he'd say with a chuckle. "It's nice if they're the best-looking shoes you can buy, but they're still shoes any way you cut it. Disposable." Mooney knew that, conversely, the Kennedys had a knack for getting too involved with women. From his days and nights of revelry at the Calneva in Lake Tahoe with Sinatra, Lawford, and the Kennedy brothers, he'd learned they were not only adulterous, but emotional and jealous as well. According to Mooney, it was no secret that Joe's sons had inherited their father's penchant for a good time. Since the old days, Mooney said Joe had frequented the Calneva, placing bets and banging his share of broads every chance he got. And in the early 50s, Mooney confided, Jack had followed in his father's footsteps, secreting himself away in a discreet Calneva chalet. Mooney himself had been at more than a few of the Kennedy Calneva parties. The men had sex with prostitutes, sometimes 2 or more at a time, in bathtubs, hallways, closets, on floors, almost everywhere but in a bed. The Kennedys, Mooney gleefully reported, liked the thrill that came with the kinky and clandestine, and the kinkier the better. They liked to think they were above the morality of the other classes. Mooney was convinced that if he could find the right woman, he might be able to put Jack in a corner. Mooney knew a chink in the armor when he saw one. In mid-March, with the McClellan Committee subpoena still floating around unserved, and his daughter Annette's lavish wedding to an outfit bartender looming on the horizon, he dropped by the Thunderbolt Motel on his way to the airport. Chuck peered over a mound of paperwork and saw Mooney smiling back at him. "Hey, I'm flying out to Vegas. Want to come along?" Mooney tempted. "Lots of broads and good food." Chuck motioned at the paperwork and shook his head. "Sure, if you don't care if this joint goes under." He smiled wanly across the desk. "Well, you sure look like you could use some more time in the sun to me," Mooney said, grinning. He was especially happy and relaxed. His tanned face seemed rested. "Are you going to offer me some coffee or something?" Chuck called the motel's restaurant manager for a pot of coffee and then leaned back in his chair. "So it's Vegas now. Don't you ever stay in town anymore?" "Shit, I gotta keep ahead of the posse," Mooney said. "The G? That shouldn't be too hard for an old wheelman like you." "Yeah," he said, smiling. "I don't think they could find their ass with both hands tied behind their back. Jesus, what fucking saps. You know, I found out how much those dumb bastards make, and I couldn't believe it." He lit a cigar and leaned back in the chair, putting his feet up on Chuck's desk. "How much?" Mooney snickered. 10 grand a year, and that's if they're lucky and Hoover likes them. Jesus, it's not worth getting out of bed in the morning for that. Working for the outfit, some guys make that much in 1 week. He paused while a crisply uniformed waitress poured their coffee. When she left, closing the door, he continued. "Hey, I got it all figured out, Chuck. The Kennedys and all." "Uh-huh," Chuck said, stirring his coffee while giving Mooney his undivided attention. "See, just like the old man, Jack can't keep his hands off a broad. So," his eyes turned cold, and the smile dropped from his face, "we'll set him up. Get enough dirt on Mr. All-American Family Man to ruin him for life. Promises or not, he won't step out of line then." He sighed and said with a tinge of remorse, "Humphreys tells me he wished he'd known about this sooner. He could have tied the illustrious Senator Kennedy up a long time ago." He shrugged his shoulders and winked, smiling brightly. "But it's never too late." Mooney explained that he would get a fellow Kennedy carouser to set it up out west. He was close to Peter Lawford, who was married to Pat Kennedy. Together with Murray Humphreys in Washington, they would be in charge of finding just the right girls to entice Jack. "Murray will set up a place just outside the Capitol. He's already got it picked out, real class, top drawer, and discreet for our publicity-conscious politicians. It'll be a hospitality suite," he said, chortling in his choice of words. "Murray'll get the girls in there, and then we'll entertain those politicians like they'd never been entertained." He stopped for a moment and gulped at his coffee with excitement. "Here's the best part, though. I'm going to buy the Kennedys' favorite hangout, the Calneva. I'll have both joints wired from top to bottom, and any place else the Kennedys go." He grinned. "Those tapes should be real interesting." "Where the hell are you going to get wires? From your friends at the THP?" Chuck said, laughing. "Nah, fuck them. I've got it lined up with Hoffa to set it all up with Bob Mayhew and the CIA. Hoffa's had the guys wire joints for me before. They'll help me out this time. Shit, they owe me a few favors." "Well, what about Bobby Kennedy? You haven't mentioned him," Chuck pointed out. "Yeah, I know, and he's the worst one of the bunch. He's a troublemaker for sure, a cocky, greenhorn little bastard who's too big for his fucking britches. Hey, don't worry about him. I'll cut him down to size. I hear he's pretty straight-laced, but he's played around. We just gotta get him in the right spot. We'll find a broad that'll do the trick." "Will your guy on the coast go along with all this shit?" Chuck asked. "Are you fucking kidding? What choice does he have? Christ almighty, he owes the outfit. He'll go along because he'll do anything I ask, and he won't even know why I want him to do it. He won't ask questions, and if he did, I wouldn't tell him. He talks too much. He'll just do it." He paused. "See this?" Mooney held up his hand, displaying a beautiful star sapphire pinky ring. "He gave me this ring. I'm his fucking hero. He's one of the few people I know who will follow through." "You really like the guy, don't you?" Chuck said, slightly amused. Mooney wasn't one to show any sign of affection. "Yeah, I'll be honest. The guy's got a big mouth sometimes, and for this deal he'll be just another fucking pimp. But he's a stand-up guy. He's a good guy. Too good for the lousy scum out in Hollywood." He stood up to leave. "Hold on, Chuck. This is going to be my decade coming up." He was probably right, Chuck thought, as he watched his brother breeze out the doorway. The way Chuck understood it, the Kennedys didn't really need money, so they couldn't be bought. unlike most politicians, if they did win the election, they wouldn't owe a bunch of favors. Likewise, Mooney sure as hell didn't need money, so he couldn't be compromised. But if he got the Kennedy brothers in a few unpleasant spots with broads, well, they'd be in a box. Mooney continued to amaze him, the way he could spot a guy's vulnerability. And then if he wanted to get him, he'd plot and scheme until the guy was so tied up he'd never see the light of day. Obviously, Mooney knew what he was doing with the Kennedys. Aside from Kennedy matters, Mooney had other business to attend to in Las Vegas. He was skimming millions from the Teamsters pension fund for the Stardust that year, and while the McClellan Committee was, as he put it, sitting around on their asses talking about the pilfering of union funds, Mooney was guaranteeing their illegal disposal. He had Murray Humphreys and Jimmy Hoffa put Red Dorfman's son Allen into power as manager of the fund, assuring the dollars he needed would be accessible. Mooney's ventures into the hotels and casinos in Las Vegas were extremely low profile. The Nevada Gaming Commission viewed having known mafiosi in their midst as highly undesirable, and therefore, when he checked in at the Desert Inn that March, he used the alias S. Flood. On his travels, he often used the last name of women he was currently betting or family members. Flood referred to Angie's sister Rose Flood. Page, another name he frequently used, was derived from his fling with chorus girl Roma Page. He often used the name Gold in Miami and New York because he said being a Jew got you instant respect in those towns. There were dozens of others, selected on a whim or as a joke. Unbeknown to Mooney, the FBI had gotten word of his jaunt to Vegas and spotted him at the Desert Inn. The following day, March 25th, almost 1 full year since it had first been issued, the McClellan Committee's subpoena was served. Mooney was to testify before the committee in June. Chuck was surprised that the prospect of going before the grueling committee didn't faze Mooney. All he said was that he was too busy meeting with Joe Kennedy, working on the details of their agreement for Jack's presidential campaign, to let the McClellan Committee become anything more than a temporary annoyance. It all seemed pretty convoluted to Chuck. One day the Kennedys were meeting with Mooney to get his backing, and the next they were interrogating him like a common criminal before a Senate committee. But Mooney brushed all that aside, saying that once Jack Kennedy was elected, they'd go back to business as usual in the outfit. Mooney truly relished the notion of no longer dealing with Hoover's THP agents and the publicity their surveillance had brought. As of late, his picture seemed to hit the papers with increasing regularity in Chicago. He yearned for the old days and his incognito status. It hurts business when you can't even take a piss without having the G look over your shoulder. I can hardly wait to see their faces when our new boy in the White House tells them to lay off. The publicity surrounding Mooney was hurting more than outfit business. Chuck's family was wrestling with constant rejection and condemnation. Chuck never brought up their hardship to his brother. He didn't think it was appropriate to whine about his petty troubles when Mooney was up to his eyeballs in Senate committee investigations, federal agents, and most important, perhaps, the upcoming presidential primaries. Chuck had to admit, however, that little Mooney was strangely quiet and far too withdrawn for a normal 4-year-old. Anne-Marie told him their youngest son stayed to himself in the backyard or sat alone for hours by the fence, silently watching the horses canter in the fields. She said the neighborhood children teased him about having the same name as a gangster. "Well, we can't change his name," Chuck retorted angrily. "Not now, but it'll get better. My brother's going to turn everything around real soon. You'll see. Things will settle down around here." Chuck hadn't really been angry at his wife, but he viewed the situation as unsolvable for now. Something he couldn't change, he didn't want to dwell on. The truth was it killed him to think little Mooney was being ostracized because of a name, one Chuck had originally intended to be an honor. Chucky, their 9-year-old, suffered under the same stigma, but in his case, the stress took a different toll. Unlike his little brother, Chucky was outgoing, rambunctious, and outspoken. When ridiculed, he fought back. They'd lost count of the notes from school and teachers' meetings, the bloody noses and torn clothes. The reaction from his classmates was so painful, Chucky had even asked to go away to a military academy. Initially reluctant, Chuck and Anne-Marie had begun to think that in light of the attention the Giancana name was now receiving, it might be best. At least he'd be protected there, and away from the daily newspaper headlines that dogged his every step. It seemed there would never be an end to the headlines. If it wasn't an expose on Chicago's #1 gangster, it was something far more mundane. The press was obviously aware that sensational stories about mobsters sell newspapers. A flurry of such stories appeared on April 4, 1959, when Mooney's eldest daughter, Annette, married at Chicago's plush La Salle Hotel. The papers all said it was a staggeringly expensive affair, attended by an honor roll of top mafiosi. And it was. Mooney laid out $25,000 for the reception's 700 guests, at a time when a typical middle-class American home cost $17,000. Among the women, word spread that Annette wanted it to be the biggest bash the city had ever witnessed. Mooney complained to Chuck that she was damn determined to make a scene. She thinks she's some goddamn movie star. I guess she'll never grow up, but at least now some other man will have to worry about her. The lavish affair, featuring Joey Bishop as headliner, was peopled by the most powerful members of Chicago's underworld. It reminded Chuck of his own marriage 10 years previously, only bigger. "Annette'll probably do a couple $100,000, Mooney whispered as he surveyed the crowd. He was obviously pleased, and he had a right to be. He'd earned every last dime paid in tribute to his daughter that day. He'd scratched and scraped and clawed his way to the top. The publicity received in the wedding's wake only added insult to injury for Chuck's family. Mooney had held an uncharacteristically frank and open conversation with reporter Sandy Smith, and soon it appeared in papers across the country. Again, Chuck's wife and children were bombarded with stares and whispers from the neighbors. "Maybe we should move back into town," Anne-Marie said, sighing. "I can't take much more." But Chuck wouldn't hear of it. He was certain Mooney was making inroads with the Kennedys, and certain that, if Jack was elected, all their troubles would be over. At a time when old man Kennedy was paying thousands of dollars to interest the press in his son Jack, the wealth of publicity Sam Giancana received was ironic. Scores of publications headlined two names that year, Kennedy and Giancana. The only difference Chuck could think of was that one's coverage was paid for in blood, the other's in dollars. "We've got a lot in common, me and the Kennedys," Mooney said in all seriousness. "The good thing is nobody knows it." J. Edgar Hoover, however, did recognize the similarity. He knew Kennedy's heritage and had compiled a dossier on Joe and his sons over the years. In fact, Mooney said he heard from former Chicago FBI agents Guy Bannister in New Orleans and another agent out west that Hoover was watching the Kennedys with the same intensity given him. "Hoover blames Bobby for all the bad publicity he and the FBI got after Appalachian," Mooney explained. "He's got a hard-on for the Kennedys, no question about it. And that's good. That means Hoover and I are working on the same side. He just hasn't figured it out yet." In June, while Murray Humphreys was busily setting up a number of sexual lures for Jack Kennedy, Mooney was testifying before Bobby Kennedy at the McClellan Committee. "It was completely crazy to him," he said to Chuck later. "Bobby must know I saved his old man's life, that we're talking now. They're all nuts in that family," he ranted. Mooney, who sported a toupee for the occasion to misdirect at least some of the press, took the Fifth Amendment 34 times and, to his credit, managed to maintain his composure during what he described as a childish attack from Bobby. "I thought only little girls giggled, Mr. Giancana," Kennedy had taunted. Chuck's brother explained Mooney's laughter during the hearings. "Sitting there, I couldn't help but laugh. I was thinking about a night with his brother at the Calneva. It was all so funny, I couldn't help it. What a bunch of fucking hypocrites." Although Mooney left Washington for business in Mexico, determined to fix that smart-ass Bobby as soon as I get a chance, the actual outcome of the McClellan Committee's investigation into organized crime would be inconsequential. Nobody in the Mafia went to jail as a result of testimony received by the committee. The worst thing to come out of the 30-month hearings would be the sensationalized testimony given by a low-level New York gang member named Joe Valachi, and the public embarrassment suffered by J. Edgar Hoover, which ultimately led to Hoover's personal war against La Cosa Nostra. Ironically, while the FBI was busy laying a trap for Mooney on his return to Chicago through customs, Mooney was conducting business in Mexico with another branch of the U.S. government, the CIA. On his return from Mexico, Mooney ran into trouble at Chicago's Midway Airport. At customs, he agreeably submitted to a search, but when they found another man's driver's license in his wallet, his demeanor abruptly changed. After questioning, he was released, unscathed but ruffled. Again, he made headlines. And again, Chuck's children were the butt of cruel jokes and pranks from their fellow classmates. Following the irritating incident at the airport, Mooney dropped by the Thunderbolt. There, lounging by the pool with Chuck, he expressed puzzlement over the fact that the government, with its many branches, had so little collaboration and intercommunication. His contacts in the intelligence agency had told him Hoover detested the CIA, was jealous of their power and budget, and bitterly resented the secrecy that shrouded their operations. "The right hand doesn't know what the left is doing," he said, shaking his head in disbelief, squinting in the glare of the sunshine. "What's that supposed to mean?" Chuck asked, pouring chilled Bloody Marys crowned with celery sticks into tall, frosted mugs. He handed one to his brother. "It means, like I said before, that I'm working for the government, and half the government doesn't even know it." Mooney removed the celery stick and took a bite. "Bobby Kennedy is just too far down the ladder to know about it, and J. Edgar Hoover can't find out because the CIA's afraid he'd blow the lid off the whole operation just out of spite. So for now, I guess I'm fucked." "Pretty thankless," Chuck commented. He was thinking about how differently people might react if they knew Mooney was actually helping the U.S. government. "That's fine, though. I've made a lot of money with those guys. A lot of money." "Yeah, well, you stand to lose a lot of money, too. Look at Cuba. Since Castro took over in January, who knows?" "So far it's iffy," Mooney conceded. "But by backing Castro, we may have saved our ass. You never really know, though, how a deal like this'll turn out. It's a crapshoot. We gave him millions to let us reopen the casinos. Maybe he'll see this as an opportunity." "Maybe," Chuck said. "Well, we do have a guy on the inside. Castro's made him his Minister of Games of Chance, so we should be covered." He sighed and thoughtfully sipped his drink. "How about Trafficante? I hear he's in jail down there. A bad sign?" Mooney's eyes narrowed, and he nodded in agreement. "It is a bad sign. Marcello's worried about his drug rackets. We could lose a lot down there besides gambling and Santo Trafficante. But we'll get him out. Ruby's working on it. It's going to cost me, though, because Castro knows Santo was real tight with all the old guard. I may have to go down to Havana myself. What the hell, I got investments to protect, right?" Although he said nothing, Chuck believed he had investments of his own that were slipping away. In spite of Anne-Marie's valiant attempts at friendship, their neighbors continued to behave decently, but with suspicion. His two sons had almost grown accustomed to being left out of birthday parties and other neighborhood celebrations. With another Giancana wedding to attend less than a month after Mooney's tussle at the airport, this time Bonnie was tying the knot with Tony Tishy, congressional aide to Mooney's political puppet, U.S. Representative Roland Libinati. Chuck imagined he might be facing the last straw. Both Chuck and Anne-Marie were relieved to find that this time security was tight at the wedding and reception. Additionally, the festivities were held out of town, in Miami, on July 4th, a day reporter Sandy Smith traditionally staked out Tony Accardo's annual backyard barbecue in Chicago. While Sandy Smith dutifully recorded the unusually subdued and oddly small Accardo party in Chicago, mafiosi were flying in from around the country to Miami. The 200 tuxedoed guests at the Fontainebleau Hotel enjoyed a reception equal in extravagance to Annette's affair just 3 months previously, but this time, thankfully, Mooney gave no interviews to the press. "I guess we can wait a while to sell our house," Chuck said, smiling, as he and Anne-Marie came back on the plane. Maybe it was all that sunshine, but somehow being in Florida always made things brighter. He patted his wife's small gloved hand. "We're going to be just fine, babe, just fine." Even Mooney seemed to have been rejuvenated by the Sunshine State. He'd met with the Kennedys, he told Chuck, and had it all worked out. In late August, Chuck heard that Santo Trafficante had been released and allowed to leave Cuba. His brother said it was a job well done by Jack Ruby, and as reward, he was giving him a small piece of a casino in Havana. "Things are smoothing out," he remarked. "Maybe we'll stay in business down there, maybe not. Santo got hurt pretty good, but he got out with as many dollars as he could, and a lot of those dollars are mine. So far, so good." By autumn of 1959, Mooney's attentions were turned once again to the political maneuvering of Joe Kennedy. He met with him at Chicago's Ambassador East on 3 separate occasions to finalize their agreement. Mooney said both Mayor Daley and Jack Kennedy were there as well. Although Chuck was curious as to the outcome of the discussions, he didn't pry. He'd learned long ago that asking too many questions when Mooney wasn't talkative was an unattractive trait, so he was forced to be satisfied with Mooney's sole comment on the meetings. "I'll have a lot to be thankful for by this time next year. Everything is in place." Shortly before Christmas, Chuck found Mooney in a more jovial, gregarious mood when he dropped by his home in Oak Park. Mooney offered him some eggnog and cookies, and they retired, proper holiday nourishment in tow, to his basement office. This time he wasn't bashful about discussing his progress. Mooney couldn't recall ever seeing his brother so pleased with himself. "I got everything I wanted," Mooney abruptly announced, setting his glass down and lighting a cigar. "Everything?" Chuck felt a growing excitement. If Mooney had in fact extracted some promise of protection from the Kennedys, his own family's troubles would be over. He silently said a prayer. "Yep, everything. It's pretty simple, really. I help get Jack elected, and in return, he calls off the heat. It'll be business as usual. Of course, I said I'd keep it low profile. After all, I'm not going to be a fucking diplomat. I won't have total immunity." He laughed. "What about Bobby?" Chuck hated to sound like a broken record, but Bobby was the one who really worried him. "Bobby's taken care of. I asked them to get him off that damned McClellan committee, so they're going to have him help run the campaign." "Great," Chuck said. "So you see, it's all ins and no outs for me when Jack's elected. I'll be on easy street. No more coppers, no more FBI, no more bullshit, no more Bobby. As far as my business will be concerned, Vegas, Teamsters, drugs, you name it, they'll all just turn their heads, and they'll have executive orders to do it, or else." "No kiddin'?" Chuck said, startled by the magnitude of it all. "Yeah, no kiddin'." Mooney lifted his glass and smiled. A frown crossed Chuck's face. "Hey, did Joe say that, or did Jack? I mean, can you trust the old man?" Chuck had serious doubts about Joe Kennedy. "Joe and I worked it out first, then Jack and I sat down. Jack knows the score. He knows how to play ball. Actually, he's not a bad guy to do business with." Mooney grinned, obviously pleased with himself. He began to laugh. "What's so funny? You should have seen Jack's face when I told him about me working with the CIA. I wish I had a picture." "I bet. So you can trust Jack's word, then? No double-dealing?" "Let me put it this way. I have myself covered in the event he suddenly gets amnesia." "Yeah?" Mooney grinned smugly. "I've already got enough dirt on Jack Kennedy and his lousy old man to ruin 10 politicians' careers. I've got pictures, tape recordings, film, you name it, all safe and sound in a safe deposit box. The American public would be real happy to see their president being serviced by 3 women, and one of them a shine broad to boot. Yeah, if I ever need an ace, here's the key." He dangled a small gold key in Chuck's face, and then slipped it back in his pocket. Not content with the leverage he already had, Mooney was planning to arm himself with even more compromising information. "It's all handled with the broads for Kennedy, and there's more, all lined up, ready to go. One of the girls got a thing going with Jack. She's going to go back and forth to Washington. We got some other girls. One is a dead ringer for Jack's wife, if you can imagine that." He shook his head and chuckled. "She's going to be introduced. We're going to get Jack in real deep with Monroe, too. I hear he's been popping her. Hell, I hear Bobby's even made a few remarks about wanting to fuck her himself. Jesus, those Kennedy brothers are animals." "Do the broads know what the deal is?" "Hell no. They'll just think it's all coincidence, or just a favor to me, or that someone's doing them a favor introducing them to the next president of the United States. You know, women eat that shit up." He grinned, popping a cookie in his mouth, chewing it thoughtfully. "To tell you the truth, no one knows for sure what I'm up to. They think I just want to make the Kennedys happy." Mooney laughed aloud. "Right," Chuck said, his words laced with sarcasm. "Right," Mooney echoed, grinning. In January of 1960, secure in the knowledge that the dirt he was collecting would ensure compliance in his pact with the Kennedys, Mooney instructed his showbiz contacts to start working to get Jack elected. He wanted them to pull out all the stops, and that included getting all their friends on board as well. "They've got to use every single trick in the book to get Hollywood behind Jack Kennedy. I don't just want the guy nominated for president, I want him to be president." Soon after, Mooney burst into the Thunderbolt Lounge, practically bubbling over with joy. Certain Jack Kennedy would be president. Mooney was already flaunting the expected victory, still 11 months away, as if it was his own. He swaggered past the wrought iron tables and up to the immense mirrored bar, proclaiming to Chuck, We're all invited to the greatest show on earth, and it's going to be worth the price of admission, every goddamn dollar." It was clear to Chuck that for his brother, putting Kennedy in the White House would be a personal victory. Then not only would Mooney own governors and congressmen, he'd have what he called a front-row seat at the biggest show of all. It took little effort from Mooney to plunge ahead on the campaign trail, getting Jack invited to lavish parties, such as campaign get-togethers at Lawford's home. Sinatra was roped in for his contacts with a bevy of stars, all of whom were unwittingly manipulated by Mooney in one way or another to support the campaign publicly. Mooney said these stars were enamored with the prospect of wining and dining a president, of being able to call up their friend in the Oval Office someday. In January, Frank Sinatra invited Kennedy, already on the campaign trail, to a show at the Sands in Vegas, featuring his Klan buddies and the cast of Ocean's 11. Kennedy went to Vegas and was treated like royalty. Everything was on the house from the bedroom to the boardroom. Slowly, Jack Kennedy was becoming more deeply involved with Mooney's world. Mooney might not always be present at the star-studded soirees, but his power seeped from every nook and cranny of the lounges, restaurants, stages, and boudoirs Kennedy now frequented with his brother-in-law Peter Lawford and celebrity friend Frank Sinatra. Frank's even going to produce a campaign song for the guy, using the song High Hopes. Each event was orchestrated by Mooney's unseen hand. It was all working out even better than he'd anticipated. Kennedy loves to party, loves the celebrity shit. You just watch. It's all going to go to Kennedy's head, and then he'll really fuck up. You know what I always say, playing shit long enough and something's bound to stick. Mooney had some more girls in line right away, and again arranged for Jack to be invited to the Sands in Vegas to introduce the bait, as Mooney called it. On February 7th, 1960, at the Las Vegas Sands, Jack Kennedy was introduced to an ex-girlfriend of Sinatra's, the pretty brunette Judy Campbell, who later gained notoriety as Judith Campbell Exner. According to Mooney, Judy was little different from all the other women who flocked to his underworld friends in search of stardom, trinkets, or just a good time. But it was reported to Mooney that Jack was immediately taken by this woman, who reminded people of his wife, Jackie. In March, when Mooney learned that Kennedy was betting Judy Campbell on a regular basis, snatching time away from his political vote-thumping every chance he got, he was close to ecstatic. He wanted Kennedy to have a regular, someone he could eventually manipulate and use to his own advantage. With Judy Campbell, it appeared he'd struck gold. Over the years, Mooney had utilized what to Chuck had become a familiar strategy. Whenever he wanted to know more about a man working for him, he became fast friends, lovers usually, with the guy's wife or girlfriend. Mooney moved slowly, circling his prey, imperceptible as a predator at first. He'd come around under the auspices of conducting some business deal with a woman's husband, making a new racket up as bait if he had to. Throughout his visits, he maintained the behavior of a perfect gentleman. After a while, he'd be thoughtful enough to take the woman a small trinket when he called on her husband, typically a ring or bracelet. He always openly gave it to her in her husband's presence, and therefore, ironically, his attentions convinced the guy that his own career was about to take off. "That's what ego will get you," Mooney would snort after betting yet another man's wife. Mooney would also take the time to call up and chat with the woman. "Just to see how you and my man are doing," he'd say with all the charm he could muster. It was a charm that was considerable. Sometime along the line, he'd drop by with a fur coat. He waited, biding his time. He wasn't pushy, but it wasn't long before he had the woman in bed, revealing her husband's deepest secrets, his every weakness. Mooney used a woman's infidelity to prove a point to her husband. He owned them and could take anything they possessed. Even if the guy never realized Mooney was banging his wife, it didn't matter. The important thing was for Mooney to know he could destroy the guy any time he wanted. With that knowledge, he always held the ace. Recognizing his brother's pattern of seduction, it came as no shock to Chuck when he learned Mooney had arranged for an introduction to Kennedy's new plaything, Judy Campbell. After their chance introduction and dinner at Miami's Fontainebleau Hotel in late March, Mooney was ready to take it from there. True to form, he showered Judy with flowers and gifts and was soon seen with her on his arm from New York to Vegas. Jack knew of Mooney's friendship with Judy, he said, and saw nothing harmful in it whatsoever. "Jesus, what an ego," Mooney said, chuckling. "The guy thinks I'm just being a friend. He even suggested that maybe Judy could act as our go-between to set up meetings." He shook his head. "What an idiot." Indeed, Mooney didn't seem to need a go-between. He met with Jack and Joe several times during the primaries in Florida, New York, Chicago, and at the Calneva in Tahoe. "Jack's worried about a few states," Mooney told Chuck. "Mostly West Virginia because of the Bible Belt there and the coal miners' union. Hell, the whole union vote back east is a problem." Referring to his Calneva manager, Skinny D'Amato, Mooney said, "I told Skinny to tell Joe that I'll take care of West Virginia on one condition, that after Jack's president, Joe Adonis is allowed back in the country. The guys out east want Adonis back. Jack and his old man couldn't say yes fast enough. Didn't have any problem at all bringing a deported gangster back into the country. So we've got a deal for West Virginia." Mooney paused a moment, then continued. "I did explain to them that once we get past the convention and start on the national campaign, the Teamsters can't come out publicly for Jack. That would look pretty fishy given what the McClellan Committee did to Hoffa and his boys, let alone the stunts Bobby pulled. But behind the scenes, no problem. I've already got it worked out with Jimmy to skim a couple million out of the union for Jack's national campaign, based on Kennedy's agreement that Bobby will leave Hoffa and the Teamsters alone." The East Coast states were a relatively simple job, but the hills of West Virginia proved a challenge. "We're going to have to buy every fucking vote in the state," Mooney lamented as the May primary drew near. The entire Kennedy family turned out en masse to help bring out the vote for Jack in West Virginia, but Mooney said behind the scenes, away from the glare of the cameras, was where the vote would be won. He sent Skinny D'Amato to West Virginia with a suitcase full of money. In later years, the amount contributed by the Chicago outfit to the West Virginia primary would be put at $50,000. However, that May, Mooney confided that because the state was deemed so critical, he'd put in $500,000 of his own money. Jesus, we even had to muscle the taverns to convince him to play Frank's song High Hopes on the jukeboxes. Those hillbillies hate the idea of an East Coast Irish Catholic president. Jack Kennedy had won every primary he'd entered. With his victory in West Virginia, beating Hubert Humphrey by a margin of 29%, it looked as if there would be no stopping his quest for the nomination. In anticipation of the July Democratic National Convention, the press hailed Kennedy as a new breed, a young, charismatic idealist who offered America a breath of fresh air. Mooney found this portrayal especially humorous. Like everyone else, Jack Kennedy could be bought. He just had to use a different currency. He kept close tabs on Kennedy's goings-on, thanks to his various wiretaps. The Kennedy clan moved into the California home of Joe's old flame, Marion Davies, to prepare for the convention in Los Angeles. Mooney received daily progress reports. He was delighted. At the convention, Jack wowed the delegates and press once more, winning on the first ballot. Mooney later told Chuck that he discussed the selection of Jack's running mate with Joe Kennedy, and it had been agreed that a Texas politician named Lyndon Johnson would be Jack's choice. Early on in the primaries, Mooney said, Carlos Marcello had made it clear that he wanted Johnson in the White House, believing Johnson's political machine could swing the South, an assertion verified by Jack Ruby, still Chicago's representative in Dallas. "Between Illinois and Texas, we can swing the whole damned country," Mooney said. Joe liked the idea. He owed Johnson more than a few favors anyway, even if it looked like they hated each other. Johnson put Jack on the Foreign Relations Committee as a favor to Joe way back when, and that boosted Jack's career. So it was settled. Johnson's going to be vice president. Apparently, Joe was able to convince his son of the wisdom of making Johnson his vice presidential running mate despite the immediate fallout. Shocked Kennedy supporters, including Bobby, ranted and railed to no avail. Lyndon Johnson's name was added to the Democratic ticket. Certainly there had been elections before, but none in which Mooney took so active an interest. Between his transcontinental jaunts, he avidly watched the political drama unfold. Chuck also found himself glued to the television, eagerly awaiting some tidbit of information. He'd begun secretly to embrace his brother's dream of owning the president, not for the power it would bring, but for the relief. His family was suffering more than ever due to the notorious Giancana name. Chucky was now in military school, but it was his youngest son who concerned him most. He didn't have the same assertive temperament as Chucky. Shy and easily stung by the cruel comments from his classmates, little Mooney was now in first grade and doing poorly in school. "It's no wonder," Anne-Marie said, wringing her hands. "The children act like they have machine guns and follow him around the playground going rat-a-tat-tat all day long, saying he's a little gangster like his uncle." It seemed to Chuck that his brother had been reaping all the rewards of his position, piles of money, any broad he wanted, and now the ear of the next president. If Jack Kennedy actually won the election, Chuck thought it should be time for things to turn in his own favor. He caught himself daydreaming about life after the election. There would be no more G-men shadowing his family, no more negative publicity. They could have neighborhood barbecues and cocktail parties. Their kids could finally make friends and be able to concentrate on school so they go to college someday. Chuck hardly realized it when it happened, but by October, Mooney's dream had become his own. Across the country, there were literally dozens of mafiosi who shared Mooney's dream as well. With Jack Kennedy as president, there would be lucrative government contracts coming their way, friends appointed to high places, leniency in the event of a legal entanglement. Even so, as Mooney explained to Chuck over dinner in late October at Mayo's Norwood house, the outfit was still hedging its bets. "We'll contribute to Nixon, too. They'll each get our support. Marcello and I together are giving Nixon $1 million, just like we gave Lyndon Johnson a good piece of change. But of course, that's nothing compared to what we've given Jack. $2 million on top of all the votes we've bought for the primaries. If it's close, we know we can steal the votes we need. But if Johnson can't take the South and it goes to Nixon, well, we'll still come out on top. Not great, not as good as Jack, but in control." "You know," Chuck mused, "I can't understand why you don't just back Nixon. Because Kennedy is playing ball with me. He's made some big promises. Nixon isn't in my pocket like Jack'll be, but we can influence him. But Jack will be all mine." Mooney grinned at his brother. "Shit, I still worry about trusting them. The Kennedys are... well, look at Bobby." "Bobby doesn't even know what Jack and I have been talking about. He's out of the picture. He'll be just another goddamn lawyer soon. They've promised me they'll take care of him. Jack is going to be president, not Bobby. Besides, if anything goes wrong, I've got a lot of shit on them." "Good." Chuck fell silent. "You aren't convinced, are you? Jesus Christ, I've never seen you like this. Jack could be all mine. There's a big difference between sharing a slice of the action with the other guys and having the president of the U.S. fucking A in my pocket." "True," Chuck said. "Granted, we've helped out the CIA now and then, and Nixon's done me a favor, all right. Shit, even helped my guy in Texas, Ruby, get out of testifying in front of Congress back in '47. "How's that?" Mooney started to laugh. "By saying Ruby worked for him." "You're kidding." "No. But the funny thing is, between Murray Humphreys greasing a few palms and Nixon saying that, the Fed bought it." "That just proves my point," Chuck said. "I still think your safe bet is Nixon." "Jesus, Chuck, you sound like a fucking broken record. Like I said, we'll hedge our bets, just like we did out in California when Nixon was running for senator." "I'm still not sure," Chuck insisted. "Hey, would you rather have the milk or the whole cow? Me, I'd prefer the cow." "I hear you, but you don't know what the hell Jack'll do once he's elected. With Nixon, you'll know where you stand." Mooney nodded. "That's the safe way to play it, all right, but the safe way isn't going to get me where I want to go, and it never has. That's the problem with you, Chuck. You want to always play it safe." A sudden look of hurt crossed Chuck's face, and before he could hide his feelings, Mooney hastily added, "Hey, that's okay. We're just different. You like running a business. Me? I want to run the country." Chapter 19. Not since 1916 had there been such a close election. On November 8, 1960, calls crisscrossed the country throughout the day and well into the night. To stay abreast of the returns personally, Mooney was kept posted on a line through a telephone link to his political fixer and Democratic National Committeeman, Jake Garvey, which was set up for Election Day. Reports were received on the Illinois election each half hour. The news had been good, up until 11 o'clock. It appeared Kennedy had the election sewn up. But by midnight the tide had turned, and NBC News anchor John Chancellor predicted a Nixon win. Chuck's heart sank, as he imagined Mooney's had as well, when he heard Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and the western farming states had swung to Nixon. Worse, the critical state of Illinois was faltering. Without Texas and Illinois, Kennedy would never make it. Chuck would later learn that in a similar rush of concern, Jack Kennedy had called Mayor Daley of Chicago from Hyannisport. Daley, in turn, contacted Mooney, who reassured his associates. Controlling Chicago's powerful black wards and his own mob wards, 9 in all, Mooney had turned the screws with all the muscle he could muster. He confessed later that swinging the election was like taking a stroll down memory lane. All the old tricks from his youth in the patch came into play when his soldiers were mobilized in the name of Jack Kennedy. To assure the election's outcome, guys either trucked people from precinct to precinct and poll to poll so they could vote numerous times, or stood menacingly outside the voting booths, where they made it clear to prospective voters that all ballots were to be cast for Kennedy. Occasionally, some misguided citizen declared his independence from such tyranny, and in so doing drew the wrath of Mooney's zealots. More than a few arms and legs were broken before the polls were closed that day. Chuck awakened the following morning, almost afraid to turn on the television. When he did, he was ecstatic. The results were in. Jack Kennedy would be the next president of the United States. In Mooney's wards, Kennedy received 80% of the votes, while the rest of Chicago registered a respectable 60% margin. When it was all said and done, Kennedy carried Illinois by a mere 9,000 votes, and in Texas it squeaked by to victory with a lead of only 28,000 votes over Nixon. Nationwide, he'd won by a margin of only 0.1%. Outraged and correctly suspecting that the votes had been purposely falsified by certain Chicago precincts, the Republican Party counted the Illinois vote and came up with a Nixon win of 4,500. At the call for an official recount, Daley balked as he'd been instructed, and Nixon conceded defeat. Overnight, Mooney's dream had become a reality. The man who would be king now shared the throne with the man who would be president. Chuck had never seen Mooney so happy. He was a changed man. The mood swings and their accompanying scowls, silent rages, and omnipresent hostilities all vanished overnight. In their place was a relaxed, jovial man who played practical jokes, took the time to enjoy a good story, and laughed readily with newfound heartiness. Chuck felt a certain joy at seeing his brother drop the mask, if only momentarily. Throughout Chuck's life, his own stability had been closely tied to Mooney's emotions, and now, for the first time, he thought he might be happy for more than a day or a week. With Kennedy in office, he declared to Anne-Marie, Mooney will be on top of the world. We've got 4 of the happiest years of our lives ahead of us. Like his brother, Chuck eagerly anticipated the inauguration. Life would return to normal. Mooney had been busy getting his plans in order and his men in line. Immediately after the election, he sent Murray Humphreys to Washington to massage the political machine and mastermind the biggest pre-inaugural gala for Jack Kennedy the country had ever witnessed. In Mooney's eyes, everyone connected to the underworld, from two-bit soldiers to brothers-in-law, had to get what outfit guys called permission. As his mob colleagues showed the proper degree of respect, it was clear that Mooney was now one of Jack Kennedy's biggest supporters, and therefore would naturally look for the greatest names to support the gala. Once again he moved behind the scenes, invisibly pulling strings of innocent players, unaware of manipulation. In the wake of the election, Mooney basked in glory throughout November, as did Daley, Marcello, and Lyndon Johnson. Each would claim the Kennedy victory as a personal triumph, if only privately. However, Mooney admitted to Chuck that the roles these men had played had been equally important and interdependent. It was their collective effort that had put Jack Kennedy in the White House. Another factor in Jack Kennedy's success must indisputably have been the support of Sinatra, whose celebrity status had served to mobilize hundreds of influential personalities, generating substantial campaign contributions. His star power had elevated the nation's presidential campaign and election to new political heights, that of media event, a phenomenon critical to gaining publicity and the popular vote. Daley and Johnson were crucial to the political machine. Historians might argue which state, Texas or Illinois, actually turned the tide, but the bottom line was that alone, neither would have made Jack Kennedy president of the United States. As for Carlos Marcello, he rightfully believed his assistance was significant to the election's outcome. but Marcello's power and connections were largely limited to Louisiana and the relatively small electoral vote in the South. According to everyone Chuck talked to, Mooney was currently at the hub of most illegal affairs nationally, with the exception of those originating in New York. Guys such as Daley, Johnson, or Marcello were simply spokes on a very big wheel. Mooney wasted no time cashing in on his new connection to the White House, telling Chuck he'd already begun expanding his underworld network to include dictators, presidents, and smuggling czars from nations as diverse as Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Iran, Lebanon, Italy, France, Nicaragua, Guatemala, the Philippines, and Laos. Mooney also revealed he'd been in communication with his buddies from the CIA. "It's beautiful," Mooney said one day at the Thunderbolt, playfully stirring his martini with a swizzle stick, while the refrain of Bing Crosby's White Christmas played in the background. "The outfit even has the same enemies as the government." He glanced around the empty lounge, decorated for the holidays with stylish silver ornaments and red satin ribbons, and lowered his voice slightly. "I've been meeting with CIA guys since last August. We're going to hit Castro, Trujillo from the Dominican Republic, and some nigger in the Congo." "So?" Chuck said, lighting a cigar. "Don't leave me hanging." "Well, first things first," Mooney said, smiling. "You know, if we're successful, you might get that job in the Dominican Republic after all." "I won't hold my breath," Chuck commented. He'd practically given up hope of ever leaving the motel. "Well, the big hit is on Castro anyway, at least for the outfit it will be. After Kennedy takes office and Castro gets hit, everybody in the country will have to come through me." He smiled, lips curling around his cigar, obviously pleased at the prospect of being the undisputed boss of bosses. "I don't care about fucking titles. I'm not a sap like Genovese. All I want is to know that I'm the boss. Titles don't mean shit." "Well, you really already have the bosses in line. I mean, they all practically kiss your ass now as it is. Yeah, Marcello, Trafficante, the guys out west, they know who's in control. Castro didn't wipe me out. I'm all right if I don't look at what I'm losing every day he's in power. But Trafficante, Marcello, Lansky, and all the rest of them, shit, they lost a fortune. The mistake some of them made was having all their eggs in one basket." "And you didn't do that," Chuck said tentatively. "Hell no. I got deals all over. But those guys were in a box when Castro realized they were close to Batista, so he fixed them real good. Hell, you can bet he knows Marcello and Trafficante are tight with the Cuban exiles, too." He shook his head while puffing intently on his cigar. "We helped the CIA get guns to Castro, thinking the guy would repay us by going easy on our business down there. But Castro, the lousy bastard, I gotta hand it to him. He can't be bought. He says Americans are all crooks and pimps. He's a fucking double-crosser if there ever was one." "But he's pretty accurate in his view of Americans, don't you think?" "Yeah, Castro's no dummy," Mooney conceded. He sighed. "So, the CIA finally woke up to the fact that Castro's closing down American business. The government doesn't like that kind of shit. After all, the CIA's lost their cut of the take from the casinos, too. So they offered me $150,000 for the hit. Chicken feed. I told them I couldn't care less about the money. We'll take care of Castro, one way or another." He smiled triumphantly and raised his glass. "I think it's my patriotic duty." Chuck had learned by now that most politicians were crooks, but these stories of Mooney's about the outfit being paid by the government to hit other countries' leaders seemed hard to believe. "If this stuff about the government killing guys is true," he said, "why doesn't anybody ever hear about it?" "Welcome to the real world, Chuck," Mooney said, leaning over to slap him on the back. "The real world?" Chuck's eyebrows shot up, half in anger, half in disbelief. Perhaps he was naive, as Mooney always said, but he couldn't stand the idea that his country, one he had to admit he really did love, was so goddamn screwed up. The outfit taking its piece of the action was one thing, but the government ordering hits on people? He found it all strangely depressing. Mooney studied him for a moment. Their eyes met, and his brother began speaking in a tone that to Chuck seemed patronizing. "Yeah, Chuck, I've been telling you for years this is how it's played. You don't hear about all this because it's secret, top secret." He paused and searched Chuck's face. "These guys are secret agents. They aren't supposed to get caught, and if they do, the government pretends they didn't know a damn thing about it. That's what secret means, for Christ's sake." Mooney went on to say that CIA Director Alan Dulles was the one who'd originally come up with the idea of taking out Castro. Two officials, Richard Bissell and Sheffield Edwards, were selected to put the scheme into action. For their liaison to the outfit, Mooney said they called on Bob Mayhew. The guy from the FBI? The guy who used to be with the FBI. He has a cover, a detective agency. He's working for our Teamsters attorney friend, Williams. That's how a lot of the guys work. Like Bannister. Shit, he's got an agency down in New Orleans now and is working on the Cuban exile thing with the CIA. Mayhew and Bannister work for the CIA all the time. They're good, damned good, and they've made me a lot of money. After Mooney's initial meeting with Mayhew, one arranged by his lieutenant, Johnny Roselli, Mooney told Chuck he instructed Roselli to tell Santo Trafficante and Carlos Marcello he wanted them to provide the assistance necessary, their Cuban connections, to pull off the CIA assassination plan. Mooney made Roselli the go-between with Mayhew and the CIA. Meanwhile, Mooney said he put Jack Ruby back in action, supplying arms, aircraft, and munitions to exiles in Florida and Louisiana, while the former Castro Minister of Games, Frank Fiorini, joined Ruby in the smuggling venture along with a Bannister CIA associate, David Ferry. The virtual blanket of men surrounding both the director of the CIA, the President of the United States, and Sam Giancana served to insulate them from even a hint of suspicion, and if not from suspicion, certainly from any direct tie to the events that followed. As Chuck would conclude after their conversation that December, the Castro plot was only the tip of one iceberg in a vast sea of icebergs on a course charted by his brother and his undercover friends. It was a course that would result in the creation of a team of skilled men possessing the wherewithal to assassinate any world leader. News of Bobby Kennedy's appointment as Attorney General that December came to Mooney like a rabbit punch in the dark. The relaxed attitude he developed since the election vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. A seething anger simmered beneath his bitter disappointment. The immediate question from Hoffa, Marcello, and Trafficante was, what the fuck is Jack Kennedy up to? In an effort to get some answers, Mooney called Humphrey's sidekick on the carpet. This was the guy he'd designated as one of his liaisons to the Kennedys, the man who'd assured him he had Jack under his thumb. Eaten out of the palm of his hand, Mooney yelled from behind his desk in his Oak Park basement one day. Jack's eaten out of his hand. Bullshit, that's what it is. He slammed the phone down and threw it across the room. Up until now, Mooney had relied largely on this contact and Murray Humphreys to keep him abreast of the goings-on with the Kennedys. But after recent occurrences, he told Chuck he planned to have Roselli keep a closer eye on things out west concerning the Kennedys. He said he was also sending his old Havana Tropicana pit boss, Louis McWillie, to the Calneva in Tahoe in an effort to beef up surveillance of the Kennedys' frequent casino romps and to monitor the Sinatra-Kennedy friendship. The second person, after Harry Truman, to meet with Jack Kennedy in the Oval Office in 1961 was Chicago's Mayor Daley. It was no coincidence. Mooney expected to see a change in policy toward organized crime and see it fast. Having Bobby Kennedy as Attorney General was not what he had in mind. He wanted answers, but mostly he wanted reassurance. What he got was, these things take time. Finding that message unacceptable, Mooney took matters into his own hands, personally going to the White House for a private meeting with the president. Their meeting, and the assurances he said he received, did little to allay his concerns. He came back to Chicago dissatisfied, and Chuck thought, more suspicious than ever of Jack Kennedy's motives. It had occurred to Mooney that Joe Kennedy, the wily old bastard, had had a brainstorm. By putting Bobby in charge of the Justice Department, it could only be one of two things. Either Bobby would put the clamps on Hoover and tell him to lay off the outfit as Jack and Joe had promised, or Bobby would be utilized as henchman, with a virtual army of FBI agents at his disposal to destroy all those to whom the Kennedys owed favors. The former seemed hopeful but highly unlikely. It would be a behavior totally out of character for Robert Kennedy, the crime buster of McClellan Committee fame. Slowly, Mooney came to the conclusion that the man he had envisioned slaving away behind a desk in some obscure legal office after the election was to be his nemesis. Bobby Kennedy, it appeared, had been placed in the position of Attorney General to systematically erase all markers, and Mooney knew he'd be on top of the list. "It's a brilliant move on Joe's part," he said ruefully. "He'll have Bobby wipe us out to cover their own dirty tracks, and it'll all be done in the name of the Kennedy War on Organized Crime. Brilliant. Just fucking brilliant." Just as he was coming to that conclusion, though, Mooney told Chuck that Jack Kennedy had done something completely baffling. Kennedy had started sending him copies of confidential FBI memos through Judy Campbell. Chuck would later learn from Mooney that the president used a young starlet and Marilyn Monroe as couriers between them as well. What documents these other two women carried, Chuck never knew, although 2 decades later, when he heard sensationalized claims of women carrying correspondence regarding the Castro assassination between his brother and the president, he dismissed them as preposterous and laughable. Mooney wasn't one to correspond. Guys in the outfit weren't stupid enough to get their picture taken in compromising positions, nor did they write incriminating memorandums or keep damning tapes that proved their wrongdoing. Bureaucrats, they were not. Studying the documents Mooney received from the president proved to be an eye-opener. Mooney was startled to learn that the G-Men surveillance was highly detailed and incredibly extensive. He'd viewed the G-Men as Boy Scouts, a nuisance, but basically nothing more. However, it appeared from the documents Jack was sending that the FBI was a bigger threat than he'd previously realized. There was at least one informant among his own ranks, and extreme pressure to solicit more. Mooney interpreted his receipt of the FBI memos, which were routinely conveyed from the White House, as evidence that his relationship with the president was solid after all. He concluded, wrongly as it turned out, that Hoover and his agents were merely present in Chicago now to make it look good. He had Jack's word he would be kept informed of the FBI's operations, and therefore would always be one step ahead of the game. Relieved, but still guarded and confused as to Bobby's role in the scenario, Mooney dropped the notion that Jack Kennedy had turned his back on his pre-election promises. Later, it would be discovered that Jack was sending Mooney only a carefully selected sample of the FBI memorandums issued daily to J. Edgar Hoover. Those Jack did send said nothing, for example, of the wiretaps that had by now been placed at Mooney's favorite hangouts, the Armory Lounge and Chelano's tailor shop. Meanwhile, Bobby Kennedy, now ensconced as the Attorney General, was orchestrating what would become the largest attack on organized crime in the nation's history. The young Kennedy compiled a target list of the country's 30 leading mob bosses, and heading that list, just as Mooney had predicted, was the name Sam Giancana. The Attorney General demanded that J. Edgar Hoover intensify the Bureau's efforts, going after the mobsters with the same zeal the FBI had used against the Communist Party. To further his cause, Bobby brought the IRS on board to prosecute tax evasion by underworld figures. As Bobby Kennedy prepared for battle, Mooney, despite being comforted by the FBI reports, didn't abandon his own surveillance of the Kennedys, nor did he ignore the traitor he'd learned of through the memorandums, a man he believed was William Action Jackson. He immediately put a contract out on Jackson and decided to increase his surveillance of the Kennedy brothers. Previously, in 1959, Mooney had given his man at the Teamsters, Jimmy Hoffa, the green light to bug locations frequented by the McClellan Committee Chief Counsel Bobby Kennedy. Hoffa had gone to Hollywood private detective Fred Otash for assistance in the project and had selected sometime CIA operative and master wireman Bernard Spindle for his technical expertise. Spindle frequently assisted the outfit and CIA simultaneously. Now, in 1961, Mooney said he called on Otash and Spindle again to coordinate the wiring of every square inch of the Kennedy haunts. Considered by both government officials and the underworld as the king of wiremen, Spindle was known for his sophisticated technology and cunning applications. At Mooney's behest, Spindle put a team of outfit CIA professionals to work, placing the Kennedys under a near blanket of visual and electronic surveillance. For the task of tailing the Attorney General and the President, Mooney selected his CIA co-conspirator Bob Mayhew, telling him to put together a team of detectives that would eventually include Fred Otash and John Danoff. "I told Mayhew I want to know where the Kennedys are 24 hours a day. I want to know when they go to the water fountain. I want to know when they take a shit. And Bob's guys in the CIA can get it done," Mooney confided to Chuck. "I said a long time ago I'd never trust a Kennedy." On April 4, 1961, When he learned of Carlos Marcello's deportation to Guatemala at the direction of the Attorney General, Mooney's worst fears were confirmed. The Kennedys were pulling a double cross. As Mooney had been since Castro's victory in January 1959, Marcello was a co-conspirator with the CIA in gun-running operations and a fervent supporter of the anti-Castro exiles. It was an arrangement, Mooney said more than once, aimed at returning Cuba to its pre-Castro glory, meaning its lucrative casinos and vice rackets. It was rumored in the outfit that Bobby Kennedy was out to get Marcello because the New Orleans boss had refused to throw his support behind Kennedy on the floor of the Democratic National Convention. Marcello had always favored Lyndon Johnson. But whether or not this was the case, the fact remained that Marcello had been aiding other branches of the U.S. government. Unfortunately for Marcello, neither his acts of patriotism nor his monumental donations to Jack Kennedy's campaign had impressed Bobby Kennedy sufficiently to grant him protection. It was a strong signal to Mooney, one he couldn't ignore. He said his friends in the CIA were equally livid and were planning to secretly fly Marcello back into the United States, but nevertheless were currently too involved in overthrowing Castro's regime to divert much attention from the immediate task at hand. That task was to assassinate the Cuban leader, now an avowed Marxist. Mooney himself had become deeply involved in the CIA's Cuban operations, so much so, in fact, that he offered one of his own rising stars, Richard Kane, to the government agency. An extremely handsome, dashing young man with a genius for mathematics, Kane, whose real name was Riccardo Scalzitti, was both fluent in 5 languages and a superior marksman who had been trained by the Chicago Police Department. He took to the CIA like a duck to water, as Mooney put it, and the CIA likewise found him tailor-made for a top-notch agent. While in Miami training Cuban exiles in military operations, Kane did become a full-fledged CIA operative, according to Mooney. Like other intelligence personnel involved in the Cuban operation, he was, for the record, formally employed by a Miami detective agency that was, again according to Mooney, a CIA front. Following the Bay of Pigs invasion, Kane would return to Chicago. Shortly thereafter, Mooney would receive the CIA's assistance in placing Kane in a highly sensitive position, chief investigator of the Cook County Sheriff's Office. It was a secret victory for Mooney. Kane would be second in command to Mooney's arch-enemy in Chicago, Sheriff Richard Ogilvie, a man who had made his reputation as a mob buster. Unknown to Ogilvie, Mooney would have a spy, a real one, in his midst. Mooney confided to Chuck that spring that a CIA-instigated invasion of Cuba was in the offing, waiting only for the underworld's elimination of Castro. To accomplish the latter task, Mooney said the CIA and outfit shared the talents of a University of Illinois chemist and researcher, a man whose lethal chemical concoctions had been utilized many times over the years by both organizations. The list of chemical weapons to be aimed at Castro was extensive and, according to Mooney, included poison-laced cigars, a lethal bacterial powder intended to be absorbed through the skin, toiletries spiked with a drug that, when splashed on the face or body, would induce a massive heart attack, a highly potent poison, 1 drop and a guy's dead, to be slipped into his food or drink, a cancer-producing injectable agent, and a slow-acting but lethal virus. There was even talk, Mooney confided, of utilizing radiation in the form of high-intensity X-rays to induce cancer in their victim. But in the end, all attempts to assassinate Castro, Chuck heard of 3, however sophisticated and devious they might have been, failed. When they first undertook the plot to eliminate Castro, Mooney and his CIA friends didn't realize how difficult a target they'd selected. Unbeknown to them, all food and drink were sampled in the Prime Minister's presence by political prisoners. Thus, their first attempt on Castro's life, slipping poison into a drink, had served only to alert him to a conspiracy, and, in response to that threat, security was redoubled. Chuck suspected that perhaps most central to the assassination plot's failure was the fact that most of the Cubans remaining on the island were, contrary to what the U.S. media would have had the public believe, happy with their new government. Additionally, Castro, a man surrounded by both loyalists and tight security, could not be easily murdered by a professional hitman. Paid killers continued to be paid because they survived to kill again. Outfit guys weren't zealots who were eager to give their lives to silly political ideals, and even if a killer willing to sacrifice himself could be found, neither the CIA nor the outfit could afford the exposure a tortured assassin's confession might bring. This left only the Cuban locals as possible Confederates. Mooney complained that there were few weak links to be located within Castro's regime. They'd tried pressuring several men close to the dictator, and only one, a man named Cubella, had succumbed. After several meetings with the CIA, Cubella was arrested by Cuban counterintelligence and served 13 years in prison. Finally, the CIA decided to go forward with the invasion anyway. They planned to bombard the island's coastline with an army of Cuban exile soldiers, mercenaries, and undercover agents, anticipating that the disgruntled, depressed population would rise up and complete the overthrow. President Kennedy would approve military air support for the invasion, and within a matter of hours, Cuba would return to its previous state of glitter and greed. What occurred instead was a horrifying fiasco. On April 14th, 6 bombers left Nicaragua, less than half the number the CIA deemed necessary for the plan to succeed. Failing to demolish the Cuban Air Force, preparations began for a second strike, but the word came down that the president had ordered the strike canceled, and the bombers never left the ground. Meanwhile, a brigade of 1,400 courageous Cuban exiles on their mission to secure a beachhead at the Bay of Pigs was left pathetically vulnerable. Against Castro's 200,000-man army, they didn't stand a chance. Kennedy received an urgent plea for air support on the morning of April 16th and was told that without his intervention, the invasion would fail. In an act that would dog his political career thereafter, the president denied the request. It was to be a suicide mission. Over 100 men were killed and over 1,000 captured by Castro's army. On April 24th, Kennedy released a statement taking full responsibility for the failed invasion. But behind the scenes, he blamed not only himself, but also CIA Director Allen Dulles, the Director of Covert Operations Richard Bissell, and the CIA Deputy Director General Charles Cabell. Enraged, he vowed to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces, and shortly thereafter the men he believed had caused him to suffer public humiliation and defeat were fired. Cabell angrily denounced Jack Kennedy as a traitor. Mooney was hugely disappointed by the defeat. Like the young president, he'd viewed the Cuban operation as a test of his greatness, a test he'd clearly failed. Seeking vindication, Mooney and the CIA turned more urgently to their poison cigars, covert arms smuggling, and Cuban exile activities, while Jack tacitly approved military training camps, counter-espionage, and exile raids. Within the CIA, the dismay at having been betrayed by both the president and attorney general, as well as the president's open promise to dismantle the intelligence agency's power, soon turned to hatred, creating a ripple effect that would blacken the moods of the men Mooney dealt with in his covert operations. These men expressed their outrage at the Bay of Pigs operation, along with their fear that Kennedy now posed a very real threat to the CIA's continued autonomy, perhaps its very existence. Their highly vocal dissension served to confirm Mooney's own feelings about the Kennedys and made him even more doubtful of Jack's true intentions. It was in this turbulent climate that two of America's most powerful forces became allies. The outfit and the CIA now shared a common enemy, the President of the United States. There were other threats to Mooney's rule as well. The Chicago FBI was attempting to exert pressure on the outfit, and Mooney thought a lot of his problems could be laid at the feet of stool pigeon William Action Jackson. Mooney ordered his lieutenant Fifi Buccieri to make an example of the man, and the more gruesome the better. Further, he wanted photographs taken so that everyone could see what would happen if they ever dared talk with FBI agents. The murder of Jackson was the cruelest in the outfit's bloody history. The 300-pound loan shark was forcibly taken to a Chicago meat-rendering plant and hoisted onto a 6-inch steel meat hook. There he remained, screaming in inconceivable agony, while Buccieri and his soldiers proceeded to ply their trade. They utilized an arsenal of tools that would have made the Marquis de Sade envious: ice picks, wrenches, bats, knives, razors, and a blowtorch. For added measure, they shot Jackson in the knee, rammed an electric cattle prod up his rectum, and on a whim poured water on it. Taking photographs of such horror only added to Buccieri's enthusiasm for the job. He and his cohorts tortured Jackson for 2 full days, around the clock, until at last the man mercifully died. It was incongruous to Chuck that a man who could so easily call for another man's brutal execution could just as readily dote and fawn over a woman, all rough edges falling away while acting the perfect gentleman. However, when it came to Phyllis McGuire, Mooney's latest girlfriend, his brother did just that. Phyllis McGuire was a fresh-scrubbed all-American girl with a sweet voice that thrilled the public from coast to coast as a part of the singing trio of the McGuire sisters. The trio had gotten its first break on television's Arthur Godfrey show and had quickly graduated to star status with hit recordings like Sugar Time and stints in nightclubs around the country. Once Mooney saw Phyllis McGuire in 1958, he had to have her. And with that in mind, he implemented his tried-and-true methods of seduction, showering the pretty brunette with flowers, diamonds, and furs, picking up the tab for her gambling debts, and using his influence to maneuver the McGuire sisters into lucrative nightclub engagements around the world. Soon the singing trio was at the top of the charts, cutting one hit song after another. And Mooney reveled in the attention that was created by having Phyllis at his side. A woman who was portrayed as a naive country girl from Middletown, Ohio, Phyllis always seemed to enjoy partying with Mooney, living the high life for the likes of Sinatra and his clan. Mooney made Phyllis a permanent fixture between his romps with chorus girls, buxom starlets, and business contacts such as Judy Campbell. Their relationship never replaced his many other female escapades, but, he said, merely added a new dimension. Anne-Marie and Chuck met Phyllis in 1959, and thereafter entertained her and Mooney occasionally in their suburban home. They treated her like family, allowing her the opportunity to relax with her paramour. Away from the glare of press agents and photographers, Phyllis played pool in the basement with little Mooney, lounged on the patio, and walked in the nearby fields, feeding sugar cubes to the horses and their foals. Mooney thought the privacy Chuck's home afforded was refreshing, and therefore he visited often. Chuck and Anne-Marie found Phyllis to be a sweet girl, but childlike and frivolous. Her talent was quite obviously singing, not thinking. But for Phyllis to have been anything more than another pretty face would have come as a surprise to Chuck. Mooney never had surrounded himself with females who were intellectual giants. He liked to be in control, insisted on calling all the shots, and he didn't like women who were smart enough to ask intelligent questions. With Phyllis, he'd found a woman who would look up to him, admire his finesse, fall for his charm. Like all the rest, she didn't have to know the questions, because he'd always have all the answers. As their relationship proceeded, Mooney began footing the bill for everything: a ranch in Vegas, Manhattan apartments, Beverly Hills condos. Phyllis McGuire might be a star bringing down well over $100,000 a year, but, he complained to Chuck, she was always broke. "Celebrities throw their money away," he'd say disdainfully, "and Phyllis is about the worst. Spends all her money on clothes, doesn't have 2 nickels to rub together." As Mooney became convinced of her loyalty, he told Chuck he was purchasing more property out west, buying heavily in oil wells and making extensive stock and bond investments, and putting some of them in her name. In all his life, Mooney had never held so much as a car in his own name. He utilized countless soldiers, lieutenants, and family members as fronts for his own enterprises and holdings, but there was never any question as to who the real owner was. Years later, Chuck would suspect that the lion's share of Phyllis McGuire's wise investments in antiques, fabulous jewels, oil, and on Wall Street were actually made by Mooney and placed in her name. The jewelry, millions of dollars worth, perhaps came largely from Mooney's old Costello discount connections. The millions of dollars in oil from his friendships with right-wing Texas oil men, the fortuitous Wall Street investments thanks to information he received from insiders. If so, Mooney's legacy, not hit records, would ultimately make Phyllis McGuire a very wealthy woman. While Phyllis enjoyed the material rewards of a relationship with Mooney, Chuck knew his brother was exploiting the affair as well, using Phyllis's name, her credit cards, telephones, and apartments to further subvert the FBI. Aside from that, he simply found immense pleasure in being seen in the company of a beautiful star, and he took every opportunity to do just that. Chuck was standing in the yard, admiring the budding trees in late spring of 1961, when the phone rang. His brother wanted to talk to him right away, and they arranged to meet at the Thunderbolt Motel at noon. It was urgent. "It's about Phyllis," Mooney said, a note of concern in his voice. At the hotel, Mooney explained that Phyllis needed a safe haven through what would be perhaps 6 months of a difficult time. It would have to be a place where she could be assured total privacy, very hush-hush, no press, no noisy neighbors, and certainly no FBI. Could Phyllis live with Chuck and Anne-Marie? Chuck gathered from the request that Phyllis might be pregnant, and immediately agreed, relishing the opportunity to help his brother in any way possible. It was decided Chuck would wait for his brother's call and then proceed to make all the necessary arrangements. But the call never came, and Chuck never asked what had happened. The word omerta ran through his mind whenever he considered inquiring. "Forget about it," was Mooney's only terse comment on the entire incident. It was never mentioned again. During their affair, Mooney and Phyllis traveled constantly around the globe, to Acapulco, Puerto Rico, Europe, Latin America, and Hawaii, under the guise of vacationing with a singing star or just following the McGuire sisters' act. Mooney met with his international associates, exuberantly cutting one deal after another. Sitting in Chuck's living room that spring, they laughed and talked of how they'd outfoxed the FBI agents time after time, Phyllis donning men's clothes and Mooney a disguise. It was a challenge to them to see whether they could walk right past an agent, right under his nose, and never be noticed. They found it all immensely humorous, a game. But on July 12, 1961, their game of cat and mouse with the FBI ceased to be entertaining. Mooney and Phyllis were returning from one of their many jaunts, this time from Phoenix, Arizona. En route to New York, their Pan Am flight had a brief layover in Chicago. As they stepped off the plane, Phyllis well ahead of Mooney, the FBI waited to greet them. To Mooney's dismay, he watched as 2 agents hustled Phyllis down the concourse. Before he could follow, 2 more agents stopped him, identifying themselves as Bill Romer and Ralph Hill. They proceeded to question him in a manner Mooney would later describe as snarling and aggressive. He informed them he had nothing to say and suggested, as he continued to walk in the direction he'd last seen Phyllis, they leave him alone. Romer and Hill had no intention of doing that and dogged his path, hurling an assortment of insults. Mooney was more familiar with the duo than they realized. He'd put Bob Mayhew to work digging up information on the agents in Chicago, and with one in particular, Ralph Hill, he said he'd hit pay dirt. In recalling the incident at the airport, Mooney explained to Chuck that he decided to drop a little bombshell on the illustrious Mr. Hill and give him something to think about in the future. So I said, "You're the guy that's been fucking around with some of my girlfriends. Well, I've got some affidavits, and I'm just waiting for the right time to use them." The look on Hill's face was nothing short of stunned, Mooney said, laughing with pleasure at the memory. "I had that motherfucker by the balls, and he knew it. I shut him up real fast. I bet he can't sleep at night now that he knows that I've got concrete evidence of what kind of guy he really is." Agent Romer, however, was not to be deterred, and a shouting match ensued. "He wanted me to throw a punch. That's what he wanted, the lousy cocksucker." Romer demanded to know whether Mooney was threatening a federal agent, and with that, Mooney said he'd return to the plane, emerging moments later with Phyllis's hat and purse. When he did, Romer seized upon the opportunity to goad him once more. That bastard started whistling and saying I was queer. I wanted to kill him. People gathered around. We were screaming back and forth. Man, oh man, it was fucking ridiculous. I got really pissed off and said, "Fuck your boss and your boss's boss and his fucking boss too." Then Romer asked me who that was, and I said, "Jack Kennedy, that's who." He thought he'd be a smart-ass, so he got real cocky and grinned and said he didn't think the president would be interested in Sam Giancana. What a dumb motherfucker. I told him, "Hey, asshole, I have the lowdown on all the fucking Kennedys, and someday I'll tell everything. Then the whole world will know what hypocritical bastards they are." I wanted to tell that son of a bitch a few more things, that I know everything about the lousy FBI, every move they make, and that I get it all thanks to the president himself. I'd like to have heard what he would have said to that news. In the aftermath of the airport confrontation, FBI surveillance increased. Chuck grimly shook his head as he noted agents following him to work at the motel, shadowing his errand running, sipping cokes in his Thunderbolt lounge. They'd gotten pushier, too, walking up to him at lunch, asking to meet for a cup of coffee. He refused to socialize, shaking his head politely and rejecting their efforts to corner him. Agents were following Anne-Marie as well. Whether it was taking little Mooney to school, making trips to the salon, or shopping at Marshall Fields and Bonwit Teller, there was always a government sedan nearby, watching her every move. Their neighbors had begun to act even more aloof, she said, and Chuck imagined the FBI had paid them visits, questioning them on the Giancana's habits, their comings and goings. Under the microscope of government agents, the pressure started to take its toll. For his brother, it was still a game. If anything, he seemed to enjoy the challenge of dodging the tails and outwitting the Boy Scouts. "Can't you get Kennedy to lay off?" Chuck complained to Mooney, bitterness in his voice. Always undaunted, Mooney reassured him, "Hey, they call this Camelot, remember? So relax. Don't you know who's sitting at the round table? We are." Chuck could find no evidence that Mooney's assessment was grounded in fact. Mooney's having saved Joe Kennedy's life, his massive monetary contributions to Kennedy's election, the vote stealing that had clinched the presidency, the promises he'd extracted, none had any effect. To the contrary, it appeared, despite Jack Kennedy's faithfully delivered FBI reports, that the Kennedys were out to erase any hint of obligation to their powerful benefactor. If this was Camelot, Chuck mused, it looked like Mooney was being made the court jester. Chapter 20. Mooney wasn't laughing. Sitting by the motel pool in the moonlight, Chuck studied his brother's tired, unshaven face. For 6 months, Mooney had struggled to hold on to the lingering belief that the presidency he'd bought and paid for would protect him. But by June, his personal dreams for Camelot were crumbling. Since the first of the year, the last vestiges of Mooney's control over the Kennedys had all but fallen away. Quite ominously, Murray Humphreys was suddenly unwelcome in the Oval Office. Additionally, his manipulation of the Kennedy-Sinatra friendship was eroded when the Kennedys refused the singer's invitation to vacation at his recently remodeled Palm Springs estate. To bolster the logic of the insult to Sinatra, Bobby Kennedy pointed to a 19-page report prepared by the FBI highlighting Sinatra's connections to underworld characters. Faced with this damning document, Jack Kennedy called on Peter Lawford, a Kennedy brother-in-law and Klan member, to break the news to Sinatra that he was persona non grata. Henceforth, the entertainer would not be welcome at the White House or at presidential social functions. Mooney was dumbfounded and enraged, an anger which, he confessed to Chuck, made him so mad he'd considered having various helpers hid, but later changed his mind. "I guess I like the guys. Shit, it's not their fault that the Kennedys are assholes. But if I didn't like them, you can be goddamn sure they'd be dead men." To a guy in the outfit, it made all the sense in the world to hit a man who let you down, whether it was his fault or not. To let him get away with a botched job could mean losing the respect of your other men, or worse, it might someday lead the cops right to your door. The way Mooney saw it, his men were expected to come through on a request or a promise he'd extracted from them. This operation of Mooney's had backfired, and Chuck imagined that thanks to this screw-up, a lot of people would grovel at Mooney's feet for the rest of his life. But Chuck also had to admit, groveling was a hell of a lot better than dying. Aside from the difficulties Murray Humphreys was having with the Kennedys, there was other evidence of a double cross. Word came down from Joe Kennedy to Cal Neva's Skinny D'Amato that Bobby would not allow mobster Joe Adonis back in the country as had been promised prior to the West Virginia primary. Then there was the plight of Mooney's associate Carlos Marcello of New Orleans. Only after a horrendous trek through the jungles of Guatemala, which Marcello enjoyed recounting as demonstrative of the Kennedys' brutality, had he managed to sneak back into the United States. Now he was in hiding, as Mooney put it, in his own damned country. Further evidence of the deteriorating relationship came when Judy Campbell's calls to the White House were refused. The affair with Jack Kennedy had cooled considerably since March, and because of that, Mooney was no longer receiving Jack's FBI reports. Overnight, Mooney's contact had been severed with Jack Kennedy, while Bobby Kennedy diligently worked to destroy him. It was all too clear to Mooney that the Kennedys had no intention of honoring their promises. More likely they intended to annihilate him and thereby remove any trace of their previous relationship. The seduction had achieved its end. Mooney was a lover scorned. "If I was going to get fucked, at least it should have felt good," he fumed. The events of the past months were proof positive to Mooney of the ultimate double-cross. Left unchallenged, his stature with the Commission and his men across the country would suffer irreparable damage. Quite simply, America's #1 mob boss had never been made a fool of in his entire life, or if he had, the perpetrator of such an offense hadn't lived to tell of his accomplishment. Chuck didn't believe Mooney would ever allow the Kennedys to be the first. Leaning back in the lounge chair at the pool's edge, his brother sighed and lit a cigar. In the light of the flame, Chuck saw an older man, worn by determination. He silently recalled the time Mooney had been sentenced to prison at Joliet. It seemed like a century ago. Mooney had been so young then, just a cocky street punk, but he'd been Chuck's hero all the same. A sadness filled him, made him ache for Mooney's loneliness, mourn their loss of innocence. He'd never known anyone more totally alone than his brother. Once within his grasp, Mooney's dream had slipped through his fingers, and although he hadn't expressed his disappointment, Chuck knew the defeat was devastating. Remembering the old days on Taylor Street, a wistful smile played across Chuck's lips. He longed for the simplicity of the street, its unspoken rules, its black-and-white reasoning. In the face of adversity, he was certain his brother would return there as well, to the ways he knew best. Mooney broke the silence, clearing his throat as he gazed up at the night sky. "They think they've really gotten me, Chuck. That's what they think." He shook his head and sighed again. "Well, you've never been beaten before. Nobody's ever stopped you. Nobody." "You're right about that," Mooney smiled wanly. "They've underestimated me. And to tell you the goddamn truth, that's good. Never let the enemy know your true strength." Chuck nodded. Mooney turned to look him square in the eye. "That Mick cocksucker Bobby, we got him on the wire calling me a guinea greaseball. Can you believe that? My millions were good enough for him, weren't they? The votes I muscled for him were good enough to get Jack elected. So now I'm a fucking greaseball, am I?" He smiled, his eyes narrowing into small cobra-like slits, and stood up. "Well, I'm going to send them a message they'll never forget." It was a formal declaration of war. As he watched Mooney disappear into the shadows, Chuck wondered what his brother intended to do, and was afraid to guess. Whatever he was planning, it would be merciless. Of that Chuck was certain. Unlike the White House and Justice Department, the CIA had continued their head-over-heels affair with Sam Giancana. For months, activity had been fierce. Mooney had collaborated with the intelligence agency in covert operations ranging from the Castro assassination plot and Cuban exile training to Latin American, Middle Eastern, and Asian operations. He'd also played a critical role in the CIA's international smuggling and money laundering ventures. Along with his New York friend, Carlo Gambino, Mooney had introduced the agents early on to the range of services that might be performed by Sicilian mob financial wizard and Vatican consultant Michele Sindona. Mooney confided that through their Vatican connections and shady banking deals, he and Gambino had assisted the CIA in pouring millions of illegally earned dollars into Sindona's illicit slush funds. In exchange, the CIA contributed heavily to Catholic charities, some legitimate, others not. For his service to the CIA, Mooney had been well rewarded in May of that year. As a favor, and perhaps even more important to conceal just how closely they'd been collaborating, Mooney's CIA associates had managed to get a Las Vegas wiretap case against Bob Mayhew and Mooney dropped. "They risked their jobs for me to get it handled. Now that's what I call loyalty," Mooney exclaimed. Indeed, jeopardizing their own careers, Mooney said the CIA's top officials had confessed to Attorney General Robert Kennedy their agency's own involvement in the bugging of comedian Dan Rowan's apartment. Rowan was half of the popular Las Vegas comedy team of Rowan and Martin, which would later achieve fame hosting the hit television show Laugh-In, and had been suspected by Mooney of romancing Phyllis McGuire in his absence. To allay Mooney's concerns, the agency had bugged Rowan's home. Afraid of the possible political fallout, Bobby Kennedy was forced to back off and the case was closed. But the Attorney General didn't retreat from battle, demanding the FBI rid the country of the man outfit guys said he referred to as that Dago scum Sam Giancana. For months since the primaries, using technical assistance that could be traced back at least partially to the CIA, Mooney had gathered damning evidence of the Kennedys' sexual exploits. And in the weeks following his poolside proclamation of war to Chuck, he made it clear he fully intended to use this evidence, exposing the Kennedys' tawdry hypocrisies to the entire world. The time was right, he said. He now had the muscle and the necessary connections to the media to destroy the Kennedy dynasty once and for all. But that would not be the case. There was one lingering problem with blackmail, a method Mooney longed to use. The fact was that in exposing the sins of the Kennedys, the exact nature of the relationship between the CIA and outfit might be exposed, just as had been feared in the case of the Dan Rowan wiretapping. Grudgingly, Mooney agreed early that summer with the opinion of his CIA cronies. Blackmail was out of the question. Any information gleaned from their surveillance of the Kennedys would be used in more oblique ways. For several weeks, Mooney lamented this decision. Knowing he had enough smut to ruin the Kennedys forever, and yet couldn't use it, embittered him even further. But eventually, and Chuck thought somewhat portentously, Mooney brightened, saying they would just have to come up with another, more lasting solution to the Kennedy problem, a solution embodied in Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe had long been connected to the outfit. His first real break had come from a man Mooney and his lieutenant Johnny Roselli knew well, Joe Schenck, the Hollywood producer convicted and imprisoned back in the 40s during the Brown buy-off scandal. An aging 70-year-old man by the time Mooney said he bedded Marilyn Monroe, Schenck nevertheless was still powerful in Hollywood. Always on the lookout for potential stars through his relationships with producers such as Schenck, Roselli had been impressed by Monroe and told Mooney so. From behind the scenes, Chicago quietly promoted her career, and Schenck introduced the buxom beauty to another man Mooney said he often conducted business with, producer Harry Cohn. According to Mooney, both Schenck and Cohn enjoyed Marilyn's sexual favors in exchange for two-bit parts in films. But by 1953, her two-bit days were over. After achieving household name recognition with her sensationalized nude calendar and the movie All About Eve, Marilyn catapulted to true stardom with the hit movie Niagara. Although Mooney said she'd been a good investment, he also admitted she was a sadly driven woman. More comfortable with her clothes off than on, Marilyn readily traded her body and soul for what she imagined was success and fame. Hers was a fantasy filled with conquered men and white knights, and neither would be the case, for instead she became the conquered, discovering to her endless sorrow that the men she envisioned as her saviors became at last her persecutors. Deceived countless times by countless men, Marilyn Monroe was the quintessential victim. From what Chuck had learned from his brother, in the late 50s and early 60s, Marilyn's desire to achieve stardom, coupled with her childlike desire to please, was exploited by the outfit and the CIA as well. Her sexual charms were employed by the CIA to frame world leaders, among them President Sukarno of Indonesia. Mooney insisted that using Monroe as bait, the CIA had successfully compromised leaders from Asia to the Middle East, and Marilyn, perhaps more because she enjoyed the attentions of the world's most powerful men than for reasons of patriotism, had been a willing participant in the intrigue. Throughout 1962, part-time outfit CIA operative Bernie Spindle's wiretaps had recorded the lovemaking of Jack Kennedy. According to Mooney, he had all of Kennedy's playthings, among them Judy Campbell and socialite Mary Meyer, as well as actresses Angie Dickinson and Marilyn Monroe, under surveillance. Sometime that spring, Mooney said he'd learned from Guy Bannister that J. Edgar Hoover had confronted the president with FBI reports of the affair with Campbell, and that thanks to that, Judy's effectiveness had waned. However, he also knew that Marilyn and the president had been connected romantically since the Democratic National Convention, and that in March of 1962, Bobby Kennedy had become involved with her as well. Marilyn, the orphan child of a dozen foster homes, now passed from one Kennedy to the other, and she told friends over her tapped phones she believed she was falling in love with the Attorney General. The timing was perfect for Mooney. While Bobby and Jack were hurriedly severing their ties to their benefactors, they continued to believe that they themselves were untouchable. With Marilyn Monroe, Mooney would show them just how truly vulnerable they were. By June of 1962, Marilyn's film career was losing momentum. She'd become unreliable and deeply troubled. Early that summer, Mooney told Chuck he'd had a former FBI agent and a detective working on Marilyn's surveillance, and in so doing had received a wealth of information about the starlet's habits, her emotional state, and her stormy love life. From what he'd learned, Mooney believed Marilyn's use to Chicago and the CIA was dwindling. Later, Chuck would surmise that Marilyn Monroe's knowledge of CIA outfit collaborative efforts, coupled with her increasingly severe emotional instability, had become a dangerous combination, and that by July, thanks to a failing relationship with Bobby Kennedy, she had become not only expendable, but, when Mooney received reports of her threats to Bobby Kennedy to blow the lid off the whole damn thing, a frightening liability as well. According to guys in the outfit, it was at this time that the CIA, fearful of exposure by the vengeful, drug-addicted Monroe, requested that Mooney have her eliminated. And Mooney, smelling blood, seized on the CIA contract as a way to achieve another objective as well. By murdering Monroe, it might be possible to depose the rulers of Camelot. 1 week before her death, a distraught Marilyn Monroe flew into Lake Tahoe's Calneva Lodge. Unbeknown to her, Mooney had orchestrated the invitation. Among the guests that weekend was a man Mooney jokingly referred to as Peter the Rabbit Lawford. At dinner that evening, Mooney, Sinatra, and Lawford watched as Marilyn drank herself into near oblivion, pouring out her heart to an uncharacteristically sympathetic Mooney Giancana. She sobbed to Mooney that Bobby Kennedy had refused her phone calls. She'd even tried to reach him at his home in Virginia, something that sent the Attorney General, recently hailed nationally as Family Man of the Year, into a rage. She was obviously crushed by the possibility that she was, as she put it, nothing more than a piece of meat to the two brothers. That night at the Calneva, seeing Marilyn draped nude across her bed, her blonde hair in a frothy wave cascading over one eye, had been a beautiful, if disheveled sight, Mooney said. He stood at the foot of her bed, looking on as she spread her legs for him, running her hands enticingly along her thighs. He'd accepted the invitation. He'd had her before, he said, plenty of times, but more than ever, he wanted her now. Wanted to know that he could take whatever the Kennedys might have. Zipping up his silk trousers later, he'd laughed to himself. He'd had Marilyn Monroe's body. What he didn't tell Chuck was that he'd soon have her life. 1 week later, Marilyn Monroe lay dead. It was all over the news that she'd committed suicide by taking an overdose of barbiturates, a tragic end to an already tragic life. But Chuck heard another, more sinister story circulate among the outfit guys who frequented the Thunderbolt Lounge. The week following Mooney's tryst with Marilyn at the Calneva Lodge, Chucky Nicoletti told Chuck that Mooney had received word from the CIA that Bobby Kennedy would be in California on the weekend of August 4th. That was what Nicoletti said Mooney had been waiting for. Mooney immediately flew to Palm Springs, California, ostensibly to attend a party. But in truth, Chuck imagined Mooney just wanted to be nearby when it happened, hoped to see Bobby Kennedy's face for himself when the nation's Attorney General was implicated in the scandalous suicide of a rejected starlet. Nicoletti said that 3 other planes also landed in California that week, in San Francisco, carrying 4 other men. Mooney had selected a trusted assassin, Needles Gianola, to coordinate the job. Needles, in turn, brought his sidekick, Muggsy Tortorella, on board, and 2 other professional killers, one from Kansas City and one from Detroit. The 4 men had gone to California, under Mooney's orders, to murder Marilyn Monroe. Eavesdropping nearby, where the electronic surveillance equipment had been set up by Bernie Spindle, the killers patiently waited for the Attorney General to arrive. Bobby Kennedy finally did appear at Marilyn's home, late on Saturday, accompanied by another man. Listening in on the conversation, Mooney's men ascertained that Marilyn was more than a little angry at Bobby. She became agitated, hysterical in fact, and in response, They heard Kennedy instruct the man with him, evidently a doctor, to give her a shot to calm her down. Shortly thereafter, the Attorney General and the doctor left. The killers waited for the cover of darkness, and sometime before midnight entered Marilyn's home. She struggled at first, it was said, but already drugged by the injected sedative, thanks to Bobby's doctor friend, their rubber-gloved hands easily forced her nude body to the bed. Calmly, and with all the efficiency of a team of surgeons, they taped her mouth shut and proceeded to insert a specially doctored Nembutal suppository into her anus. Then they waited. The suppository, which Nicoletti said had been prepared by the same Chicago chemist who concocted the numerous chemical potions for the Castro head, had been a brilliant choice. A lethal dosage of sedatives administered orally and by force would have been too risky, causing suspicious bruising during a likely struggle, as well as vomiting, a side effect that typically resulted from ingesting the huge quantities necessary to guarantee death. Using a suppository would eliminate any hope of reviving Marilyn, should she be found, since the medication was quickly absorbed through the anal membrane directly into the bloodstream. There'd be nothing in the stomach to pump out. Additionally, a suppository was as fast-acting as an injection, but left no needle mark for a pathologist to discover. In short, it was the perfect weapon with which to kill Marilyn Monroe. Indeed, within moments of insertion, the suppository's massive combination of barbiturates and chloral hydrate quickly entered her bloodstream, rendering her totally unconscious. The men carefully removed the tape, wiped her mouth clean, and placed her across the bed. Their job completed, they left as quietly as they had come. It was at this point that Mooney had hoped Act Two of the drama would begin. That next, Bobby Kennedy's affair with the distraught, love-scorned starlet would be exposed. But what Mooney hadn't counted on were the lengths Bobby Kennedy would go to cover up the affair. Nor could Mooney assist in the Attorney General's exposure by providing damning evidence of a compromising relationship with a starlet due to the risk such an act posed to his own clandestine affairs with the CIA. Nevertheless, Mooney had expected that hordes of police would be called in, Monroe's neighbors and housekeeper questioned, her home searched, and the scandalous discovery made that Bobby Kennedy had been there just hours earlier. In the wake of the investigation, it might also be suspected that the Attorney General, along with a Confederate, had administered a lethal dose of sedatives into Marilyn Monroe's bloodstream. That, to Mooney, would have been the ultimate victory. But that was not to be. Instead, the killers listened over their wiretaps in the hours following the murder as a series of phone calls alerted Bobby Kennedy to Marilyn's death and ultimately mobilized a team of FBI agents to avert the impending disaster that Mooney had anticipated would follow. Kennedy and Lawford, unaware there were other intruders in Marilyn's home that evening, seemed to believe Bobby and his doctor friend were to blame for her overdose and death. From the wiretaps, Needles and Muggsy learned that Kennedy had panicked at the prospect of being charged with the starlet's murder and implicated as Monroe's sexual playmate. He directed Peter Lawford and Detective Robert Otash, ironically one of the men involved in setting up surveillance of Monroe, to sweep the house before the authorities arrived. Thus, there were to be no discoveries of Bobby's visit to Marilyn's home earlier in the day, no love notes or damning phone numbers connecting either Bobby or Jack to the dead sex symbol. Chuck would later hear that Marilyn's diary had disappeared that night, and that J. Edgar Hoover's agents had confiscated the highly damaging telephone records, leaving little of substance that would implicate Bobby Kennedy. Ultimately, Marilyn's death was termed a suicide, and Bobby Kennedy was not mentioned publicly as either her lover or unwitting murderer until years later. It had been easy for the public to swallow such a story. Suicide wasn't surprising, given Marilyn's known addiction to alcohol and pills. She was unstable, that was no secret, an emotionally disturbed woman who'd attempted to take her own life on numerous occasions. This time, she'd simply been successful. Nicoletti told Chuck that J. Edgar Hoover's men from the Justice Department eagerly stepped in to protect the Attorney General. Like the underworld, the FBI had the President and the Attorney General under surveillance. But this was a coup for Hoover. Nicoletti said that Hoover thought he had the goods on the Kennedys, and from this point on would call the shots. For years there'd be whispered speculation about Marilyn's death, and hearing countless theories, Chuck would always laugh cynically to himself. Some, like that offered by Peter Lawford, who insisted that Marilyn had merely committed suicide, were to Chuck simply obvious attempts to protect the Kennedys. Typically, the closer a theory about the CIA and outfit collaboration came to the truth, the greater the effort to discredit its proponent. By October, the story of the starlet's murder was old news. That's the way it was in the outfit. Life went on. You listened, didn't ask questions, tried not to think about the unpleasantries, and you got damn good at it, too. Still, philosophical or not, Chuck found the FBI surveillance, now targeted at him and his family, especially demoralizing. Through the late summer and into the fall of 1962, he agonized about the constant stream of sedans parked outside his home or at the Thunderbolt Motel, and about the agents who sat at the bar sipping Coca-Colas. His agony increased when Mooney suggested he sell the motel. "It's too hot to even have a drink in the fucking lounge," Mooney complained. "It's crawling with G-men in there, so sell the joint. I'll find something else for you to do." Although Chuck did as he was instructed, putting the Thunderbolt up for sale at $500,000 in early October, the thought of being out of work sent him into a panic. He hadn't forgotten his months of waiting for a job before the motel had come along. When and if it sold, he wouldn't grovel for a handout. He'd press for the opportunity to go into something legitimate, preferably his lifelong dream of construction. Chuck blamed the FBI for this turn of events in his life. As Bobby Kennedy's personal army of FBI agents slammed into Chuck's world with full force, he began to see his dreams for his children slipping away. With each new headline and television expose, little Mooney and Chucky sustained further injuries to their psyches. And in the midst of his depression, Chuck dared not think about the sale of the motel, secretly hoping that despite the FBI's pressure, Mooney would tell him to take it off the market. It was better to go to work each day and face the G-men than not to go to work at all. Anne-Marie begged him to talk to his brother. "Please, Chuck, maybe there's something he can do. There must be. Why should we suffer because of him? It isn't fair," she said tearfully. But in the end, Chuck said nothing to his brother about their misfortune. Nor did he ask that the motel not be sold. It just wasn't fair to burden Mooney further, he reasoned. Besides, his problems made theirs seem silly by comparison. He couldn't imagine complaining to the world's biggest outfit boss about something he felt certain would be viewed as insignificant. "Mooney's too big to be worried by us," he explained impatiently to Anne-Marie. "He's got big things going on, bigger than some damned motel in Rosemont, Illinois. He's up to his eyeballs in international deals, and he's got his own problems with the FBI. He sure as hell doesn't need me going in and whining about our little worries." Truly, for Mooney, the Thunderbolt was only one of hundreds of investments scattered across the globe. He gave its sale barely a second thought. Instead, he focused on a new venture, one that captured his imagination, if only momentarily. In between business trips to Bern, Rome, Paris, and London, Mooney, the consummate deal juggler, made plans for what would be called the biggest star-studded occasion in Chicago's history, the grand opening of the Villa Venice. Northwest of Chicago, in Wheeling, Illinois, the Villa Venice had been just another joint among the string of joints Mooney owned. But after Mooney invested $250,000 in its refurbishing, the dowdy stepchild was transformed into the swankest nightclub east of Las Vegas. Chuck and Anne-Marie always enjoyed the atmosphere of a swank club, and this one rivaled the finest. A grand, canopied entrance awaited each patron's arrival, and beneath the canopy, a line of smartly uniformed valets graciously greeted the fur-draped women and their tuxedoed escorts as they climbed from gleaming Cadillacs, limousines, and Lincolns. Behind the club, a small river snaked through a grove of trees. Floating in the moonlight were brightly painted gondolas with Venetian-outfitted gondoliers eager to take romantic couples on a watery, violin-accompanied journey. Inside, the ambience was equally breathtaking. A grand foyer opened onto a sumptuous room dotted with linen-draped tables, each topped by lush maidenhair ferns, flowers, and flickering candlelight. Thick burgundy carpets muffled the footfalls of dozens of elegantly dressed waiters. Throughout the opening week, drinks flowed, and the sounds of elegant, subdued laughter mingled with the tinkling of crystal glasses and champagne flutes. An ornate wrought iron railing separated the club's revelers from a gleaming hardwood dance floor, while on stage, stars such as Eddie Fisher, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and Sammy Davis Jr. crooned for hundreds of admiring fans. That week, Chuck and Anne-Marie were stationed front row and center. At their table sat Butch Blasey, Mooney's bodyguard, and his wife, Chuck English and his wife Laura, Butch and Mary English, and the Potenzas. Anne-Marie, like the other women, was dressed to the nines. The scent of expensive perfume blanketed the smoke-filled air, and there was a hushed excitement in the room, electrifying the night. Other people were willing to pay hundreds, even thousands, just to stand. And here Chuck was, sitting so close to the stage he could smell Sinatra's cologne. That was what being Mooney Giancana's brother was all about, Chuck thought to himself, as the uncertainty of his financial future and the problems with the G-men and Kennedys faded from consciousness. He leaned back to enjoy his front-row vantage point. Glancing up toward the ceiling, Chuck caught sight of Mooney clowning around on the catwalk, waving and making faces at the entertainers. He seemed on top of the world. As Chuck watched Sammy Davis Jr. on stage, he let his mind wander. He'd met Davis years earlier, when he'd accompanied Mooney's New York fence, George Unger, backstage at an Atlantic City nightclub. Unger wanted to collect on a $20,000 debt owed by Davis for jewelry. Unger and Chuck hadn't muscled Davis, but nevertheless the entertainer had been terrified at the sight of Mooney's brother. The name Giancana was as good as any bullet ever invented, striking fear into the heart of a man well acquainted with Mooney's outfit tactics. Davis was not the only celebrity who owed money to Mooney. Half of Hollywood was in his debt. Mooney said countless entertainers, sports figures, and politicians owed him substantial amounts of money. How substantial, Chuck wasn't sure, but his brother complained about it every time a particular name came up. Mooney might not have had his financial concerns squared away with his Hollywood associates, but during the opening of the Villa Venice, he managed to wrestle major dollars from Chicago's affluent gamblers. Guests of the Villa Venice, desiring to indulge their interest in high-stakes gambling, were shuttled to either a nearby Quonset hut, a prefab corrugated metal building set up specifically for the occasion with roulette wheels, card games, and slot machines, or to the classy Vernon Country Club. Mooney had at last built a monument to his power in his own hometown, and although it had cost the outfit's boss a small fortune, it was apparent to Chuck and Anne-Marie, as they joined the club's famous entertainers for a late-night party, that the Villa Venice was worth every dime. When journalists would later report that the famous celebrities had performed for free, as they'd claimed to nosy FBI agents, Chuck would chuckle. Mooney said different, and in no uncertain terms. He'd paid various entertainers $75,000 each in cash for their appearances during the club's grand opening month. Mooney had an unwritten policy of always paying the people who worked for him, entertainers included, because he didn't want to feel obligated. He didn't ask for favors, he granted them. He hadn't asked whether particular performers would do him a favor and come in for the club's opening. He hadn't called in a marker that had forced them to leave their other engagements. He'd told them, and they'd been happy to comply. It was true that Mooney had grown disgusted with the insincere behavior of some of the Hollywood names, but his dislike of them did nothing to cool his desire for profits. He made sure the biggest names were included in his extravaganza at the Villa Venice. He even went so far as to suggest to Los Angeles attorney and theatrical agent Sidney Korshak, a man once described in the New York Times as a major link between big business and the outfit, that Dinah Shore be sent to Chicago. Not necessarily to sing, he told Chuck, but because she had a reputation as a great partier. Her absence at the opening was Mooney's only disappointment, and so far as Chuck could tell, that was a mild disappointment indeed, because apart from a sexual tryst or two, using stars was all business. All business now, Mooney pocketed the rewards from the Villa Venice, $3 million in tax-free profit at month's end. Amid the glamour of the club's opening and Mooney's globe-trotting international intrigues, the FBI intensified its war against the Chicago boss and organized crime in general. In January of 1963, the cry went out from the underworld coast to coast to eliminate the Kennedys, and Mooney, who'd set himself up as the undeclared boss of bosses, began receiving pressure from fellow mafiosi, particularly Hoffa and Marcello, to do just that. If he was the man with the wherewithal and government connections to put an end to the Kennedy regime, as he claimed, they wanted him to prove it. To Chuck's private dismay, in early spring, the Thunderbolt was sold, bringing $50,000 above the asking price from two well-known community figures, Rosemont's mayor, Don Stevens, and the state highway construction mogul, Joe Greco. By May, Chuck was out of work. Dejected and with no word from Mooney of some new challenge, he went into the hospital for a hernia operation. Lying beneath sterile white sheets, he gazed out the window into a world that now also seemed sterile. He didn't want time to think. He'd spent most of his life trying not to dwell on the anger, the pain. But confinement in the hospital gave him more than enough opportunity to evaluate his life, as well as Mooney's. The despair closed in around him. "How can things be so black in a room that's all white?" he joked feebly to Anne-Marie. Since he hadn't mentioned his personal concerns to his brother, Chuck was surprised when Mooney trotted into his hospital room, his face lit with an uncharacteristic, broad smile. He sat down on the edge of the bed. "I just wanted you to know it's all taken care of," Mooney said, smiling mysteriously. "What's taken care of?" Chuck asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Things," he replied, as he flicked his cigar in the ashtray and looked him in the eye. Suddenly Chuck was transported back in time. He saw his brother's face in the crowd, one eyebrow slightly lifted, could almost hear the whistling man's tune. "You know I always win," Mooney said, standing up. And with that he turned and walked out of the room. In June of 1963, the local FBI agents instituted what they called lockstep surveillance of the Chicago boss, meaning literally that agents had been assigned to dog his every step. Mooney credited agents Romer and Rutland as having masterminded the surveillance technique. Agent Hill, the man Mooney had said he had a lot of dirt on, declined to participate, transferring to another assignment. Mooney explained Hill's change of heart as smart. There was no attempt made at secrecy under this new program. The G-men openly dogged Mooney's every move. More than anything, Mooney took lockstep as a sign that the Kennedys were fighting back, that they were out to get him first. Certainly it was with a new vengeance that the Justice Department now waged war on Sam Giancana. Chuck imagined that the continuous FBI tale would quickly annoy his brother, but he never dreamed Mooney would react by taking legal action. On June 28th of that year, though, at the advice of his attorney and son-in-law, Tony Tishy, that's exactly what Mooney did. He filed suit against the Justice Department in the hope that he'd win a court injunction against the FBI for harassment on the grounds that the agency was depriving him of his constitutional right to privacy. For a reputed mobster to sue the government was unheard of. The headlines in the Chicago papers blared amazement. Chuck, like everyone else in the outfit, had initially been surprised by the stunt. But Mooney was enormously confident, telling Chuck he'd win his case for what he called two very good reasons. First, he said, his civil rights were indeed being violated, and this he could prove in a court of law. And second, but more important, he'd win because by filing the suit, he'd essentially called Bobby Kennedy's bluff. He was certain the Attorney General would back down. As he saw it, Kennedy would have no choice. "I'll be sitting on the stand holding a can of worms, and Bobby'll be scared to death I'll open it, because if I do, all their dirty little secrets will come out." There was some risk involved in Mooney's strategy, however. By taking the government to court, Mooney knew he'd have to go on the stand himself, swearing that he was a law-abiding citizen. He'd then be cross-examined by government attorneys who possessed reams of documents detailing every aspect of his criminal history, enough ammunition to put him away for life. Under oath, Mooney would be forced to answer all questions posed by these attorneys or face binding contempt charges. Nevertheless, Mooney wasn't worried at all. He said he'd heard that the local FBI agents were ecstatic, thinking they'd somehow managed to trap Mooney Giancana, and that the crime boss was in for a big surprise. Instead, it was they who were in for a surprise. Attorney General Robert Kennedy claimed that the court had no legal right to rule on the FBI's conduct of surveillance. On that basis, the prosecution declined to cross-examine Mooney, and the court eventually ruled that the surveillance had to be reduced. Mooney had won. But his victory was short-lived. That summer, the Court of Appeals overturned the earlier ruling, and once again the FBI agents dogged his every step. Mooney was philosophical about this turn of events, as well as adaptable. To conduct business, he simply dodged the FBI agents and changed his routine, meeting associates in parking lots, cemeteries, and on street corners. Occasionally, he'd lament the FBI crusade, but largely he said little to Chuck, seething inside perhaps, but seemingly satisfied to wait his turn at revenge. Still out of work, Chuck toyed with the idea of striking out on his own. He had let Mooney know that he wanted to go into a legitimate business, preferably in construction, but he'd heard nothing about such an opportunity from his brother, and waited in silent frustration, afraid to act on his own without Mooney's permission or endorsement. He hated to think what his brother's reaction might be if he dared to be so brazenly independent. "I have to be patient and lie low," he explained to his wife. Indeed, any possibility of Chuck going outside the outfit seemed increasingly remote. He resigned himself to waiting for word from his brother, spending his days miserably idle, frequenting the outfit bars and dives throughout the summer and fall. But in so doing, Chuck heard the whispered comments. "Mooney's going to have to do something about the Kennedys," Needles insisted. "Mooney's going to fix them," said Milwaukee Phil. The general consensus was that something had to give, and it wouldn't be Sam Giancana. Chuck refused to submit to curiosity. He didn't want to know what his brother's plans entailed, and he refused to worry about what lengths Mooney might go to, mostly because he was far more concerned with his own family's welfare than any national security issues that might damage the myth of a Kennedy Camelot. On November 22nd, 1963, Chuck turned on the radio in his car and learned that President Kennedy had been shot in Dallas. Somehow he wasn't surprised. He'd heard everyone from gas station attendants to guys in the outfit say, "Somebody should get that goddamn Kennedy bastard." So finally, he thought, somebody had. Several years would pass before Chuck would know the truth, and then he would hear the entire incredible story from Mooney himself. But even now, deep down, he knew who had been behind the president's murder. Still driving, Chuck saw the roadway and the surrounding countryside blur past him with the nauseating intoxication of a spinning carousel. Mooney's recent prophetic words now echoed in Chuck's ears. "It's all taken care of. I always win." Later, when Dallas authorities announced the capture of a lone assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, a man the media quickly portrayed as a schizophrenic nut, the 1933 assassination of Chicago's mayor, Anton Cermak, sprang to Chuck's mind. Initially, Oswald sounded strangely similar to Cernak's killer, Joseph Zangara. Chuck remembered hearing about Zangara from Mooney when he was a kid. Zangara had been a patsy, set up to appear to be a political fanatic, but was in reality nothing more than a rum runner who'd owed the mob too much money to refuse a job. Like Oswald, he'd also been described as an excellent marksman. As more of the story trickled out over the following days, Chuck found himself dumbfounded that the nation could fall for such an obvious scheme. He'd always believed that the outfit's one failing was its predictability. If you knew how they thought, you were never surprised, because their tactics were always the same. But when the all-too-familiar name of Jack Ruby sprang across the airwaves, when Ruby killed Oswald right on TV in front of the entire nation, there was no doubt left in Chuck's mind. His brother had ordered the hit. The CIA had known it all along. J. Edgar Hoover had turned his head, and the nation would never be the same. Chapter 21. Just as the nation changed irrevocably after the fateful day of November 22, 1963, so too did the lives of Chuck and Mooney Giancana. After almost a year of waiting for a job, a desperate time financially, and one in which Chuck morosely spent his time sitting with his brother Pepe, shooting the breeze with old outfit friends from the patch, Chuck got word from Mooney to visit several Chicago builders, among them a man named Sam Pizzetti. Pizzetti's firm gave Chuck the opportunity to demonstrate his special talent for construction. He soon discovered that he thrived on haggling with suppliers and tradesmen and enjoyed meeting the continual challenge of scheduling and production. That he could be really good at the business was, for Chuck, a revelation. He suddenly had an identity, an expertise outside the outfit, and that fall of 1964, armed with a new self-confidence and the blueprints for an ambitious large-scale building project, Chuck decided to pay his brother a visit. He wanted nothing more than Mooney's blessing, having already secured financing for the $3 million project through both an area bank and the Chicago developer Jack Pritzker, owner of the Hyatt hotel chain. But because Mooney was his brother and because it was the right thing to do, Chuck offered him a third of all profits from the project as a courtesy or tribute. It was customary in the outfit to pay tribute to one's sponsor or mentor. Paying tribute assured having a partner whose name could be far more valuable than any financial backing, lending protection and stature to the project. But Mooney refused Chuck's offer with a simple, "Thanks, but no thanks. Keep it all for yourself." And so Chuck left, having gained his brother's nod of approval and something more, his independence. For the first time in his life, at the age of 42, Chuck was striking out on his own. Chuck brought in Sam Bazzetti and made him his partner. First they built homes in Rosemont, the West Chicago township, where the Thunderbolt had been located. Then they parlayed that success into other projects, constructing and selling 38 apartment buildings. With his share of the profits from the sale of these apartment buildings, Chuck went it alone, financing the development of a shopping plaza. All this he accomplished without Mooney's financial backing, and he was proud of that. By 1966, for the first time in his life, Chuck felt independent, removed from the shadow of his brother's influence. No longer technically connected to the mob, Chuck anticipated no further scrutiny from the G-Men. However, to the FBI, he was still Mooney's brother, still a Giancana, and his change of employment had done little to cool their interest in his affairs. The agents were convinced Sam Giancana and Outfit Money had bankrolled Chuck's new enterprise. Mooney had his own troubles to contend with in the 3 years following the Kennedy assassination. There were rumblings among his younger, less powerful underlings, complaints that he was unfit for the job, that he was too hot-tempered and high-profile to run the day-to-day business of Chicago's outfit. Mooney told Chuck he had that under control, but what continued to irritate him was the scrutiny of the FBI. The G-men continued to shadow him relentlessly, despite the fact that Bobby Kennedy, still Attorney General until Katzenbach was appointed in 1965, no longer took a personal interest in gangster busting. In fact, after his brother's assassination, Kennedy never again met with his Special Task Force on Organized Crime. But even with the loss of Bobby Kennedy, the man who'd given the FBI its outfit-busting mandate, the Bureau was still capable of dealing a powerful blow to Chicago's outfit. Launching a highly publicized grand jury investigation into interstate racketeering in May of 1965, the Justice Department targeted Chicago's Sam Giancana for destruction. The following month, Mooney, who'd been granted immunity but refused to talk, was found in contempt of court and sentenced to the Cook County Jail. The incarceration would drag on for a full year until Mooney's release on Memorial Day of 1966 with the termination of the grand jury. It was a long year for Chuck as well. Mooney had sent word during his prison stay that his younger brother shouldn't visit. "No reason to bring on any more heat from the G than you already have," he said. Chuck found himself balancing the logic of Mooney's statement with his strong desire to see his brother. Ultimately, logic won out, and he comforted himself with the thought that the imprisonment couldn't last forever. Chuck hadn't realized how much he'd missed Mooney until he finally saw him, immediately following his release from jail. His brother had gone to Chuck's suburban home, saying he wanted to outfox the G-men who'd been tailing him since his release. It had always been a place where Mooney felt comfortable, where he could relax, have some pasta, share a few laughs, and talk openly. Neither Chuck nor his brother considered the possibility that the FBI might be bugging their conversations. Such an idea had never been mentioned, perhaps because Mooney believed that only he and the CIA would resort to illegal wiretapping. Alone in Chuck's rambling ranch home, the two brothers now reminisced about the old days. Mooney's gaunt face and thinning hair saddened Chuck. The past year hadn't been kind. But as much as Mooney looked different, little had really changed. In many respects, he was still the same cocky punk from the patch, a charming, albeit sometimes sinister, rogue who, twinkle in his eye, liked nothing more than to display a new piece of stolen jewelry while extolling the virtues of a good game of golf. Chuck was relieved to find that Mooney's old 42 gang brand of confidence remained intact, that the arrogant swagger still lingered in his stride. "I'm leaving," he suddenly announced in a tone filled half with pleasure, half with what Chuck thought was a tinge of regret. He sat back and lit a cigar. "Leaving? Where are you going?" Chuck exclaimed, practically rising out of his leather chair in surprise. Mooney's words sounded more final than those of a man simply going for a drive. "I'm leaving for Mexico," Mooney replied. "Mexico? What the hell for? For who? Why?" Chuck's string of questions poured out so rapidly he startled even himself. He suddenly remembered Mooney leaving for Joliet, and realized here he was some 30-odd years later, and a grown man on top of it, and yet he felt the same panic, the same sadness he'd felt as a child at the prospect of losing his brother. "Slow down," Mooney said, grinning. "Jesus, you'd think I was being run out of town on a rail." He chuckled, then said, "Sure, I'll miss Chicago, but it's going to be terrific, Chuck." He paused. "Didn't you wonder why Hanrahan didn't go after me again? If he had, they could have kept me in jail forever." Chuck shook his head. He was aware there'd been quite an uproar when U.S. Attorney Hanrahan had backed down and refused to go forward with reimmunization procedures on orders from Washington, the papers had said. There'd even been a rumor, which Chuck had laughingly dismissed, that Mooney was going to turn, that he was going to help the feds nail his fellow bosses. "Well, they would have reimmunized me. That's what Hanrahan and the local G wanted to do. But the CIA pulled some strings with those cocksuckers at the Justice Department. All I got to do now is take Dick Kane and work deals for the CIA and the outfit all over the world. We've got some big-name companies ready to act as fronts and supply the financial backing. There's lots of money, billions to be made in Asia, Europe, the Middle East, and south of the border. I'll still be running things like I always have in Chicago. I'm putting Tietz Battaglia in charge here. He'll do what the hell I tell him to." Chuck nodded in agreement. Mooney and Battaglia went back a long way. "Overseas is where it's all heading, Chuck," Mooney continued. "I've got Trafficante on board for Asia. The Vietnam War is going to make a lot of guys rich. I've got Marcello in line for the shit from Latin America. Gambino and I'll be working together on Europe and the Middle East. As far as Chicago's concerned, Tietz and Accardo and Rica can handle it just fine without me here." He put his feet up on the table in obvious self-satisfaction. "Yeah, the government's sure been good to you," Chuck retorted sarcastically. "Hey," Mooney said sharply. He leaned forward and knotted his hands into two tight fists. "Forget about the fucking G-men. I'm talking CIA. They're different, like night and day. We've been partners on more deals than I have time to tell you about. You should know that by now, for Christ's sake." "I guess I'll never understand, huh?" Chuck challenged, irritated by Mooney's cavalier know-it-all attitude. Glowering, Mooney stood up from his chair, cigar in hand, and marched across the room. When he reached Chuck, he lowered his voice and hissed, "Maybe this will help." He fixed Chuck in a steely, impenetrable gaze. "We took care of Kennedy. Together." He lifted his cigar to his lips, and a cruel smile curled like an embrace around it. There was a deadly silence in the room as Mooney stalked back to the comfort of his chair. Chuck felt as if his mind had just gone blank, become an empty slate of shock, and still a million questions rushed in just as quickly. He finally knew for certain what he'd secretly feared all along. His brother had been right. The government and the outfit really were two sides of the same coin. But hearing the truth, and hearing it directly from Mooney, left him speechless. He saw his hands tremble as he reached for the reassurance of a cigar. "How's that?" Mooney said, smiling triumphantly from his chair. Chuck could only nod. He cleared his throat and muttered, I guess I see what you mean." For the next hour, Mooney shared the darkest and most horrifying of his secrets. Deep down, Chuck wanted to tell his brother to stop, wanted to cover his ears. These were not, he thought, the secrets a man should know if he valued his life. But somehow he couldn't call a halt to the stream of words. Chuck had already known Jack Ruby was not a stranger to Chicago. Ruby had been Chicago's, meaning Mooney's, man in Dallas for years, running strip joints, gambling rackets, and narcotics for the outfit, and running guns, and he heard narcotics as well, for the CIA. All the activities were carried out under Mooney's direction, largely through the insulatory channels of a small, trusted handful of lieutenants, Lenny Patrick, Dave Yaris, Paul Jones, and his old Calneva pit boss, Louis McWillie, as well as Mooney's outfit Teamsters men, Red and Alan Dorfman. Ruby's murder of Oswald, an act that placed Chicago's outfit and its leader squarely in the middle of the assassination cover-up for anyone who understood the outfit hierarchy, was, as Chuck had already suspected, not inspired by a sudden outburst of patriotism on the part of a two-bit racketeer. Mooney told Chuck that he'd kept Johnny Roselli as his liaison to Marcello, Trafficante, and the CIA, while concurrently directing his lieutenants to put Ruby in charge of overseeing the outfit's role in the assassination, collaborating in Dallas with the government agents. So it came to be that another Jack Ruby, a smart, clever man, one very different from the person erroneously portrayed by the media as an overzealous yet bumbling nightclub owner, played a major role in the events surrounding the murder of the president. Ruby, Mooney told Jack, had been a logical choice. The guy had previously demonstrated his extreme loyalty and ability to work with the CIA during the planning for the Bay of Pigs invasion. Mooney said he'd heard through Lenny Patrick that Ruby actually had come into his own while collaborating with his intelligence buddies. Over time, the Dallas gangster had formed fast friendships with undercover agents, men like Lee Harvey Oswald. Indeed, at one point, Ruby went so far as to give CIA operative and outfit pilot David Ferry a job in his carousel club. But there was another reason Mooney said he selected Jack Ruby for the job. His relationships with Dallas law enforcement officers were unusually good. Since first coming to Texas, true to his Chicago outfit training, he'd massaged the local cops and politicians, gradually getting to know most on a first-name basis. These friendships, Mooney said, had been extremely useful in overcoming problems with the local cop in the street in the aftermath of the assassination. As the person representing the outfit in Dallas, the task had quite naturally fallen to Ruby to silence Oswald when he was unexpectedly captured alive. Having Oswald alive and in custody put us on the spot real good, Mooney said, chuckling. Chuck, for his part, didn't see the humor. Utilizing his associations with the Dallas police force, Mooney explained that Ruby was able to gain entry to the police station, an astounding feat for a person the press later referred to as a half-witted strip club operator, both immediately after Oswald's incarceration and, more critically, during Oswald's transfer. The look on Oswald's face at the sight of a man he knew should have tipped the cops, Mooney admitted. "Shit, I heard they were queer for each other," Mooney said. "They sure as hell were friends. Oswald knew what the story was when he saw Jack coming at him. He knew he'd been made the patsy already, and then he knew Jack was going to take him out. But what the fuck was he going to do about it then?" Mooney shrugged impassively. "It was too late." Chuck knew from years of association with the outfit that a guy in Ruby's position would have to go to any lengths to kill Oswald, who had the knowledge to blow the lid off the entire operation. There wasn't an outfit guy alive who didn't think it was better to die in prison as a murderer, to be executed in the chair for that matter, than to die at the hand of one of Mooney's vengeful enforcers for a screwed-up job. The gruesome memory of Action Jackson's torture and murder still lingered. Ever the loyal outfit guy, Jack Ruby did what he had to do. Mooney said that the alleged lone gunman, Lee Harvey Oswald, like Ruby, had ties to both the CIA and the outfit. Oswald had been connected to the New Orleans mob from the time he was born. His uncle was a Marcello lieutenant who had exerted a powerful influence over the fatherless boy. Early in life, Oswald had formed a powerful alliance with the U.S. intelligence community. First, as an impressionable young man during a stint in the Civil Air Patrol with homosexual CIA operative and outfit smuggling pilot David Ferry, a bizarre, hairless eccentric whom Mooney said he and Marcello frequently used to fly drugs and guns out of Central America, and later when serving in the Marines during the late 50s, when Oswald attended a series of intensive intelligence training sessions run by the Office of Naval Intelligence in a top-secret Japanese spy base. The short of it, Mooney said, was that Lee Harvey Oswald was a CIA agent. Oswald had been a spy for the U.S. government in the Soviet Union and had been trained to speak fluent Russian. He was not a Castro sympathizer or communist at all, as the misinformation that spewed forth from government agencies in the wake of the assassination had the public believing. In truth, Mooney said, Lee Harvey Oswald was a right-wing supporter of the Kill Castro Bay of Pigs camp, CIA all the way. After serving the CIA and its military intelligence division in the Soviet Union, Oswald had returned to work at a company involved in top security projects for the U.S. government. Once back in New Orleans with his Russian wife, he was directed by the CIA to a man very well known to Mooney, former Chicago FBI agent and commie buster Guy Bannister. Bannister's Camp Street detective offices were a front for CIA covert domestic operations, as well as clandestine outfit and Cuban exile operations, just as had been the case with a Miami-based detective agency in which Richard Kane had worked following his stint with the CIA, where he trained Cuban exiles. Likewise, Mooney said Bob Mayhew's Washington-Las Vegas detective agencies served a similar purpose. All were fronts designed to cloak illegal CIA outfit activities and draw top-notch agents for the CIA. When Oswald was sent to Dallas by his intelligence superiors, he met with Mooney's Dallas representative, Jack Ruby, at Ruby's Carousel Club, and re-established his relationship with David Ferry. Oswald was also put in contact with another of Mooney's associates, a man Mooney dealt with through both his Haitian and Dallas dealings, the Russian exile and CIA operative, geologist George Demarenschild. That guy helped me make a lot of money in oil, man, oh man. Did he have the contacts with Texas oil men back then? He introduced me to a lot of them, too. Over the years, Chuck had heard the names of many oil men mentioned by his brother as business associates, among them Sid Richardson, H. L. Hunt, Clint Murchison, and Mike Davis. Chuck had also heard the names of several Texas politicians, including Lyndon Johnson, said by Mooney to have received substantial outfit and oil money backing. Mooney now confided that the dollars raised for the hit on the president, each man involved in the assassination plot received $50,000, Mooney said he personally received millions in oil, had come from wealthy right-wing Texas oil men. Precisely who these financiers were, however, Mooney never disclosed. And following a code well ingrained over many years in the outfit, Chuck never asked. Mooney told Chuck he sent Johnny Roselli to New Orleans to check out Oswald early on. When I told Marcello what the deal was, he said he liked the way Oswald looked for the job, and so did Bannister. Roselli came back with the same impression. He's perfect. That's what Roselli said after he met him in Bannister's office, Mooney recalled. Roselli returned to Bannister's New Orleans office several times in preparation for Dallas, his last trip being in October of 1963. Contrary to popular opinion, Oswald, Mooney added, had been a bright kid. His downfall had been his unyielding patriotism and malleability. He was easily manipulated. In early spring of 1963, when the decision was reached by Mooney and his CIA associates to finalize plans for their elimination of the president, Oswald was the natural choice as fall guy. They'd already laid the groundwork to make him look like a commie nut by going to Russia and with all that pro-Castro shit. He was perfect. He acted like a commie. He smelled like a commie. So they figured it would be no problem to convince people he was a commie. As he'd done with the Castro assassination attempt and other covert operations previously, Mooney told Chuck he relied on Roselli as his main conduit to the CIA, but only after he said he held an initial meeting with Guy Bannister and former CIA Deputy Director Charles Cabell, then employed in Mayhew's detective firm. There was also a man Mooney described as a covert operations specialist, and some top brass in U.S. military intelligence from Asia in attendance. After this meeting, Mooney said that Roselli met several times with members of the original group, as well as a CIA agent. Roselli also continued to serve as Mooney's go-between to Marcello, Trafficante, and Hoffa, men who were equally eager to see their nemesis, Jack Kennedy, eliminated. Mooney said that the entire conspiracy went right up to the top of the CIA. He claimed that some of its former and present leaders were involved, as well as a half-dozen fanatical right-wing Texans, Vice President Lyndon Johnson, and one of the team from the Bay of Pigs Action Office under Eisenhower. The more Chuck understood about Mooney's plot and its multitude of players, the more apparent it became that there were few, if any, lines of demarcation between the outfit and the CIA. There were no black hats and white hats. That was all a sham, for, as Mooney put it, saps to cling to. In many instances, the outfit and the CIA were one and the same. Such was the case, according to Mooney, with Frank Fiorini, Mooney's lieutenant, who worked simultaneously with the government intelligence agency and would go on to become embroiled in Richard Nixon's Watergate fiasco under the alias Frank Sturgis. The same held true of Richard Kane. Kane was an operative and outfit man who secretly had worked as a spy for Mooney in Chicago Sheriff Richard Ogilvy's department. Kane was now the man whom Mooney intended to make his confidant, international traveling companion, and CIA dealmaker. From Mooney's point of view, one that Chuck couldn't help but embrace when faced with the facts his brother threw down before him, the CIA and outfit had become so intertwined that to say there had been a conspiracy between the two overlooked the mere fact that they had become, for all practical purposes, one. For all its apparent simplicity, Mooney said the Dallas assassination had taken months to mastermind. Dozens of men were involved, and the hit had been planned for several different cities: Miami, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Dallas. But ultimately the president had been lured to Dallas, the city affording the best opportunity for a successful assassination. Mooney said both Richard Nixon and Lyndon Johnson knew about the whole damned thing, having met with him several times in Dallas immediately prior to the assassination. What exactly was discussed between these men, Mooney didn't say. The politicians and the CIA made it real simple, Mooney explained. We'd each provide men for the hit. I'd oversee the outfit side of things and throw in Jack Ruby and some extra backup, and the CIA would put their own guys on to take care of the rest. According to Mooney, the nuts and bolts planning had involved some of the top people in the Dallas police force. Most conveniently, the mayor, Earl Cabell, was the brother of former CIA Deputy Director Charles Cabell. As the man responsible for citywide security, the mayor provided the police protection for the presidential motorcade. Mooney grinned. They made sure it was so loose down there in the day of the hit, shit, a 4-year-old could have nailed Jack Kennedy. Chuck would later learn through the outfit grapevine that Mooney solicited professional killers from several quarters. Killers who, the guys said, were required to be top-notch marksmen. 2 of Marcello's men were recruited for assassination, as well as 2 of Trafficante's Cuban exile friends. It was rumored that one of these exiles was a former Havana vice cop turned mobster, and the other a radical turned corrupt U.S. Customs official. From Chicago, Mooney brought in Richard Kane, Chucky Nicoletti, and Milwaukee Phil, all having worked previously on the Bay of Pigs deal. Mooney said that both Kane and Nicoletti were actual gunmen for the hit, being placed at opposite ends of the Dallas book depository. In fact, he asserted it was Kane, not Oswald, who'd actually fired from the infamous 6th-story window. Mooney also alleged that the CIA had added several of their own soldiers, using one of the anti-Castro and Roscoe White as actual gunmen for the hit, along with J.D. Tippit and Lee Harvey Oswald, the man Mooney said they intended to frame as the lone assassin. During the operation, Mooney said the CIA upper echelon sequestered themselves in a hotel surrounded by electronic equipment. With the aid of walkie-talkies, the men were able to secure their firing positions and learn of Oswald's whereabouts immediately following the hit. Mooney's backup, Milwaukee Phil, stood armed and ready to handle any last-minute interference with the shooters. To eliminate Oswald, Mooney said the CIA had selected White and Tippit, who both, like Richard Kane, who'd served in Chicago's Sheriff's Department, held positions in law enforcement on the Dallas police force. Under the guise of self-defense and in the line of duty, they were to murder the lone gunman. However, Tippit had wavered, Mooney said, allowing Oswald to escape. Thus White had been forced to kill his partner, probably the only real screw-up in the whole goddamn deal. And the rest is history, Mooney said, grinning. For once we didn't even have to worry about J. Edgar Hoover. He hated the Kennedys as much as anybody, and he wasn't about to help Bobby find his brother's killers. He buried his head in the sand, covered up anything and everything his Boy Scouts found. But there was a line into the CIA. If somebody knew too much, the CIA found out about it and took care of the problem. When Mooney used the phrase, took care of the problem, Chuck caught the tacit message being conveyed. From what Mooney said that day, the CIA had indeed stepped in with immense efficiency and removed all traces of conspiracy. As for any evidence that Chicago's mob boss was a participant in the events of November 22, 1963, Mooney said he was well insulated, thanks to his practice of delegating the details to his trusted lieutenants. Mooney, like the higher-ups in the CIA, cared very little about the minute details of the plot's inner workings. The results were all that mattered. He'd met one last time in Dallas, right before the hit, with the top guys in the CIA group, some politicians, and the Texan assassination backers, and that was that. Chuck had listened, appalled, while Mooney unveiled the story of the president's murder. Now his brother suddenly looked away, falling quiet, as he apparently searched for the right words. He turned back to Chuck and went on. The hit in Dallas was just like any other operation we'd worked on in the past. We'd overthrown other governments in other countries plenty of times before. This time we just did it in our own backyard. He said the murder of President Kennedy was little different from the plot to kill Castro, the murders of Vietnam's leaders, that of Panama's president, or any of the other dozens of military CIA-sponsored coups propagated throughout the world. On November 22, 1963, Mooney stated with chilling authority, the United States had a coup. It's that simple. The government of this country was overthrown by a handful of guys who did their job so damned well, not one American even knew it happened. But I know I've guaranteed the outfit's future, once and for all. We're set here in the United States, so it's time to move on to greener pastures. Spreading the outfit's power and making a fortune in deals overseas are two of the best reasons I can think of to leave the country. He paused and smiled somewhat sheepishly. And I guess we could add that it'll be damned nice not being tailed by the G. 2 days later, Mooney was in Mexico, and Chuck was left alone with his terrible secret. Thanks to his brother's revelations, Chuck felt he would now live forever in the shadow of fear. And that fear, the fear that came with knowing the truth, gripped him now. He even wondered how Mooney could have shared it, why he had laid it all out in such glowing detail, knowing it might jeopardize his life. Chuck didn't know what the guys in the CIA were really like. He had a pretty good idea already. He didn't want to know the full truth. But he suspected he now had far more to fear from U.S. government agents knocking on his door than any outfit henchmen. As the years passed, Chuck realized that sometimes he hated Mooney for that. Hated him more for confessing his sins than for committing them. Hated him for telling the truth. After all, the truth had never been a source of comfort to guys in the outfit, himself included. Ignorance is bliss. That's what Mooney had always said, and Chuck decided now that his brother was probably right. Because if the wrong people found out how much he really knew, his life could fast become a hell. Conversely, for a person who was perceived by the uninformed as a mere Chicago cop turned gangster, Richard Kane in 1966 was fast seeing his life become a heaven. Chuck heard from other guys in the outfit that Kane was proving to have an astounding number of international contacts and was putting some of them to work for Mooney in Mexico, where he introduced the Chicago mafioso to the president, Luis Echevarria, and his legal aid consultant, Jorge Castillo. Kane and Mooney were also solidifying relationships with wealthy pro-United States power brokers in Peru, Venezuela, Bolivia, Panama, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Argentina, Paraguay, Chile, Brazil, Colombia, British Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. It was to be an all-out, no-holds-barred Latin American push. Mooney settled into a lavish Mexico City apartment arranged by Castillo and went right to work, drawing on tactics he'd honed since the days of Diamond Joe Esposito, as well as on the expertise and mammoth resources of the recently formed CIA team of assassins and operatives specifically trained for Latin American clandestine operations. CIA insiders dubbed the team the White Hand, kiddingly at first, an allusion to their joint venture with Mooney and the outfit, or Black Hand. With his interpreter Richard Kane at his side, Mooney whisked from country to country in a whirlwind effort to develop the necessary political alliances. According to outfit guys Chuck talked with, at the same time Mooney and Kane were setting up gambling junkets in Latin American coastal countries, they were pursuing highly lucrative narcotics and munitions smuggling and money laundering schemes. As a byproduct of Mooney's Black Hand deals, the CIA White Hand gained a firmer economic foothold for its U.S. corporate sponsors. Oil empires in particular oozed into Latin America with ease, the wheels of commerce greased by the CIA. The CIA profited as well, discovering through Mooney's bribe-friendly contacts new avenues for diverting their own dirty money, funds garnered from illicit CIA activities. To courier the millions of dollars that would soon pour across U.S.-Mexican borders, Mooney called on the Roman Catholic Church. In 1965, Cardinal Stritch left Chicago to assume the post of Archbishop, most conveniently in Marcello's city of New Orleans. Stitch's successor in Chicago, Cardinal Cody, proved in Mooney's estimation to be a stellar replacement. Mooney said Cody was a corrupt man who enjoyed the trappings of wealth and therefore welcomed a close relationship with him. With Stritch's move to New Orleans, Mooney claimed he hadn't lost an ally in the church, he'd merely gained additional channels for money laundering. Father Cash, the Chicago priest Mooney utilized as a courier, had traveled under Mooney's orders across the nation and to Europe for close to 2 decades. With Mooney's move into the Southern Hemisphere, Cash was told to add Latin America to his itinerary. During Mooney's tenure outside the United States, Chuck heard talk among outfit men that millions of dollars flowed to continental Illinois, a bank then heavily invested in Finibank, a Swiss bank owned in part by the Vatican and controlled by financier Michele Sindona, Mooney's Gambino connection. Some was couriered by Mooney's trusted lieutenants to Washington, D.C., where it was converted to bonds and then forwarded to Finibank or another Sindona-controlled European shell, generally in Rome, London, or Athens. But still more was carried out of Chicago to Mexico under the safety of the priest's robes, to be placed in banks scattered throughout South and Central America, but most often in Panama. Often these funds were then diverted to Milan and on to the Vatican Bank in Rome, where they were easily transferred to Finibank in Switzerland and straight into the hands of Michele Sindona and an up-and-coming Chicago priest residing in the Vatican, Paul Marcinkus. The CIA, eager to improve its own financial position, was said to have followed suit, dealing frequently and closely with Marcinkus and Sindona. While Mooney struck gold on countless foreign coasts in 1967, Chuck met a different fate. That year saw one disaster follow on the heels of another. At first it had looked as if he was really going to make it on his own in the construction business, and make it big. Since 1964, he'd diligently established himself in Rosemont as an active community sponsor, becoming personal friends with area bankers and the mayor. Out of the outfit's shadow, Chuck was finally prospering and living the life of a successful, upstanding citizen. He and his family began once again to live the American dream. But in February 1967, that dream suddenly shattered. He learned later that the FBI had suggested to reporters at the Chicago Tribune and Chicago Sun-Times that perhaps Sam Giancana, although now absent, might still be investing in Chicago real estate and construction. For starters, the agents pointed to Chuck's thriving Rosemont shopping plaza. A slight prodding in this direction was all it took to entice the headline-grabbing reporters who'd found the Chicago mob scene dull since Mooney's departure. Within 24 hours, helicopters loaded with cameramen circled like vultures above the shopping plaza, and its legitimate shop owners were besieged. Chuck was soon bombarded with questions by aggressive reporters. Faced with their damning accusations, Chuck rightfully insisted that his success was his own, that his brother had contributed not one thin dime to his real estate ventures. But the newspapers the following day told a different story and suggested in their headlines that Sam Giancana was indeed up to his old tricks. After all, Chuck Giancana was Mooney's brother. It was obvious he served merely as a front for one of Mooney's many illegal money laundering schemes. Within hours of the newspaper's scandalous allegations, Chuck received a call from the bank that held the note on his shopping plaza. They learned that the insurance coverage on the property had been canceled, which was news to Chuck, and were calling his $200,000 note. Chuck had to come up with the cash or surrender the property. Soon after the disturbing call, Chuck discovered that not just reporters but also FBI agents had been visiting his tenants and questioning his bank and insurance company. Evidently, the agents hoped this crisis would bring Chuck's brother out of the woodwork and back into the United States. The month of February was a frantic one, filled with desperate calls to insurance companies and lending institutions. Chuck was determined not to go to Mooney for financial assistance, but at last forced to admit that there wasn't a bank in the United States that would touch him with a 10-foot pole due to the FBI agent's relentless threats and warnings about dealing with an undesirable character. Chuck resigned himself to the inevitable and sent a message to Mexico. He needed Mooney's help. His brother's reply was simple and direct. "No way. Unload the joint." Chuck was stunned. Never in his life had he felt such rage. He'd never asked his brother for anything more than a decent job, and now, when he needed him most, when his family's welfare, his entire fortune, depended on it, Mooney had turned his back. 2 days prior to foreclosure, Chuck sold his shopping plaza. He was overwhelmed with bitterness. He'd felt the cool thrill of the brass ring in his hand, felt it wrested from his grasp, all because of who he was. Countless times he asked himself what he had done to deserve such misfortune. His only crime was being Mooney's brother, having the name Giancana. Years later, he would pass the bustling shopping center and point to it with disgust. "It's worth $3 million today," he'd lament, "and I lost it all because of the FBI. I really was clean. Mooney hadn't done a damn thing for me for years, but that didn't matter to them. They wanted Mooney, and nothing would stand in their way. Ruining me financially was all in a day's work." Following the loss of his real estate, Chuck's personal life took a nosedive as well. The publicity exacted a terrible toll on his family. Anne-Marie was no longer welcome at most of her friends' homes. Chuck's political and banking acquaintances shunned him like a leper. His 17-year-old son, Chucky, who'd long since left the strict confines of military school, was increasingly rebellious. First he'd entered the Catholic high school, St. Viator's in Arlington Heights, but soon transferred to public high school. There, Chucky continued to be haunted by the Giancana name, jeered and taunted by his classmates, made a scapegoat whenever a scuffle broke out. Unable to face the mounting pressure, he'd eventually dropped out, still a junior. His personal and professional dreams collapsing, Chuck turned to little Mooney and saw a 12-year-old boy hounded into solitude by the very name he'd once believed to be the ultimate honor. A darkness enveloped Chuck's world, and with no future in construction, he went to work as a motion picture operator. The blackness of the theater suited him well now. With just the endless reels of film as company, he sat alone, seething in anger at life's injustice. And he reviewed his life, along with the movies. In so doing, Chuck saw more clearly than ever before how Mooney had left his lasting, destructive mark on every aspect of his own being. When he thought about his brother's terrible political secrets, the word omerta rang in his ears, hammered in his brain. As always, he wondered why he loved Mooney and hated him at the same time. He loved him, he guessed, because he'd been his childhood hero, more a father to him than Antonio. But he hated him for everything he'd done, not just to him, but to everyone and everything he'd touched. It was because of his brother that his only dream, the only thing that had ever mattered, had been snatched from his life and discarded like some bad edit on the cutting-room floor. In its relentless effort to get at Mooney, the FBI had unfairly lashed out at Chuck, but the G-men hadn't beaten Mooney. They'd only succeeded in defeating one of his greatest victims. Chapter 22. From Mexico, Mooney wielded his power like a sword. Historians might later record his Latin American adventures as a mob-imposed exile, but in fact, according to Chicago's outfit guys, nothing could have been further from the truth. Revenues generated from local rackets had declined in Mooney's absence. It was all too apparent that the Giancana approach, one in which all the angles were figured out, was sorely missed. Had Mooney hopped on a plane to O'Hare and settled back in as boss, he would have been welcomed with open arms. But that was not to be, because Mooney had set his sights on the international scene and was largely unconcerned with what he considered small-town issues. If anything can be blamed for creating resentment among Chicago's outfit men toward Mooney, a resentment alleged years later by investigators, biographers, and journalists alike, it was this lack of interest in the plight of his native Chicago, not his desire to seize control again. Mooney never lost his hold over his stateside empire, and according to the outfit guys Chuck spoke with, he came back to town on the QT on numerous occasions over the next 8 years. Any outfit guy who'd been run out of town, as was so often alleged Mooney had been, at least any outfit guy with any sense, would never in a million years come back. That kind of thing got a guy killed, pronto. Upon first leaving the country, Mooney had placed Tietz Battaglia in charge as his boss in absentia, anticipating little need to travel back and forth between Mexico and Chicago. But Battaglia's conviction and imprisonment for extortion later that year had necessitated a visit from Mooney. Chuck heard that his brother had donned his usual disguise, a toupee, and secretly flown back into O'Hare to meet with Tony Accardo and Paul Rica in an effort to select a satisfactory replacement for Battaglia in the late fall of that year. Although Accardo and Rica were not involved in the day-to-day affairs of the outfit, nor possessed the power base to actually veto a decision made by Mooney, it was politically wise to include them in the decision-making process, and Mooney did that quite often over the years. Mooney particularly respected Paul Rica's opinion, although that didn't mean he always followed it. In this instance, however, the three men heartily agreed on Joey Ayuba as Battaglia's replacement. His empire secured once more, Mooney flew immediately back to Mexico. From there he turned his attentions to overseas interests, leaving his Chicago soldiers and lieutenants with the job of guarding the spoils from old battles won long ago. Chuck stayed in touch with his brother's goings-on through several outfit guys, among them Tony Payne, an old Capone soldier, and Chucky Nicoletti, Mooney's henchman. Sometimes he thought they gossiped more than most women. But in any case, the guys all kept him on the grapevine. They treated him as if he was on the inside, and he liked that. Besides, he didn't have anyone else with whom to talk. Since the FBI had divested him of his shopping plaza, none of the men from his days as a builder would have anything to do with him. Hearing about Mooney was about the only thing that gave him much pleasure, which was strange, given his bitterness at his brother's rejection. Strange, but true. By the summer of 1967, the FBI had learned of Mooney's whereabouts and encouraged former Chicago reporter Sandy Smith to do an exposé on his Mexican lifestyle. In response, Smith, now reporting for Life magazine, rushed to Cuernavaca, where he hired a helicopter to fly over Mooney's comfortable new residence, snapping pictures. In Life's September issue, Smith chronicled the infamous history of the Chicago mobster, creating, to Mooney's extreme rage, speculation as to just what the aging mafioso could be doing in Mexico. The FBI might have desired to maintain its surveillance of Sam Giancana as he made his way around the globe, the multilingual Dick Kane at his side, but Chicago agents were forced to content themselves with lesser members of the outfit as their prey. Unfortunately for Kane, he was one of them. As part of a federal investigation, 24 outfit members were indicted in 1967, among them Mooney's erstwhile interpreter. Going back to Illinois to handle business for his boss, Kane was nabbed by federal agents on charges dating back to a 1963 robbery. He was held in Chicago to await trial, and in 1968, Kane, along with Willie Potatoes Dodano, was convicted and sentenced to prison. Willie got 15 years, and Kane, rumored to have been aided by his agent friends, managed to scrape by with 4. Without his sidekick, Mooney continued his travels. He spent long hours in discussion with Meyer Lansky in Rio and Acapulco, traveled to Rome for a private audience with Pope Paul, and occasionally took time out from his busy schedule to vacation with Phyllis McGuire, entertain Mexican officials in his home, or play golf at a nearby country club. According to Chuck's family and friends, such was the life of a retired mobster in exile. In July of 1968, the FBI again attempted to shake Mooney from his Mexican headquarters. This time, however, their attempts took a sinister turn, involving Mooney's daughter, Bonnie, and her husband, Tony Tishy. The couple now lived in Tucson, a city New York boss, Joe Bonanno, also called home. To carry out the plan, Tucson FBI agent David Hale hired 3 area hoods. Their first target was the home of Mooney's daughter. Late one evening, shots crashed through its windows into the living room. 2 weeks later, the homes of Bonanno and other gangsters were laid under a similar siege. More attacks and bombings followed. Thankfully, none resulted in injury or death. But to all the world, including outfit members, this sudden outburst of violence signaled a gang war. Even the National Commission suspected as much and called an emergency meeting. A full year would pass before FBI agent David Hale would be named as the person behind the attacks. Upon this revelation, Hale resigned from the FBI, refusing to testify. A witness to the shooting at the Tichy home was found murdered, and with that the case was closed. The FBI and its agent David Hale escaped prosecution. Outfit members believed the attack on Mooney's daughter's home had been an attempt to lure the Chicago boss across the Mexican border. If so, they failed to wrest Mooney from his lair. Instead, he jaunted through South and Central America during 1968 and 1969, moving to a new residence in the posh Las Quintas section of Cuernavaca, a massive walled estate known as San Cristobal. In April of 1969, Chuck crawled out of the darkness of his movie operator's booth long enough to learn some distressing news about his brother from outfit enforcer Chucky Nicoletti. He'd stopped by the Lilac Lodge, a West Side Chicago haunt. Since it was well known as an outfit watering hole, Chuck hoped to hear some word of Mooney's Mexican adventures. During the spring and summer months, Mooney's men, everybody who was anybody, often played a round of golf at the nearby Fresh Meadows Golf Club, and sooner or later made their way over to Lilac Lodge for a drink. When he walked in the door, Chuck spotted Chucky Nicoletti, apparently alone, at a corner table. Nicoletti waved him over and ordered another drink. Nicoletti was not what Chuck considered a brilliant conversationalist, but what he had to say on this afternoon, while they sat sequestered in the quiet recesses of the Lilac Lodge, captured Chuck's attention completely. "Well," Nicoletti announced, after they'd exchanged handshakes and had drinks in hand, "one more Kennedy out of the way, huh?" He smiled broadly. "Yeah," Chuck murmured absent-mindedly. He wasn't in the mood to talk about the Kennedys, and hoped Nicoletti would change the subject. Instead, Nicoletti continued. "So Mooney did it again. Goddamn, I'll tell you, your brother's a fucking genius." "Did what again?" Chuck asked, sipping his martini. "You know." Nicoletti lowered his voice an octave. "Hit Bobby." Not wanting to appear ignorant, Chuck nodded and lit a cigar. "Oh, yeah," he replied. "Setting up that guy Sirhan to take the rap? Shit. Didn't it work like a charm? Of course," he added, winking, "the son of a bitch didn't have much choice." "No, not much choice," wondering what Nicoletti meant. "Hey, when you work for the outfit and owe 'em a small fortune and you can't cough it up, that's what happens, right? Shit, now that I think about it, it was a lot like the Ruby and Oswald deal." "Yeah," Chuck agreed. "You know," Nicoletti whispered, "Oswald didn't really fire a shot. At least Sirhan did that much, but even if he couldn't hit a barn, it didn't matter, 'cause Mooney had another guy to do the job on Bobby, some Mexican he probably dug up down south." "Yeah, I saw it on TV, the murder," Chuck added, not knowing what to say. Obviously, Nicoletti thought he was still very much on the inside with Mooney. "Me too," Nicoletti said, laughing out loud. "Can you believe it? Mooney must like to nail those Kennedy bastards in front of God and everybody. Sort of proves a point, doesn't it?" His eyes narrowed. "I guess so. Lets him know nothing will stop him, not even a crowd of reporters." He felt his heart begin to race. Mooney, contrary to what the papers were saying about him being washed up, a has-been mobster, was still exerting his influence over the entire country, over the course of history. Chuck wondered whether the same people were responsible, whether the CIA was involved. Certainly the lack of any real investigation into Bobby's murder seemed suspiciously similar to what had occurred in the wake of Jack's death. Nicoletti, warmed by his discussion of Mooney, began waxing nostalgic, talking about the old days in the patch. "Your brother's just as tough today as he was 30 years ago, Chuck," he said, grinning. "Just as goddamn powerful. No, more powerful now. There's nobody who can fucking touch him now." Tommy Payne would later tell Chuck that the Chicago outfit had controlled everything at the Los Angeles hotel where the hit on Bobby Kennedy had occurred, and that the other gunman, an outfit hitman, was a last-minute replacement for a regular security guard. It was all planned out, down to the last detail, and covered up, just like the other brother, Payne confided. Following his conversations with Nicoletti and Payne, Chuck felt the added weight of yet another of his brother's terrible secrets. And with this new knowledge, he'd never felt so alone in his life. Was it the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back? He really didn't know. But he did know one thing for certain. He knew too much about Mooney, and too much about the CIA and the politicians who would sell their souls for power. He'd never be safe again. Maybe his family wouldn't be either. The anger at realizing it was all because of Mooney was overwhelming. Something had died in him when he'd lost the plaza. His love, his trust in his brother had been all swept away, and there was little left to cling to now. Whether it was out of self-preservation or moral outrage, he'd never honestly be able to say, but he suspected it was the former, less noble motivation. He vowed then with every fiber of his being to turn his back forever on Mooney and the world of the outfit. On May 23, 1969, Chuck Giancana's family legally changed their last name. Chuck had decided he wanted to extricate himself completely. He didn't care whether he ever saw Mooney again. What he didn't know at the time was that he never would. At least, not alive. Epilogue. On June 19, 1975, staff members of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence arrived in Chicago, Illinois. Their purpose was to arrange for the safe transport of Sam Giancana from his Oak Park residence, where he had been sequestered since his deportation from Mexico the previous year, to Washington, D.C. for his testimony 5 days later, on June 24th. Senator Frank Church and his committee colleagues were specifically interested in his connection to the CIA's Castro assassination plot. Mooney Giancana, however, like so many other potentially explosive sources of information before and after him, would not live to sit before the committee. On the evening of the very day that Senate staffers went to Chicago, Mooney was murdered. Since changing his name and severing all ties to Chicago's outfit in 1969, Chuck had not spoken to Mooney. Their relationship had been irreparably damaged. Over the years, however, Chuck had kept track of his brother's whereabouts through friends and family members. What Chuck knew of those years, coupled with what he'd gleaned from previous conversations with Mooney, only added to his suspicions regarding his brother's murder, as well as to his bitter disappointment in the government of the United States. In the years immediately following 1969, Mooney continued to reside at his Mexican estate, San Cristobal. He traveled extensively, visiting not just European and Latin American cities, but also the Middle Eastern cities of Tehran, Iran, and Beirut, Lebanon. In Beirut, Mooney had obtained membership in an exclusive country club, Chuck was told, and while based there had met with many of the world's most influential power brokers, including Mooney's friend, the Shah of Iran. Interestingly, U.S. CIA relations with these countries were in their heyday during this same period. Mooney had once told Chuck that the Shah had been placed on the throne by the CIA. To accomplish that, Mooney said U.S. intelligence had utilized massive bribes and financed a coup to overthrow the Shah's predecessor, Mossadegh, in 1953. For their efforts, the CIA remained fast friends with the corrupt Iranian government until the Shah's forced exile in 1979. Chuck thought it probable that Mooney's relationships in the Middle East also flourished during this period, given the inordinate amount of time he spent in the area. Some biographers would later claim that the Justice Department had succeeded in souring several of Mooney's Middle Eastern enterprises, but outfit men told Chuck that J. Edgar Hoover's attempts to interfere with Mooney's affairs overseas never had any impact. Indeed, such an idea was laughable, given foreign officials' willingness to accept handsome outfit payoffs. Hoover and his FBI agents might strike fear into the heart of the erring American, but their authority was inconsequential elsewhere. During the latter part of 1971, Richard Kane was freed from a Texarkana prison and quickly resumed duties as Mooney's international protégé and interpreter. The sheer number of Latin American countries the duo visited, countries of extreme interest to the CIA, bolstered Chuck's suspicion that Kane had resumed his clandestine CIA duties as well. If friends and family were to be believed, Mooney enjoyed a lavish lifestyle south of the border and was still very much in contact with his stateside outfit supporters and CIA co-conspirators, Carlo Gambino, Santo Trafficante, Carlos Marcello, and Johnny Roselli. The Chicago outfits and the CIA's many Asiatic ties. By the 1960s, Mooney had several Oriental representatives working at his behest in Chicago and overseas, suggested that Trafficante had far exceeded all expectations in his Asian heroin smuggling efforts. In fact, it would later be claimed by several historians that Trafficante had collaborated with U.S. intelligence in Hong Kong, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Laos. It also seemed likely that Mooney, along with Marcello and Trafficante, continued to reap the benefits of an extensive CIA Mafia Texas cocaine smuggling ring worth literally billions of dollars, a joint effort based in South America, Costa Rica, and Panama, which Mooney had described to Chuck during the Bay of Pigs era. Based on his brother's comments at that time, Chuck suspected the ring utilized offshore Texas oil wells to subvert the efforts of U.S. Customs. As for the Gambino European opium connection, there was reason to think, based on Mooney's frequent trips to Rome, Bern, and Athens, that during the years following Chuck's estrangement with his brother, Mooney maintained his partnership in the Gambino enterprise. Mooney's travels might also have served to further his relationships with the Vatican's Michele Sindona. In 1973, after several profitable and fast-paced years with Richard Cain at his side, Mooney and his friend were reported to have had a heated falling out, one that led to Cain's departure to Chicago. It was not known by Chuck whether Cain also severed his ties with U.S. intelligence, but he'd heard that once back in Illinois, Cain made it known he was looking for investors in a Cyprus Malta gambling junket without the blessing of his mentor. Cain spoke openly of his displeasure with Mooney, telling virtually anyone who'd listen that he intended to proceed with the gambling venture against his boss's wishes. According to FBI reports, Cain then met with Bureau agents and asked to be hired by the Justice Department. The agreement called for him to continue his outfit duties and act as a paid FBI informant. Whether or not the Justice Department was aware of Richard Cain's alleged CIA ties was never revealed, but according to FBI reports, he was indeed given the status of paid informant, earning a handsome consulting fee equal to that of the average annual salary of a Chicago agent. In light of his FBI employment, it seems strange that Cain, rather than mend his fast-souring relationship with the outfit in an effort to gain information for the FBI, began an even more fervent denouncement of Mooney, seeking out dissatisfied mobsters as his cohorts. For the informed, there were shades of the Tucson FBI dirty tricks in this endeavor, although tame by comparison. Chuck believed, as did many of his fellow outfit friends, that it was more likely Cain, rather than acting as an informant, was part of a covert FBI operation whose aim was to foster turmoil within Chicago's outfit. Told to back off by outfit superiors, Cain continued his public ranting, claiming that one day he himself might become Chicago's boss. Such braggadocio was not only foolhardy, it was suicidal. Cain, of all people, should have known better. Given his behavior, no one was surprised when Richard Cain was murdered on December 20th, 1973. Obviously, he'd shot his mouth off one too many times. Authorities ruled his death a gangland slaying, and the case was closed. But for Chuck, Cain's actions and the details of his murder raised some disturbing questions. Given his involvement with the CIA and FBI, and, according to Mooney, in the presidential assassination and countless other covert activities, Cain's behavior and death deserved closer inspection. According to police reports, the murder took place in broad daylight at Rosa's sandwich shop. There Cain lunched with several unidentified men. These men got up and left while Cain remained alone at his table. Soon after, two men, wearing ski masks and toting shotguns, entered the shop. They swiftly lined the diner's terrified inhabitants against the wall. Witnesses reported that one of the gunmen sported a black glove in his left hand, a white one on his right, while his gloveless accomplice carried a walkie-talkie. Witnesses stated that the man with the walkie-talkie held it to his mouth and said, "Who's got the package?" He repeated this question several times until finally a reply came back, "Here comes a guy now. Maybe he's got the package." Hearing those words, the strangely gloved man walked up to Cain and fired 2 shotgun blasts at point-blank range into his brain. After briefly searching Kane's pockets, the two walked rapidly out the door, disappearing forever. There were several intriguing features to this incident. Certainly it was unlike any outfit hit in the history of Chicago. Since the flamboyant days of Al Capone, the Chicago outfit's professional assassins had shunned witnesses, preferring the cover of darkness to accomplish their ends. There was little question Kane could have been hit at night. His whereabouts were no secret to anyone in the outfit desiring to harm him. Another element that didn't make sense was the use of walkie-talkies. Such a thing was considered silly by macho Italian killers. But most interesting were the two mismatched gloves on the hands of Kane's killer. It seemed probable to Chuck that the two gloves were a bold message from the collaborators in Kane's execution, a message only Kane himself would recognize. Very likely they represented the two forces he knew all too well, the Latin American CIA White Hand and the Black Hand of Sam Giancana. What Mooney's precise role might have been in the murder would never be known. Perhaps Kane was lured to the diner by Mooney's trusted lieutenants and then executed by his co-conspirators from the White Hand. It seemed certain to Chuck that Kane was not murdered by actual outfit members, and based on Mooney's reported actions following the murder, it also seemed certain that Mooney was involved in its planning. Had the White Hand executed Kane without Mooney's approval, Mooney would have rightly feared for his own life. But in 1974, if he did harbor such fears, he gave no indication to family or friends. On the contrary, Chuck heard that security remained lax in and around his brother's massive, walled Mexican estate. However, ill health did force a discontinuance of Mooney's travels that year. The majority of his international business was firmly in place, no longer requiring his constant personal attention, and therefore, according to family members, he focused his attention on his declining health, while trusted emissaries handled the details of his global empire. On the evening of July 18, 1974, Mooney may well have regretted San Cristobal's lack of security. He was attacked in his walled garden by 4 men, immigration agents, who dragged him, dressed only in robe and slippers, to the area jail. There he remained in custody until the following day, when he was driven to Mexico City. From Mexico City, Mooney was flown to San Antonio, Texas, where he was met by the FBI. The agents gleefully served him with a subpoena to appear the following week before a Chicago grand jury. Up until the day he was deported from Mexico, Mooney's position as a welcome alien there had seemed secure. Since his connections in the Mexican government went right up to the president, he was taken by complete surprise by his deportation. The FBI later claimed they were caught off guard as well, and had been forced to hurriedly prepare for his entry back into the United States. If neither the Justice Department nor the Mexican government was responsible for these events, it might be speculated the CIA orchestrated Mooney's deportation. But for what purpose remains a mystery. 1 week later, back in Chicago and seated before the grand jury, Mooney was granted immunity, the prelude to a seeming reenactment of his 1966 grand jury fiasco. But this time, older and wiser, he willingly talked, and said absolutely nothing of substance. The jury was forced to make do with his paltry testimony, and this time Mooney went free. For the balance of that year and into 1975, his health continued to deteriorate. He experienced a serious gallbladder disorder and flew twice to Houston for surgery performed by the famous Dr. DeBakey. On June 19, 1975, the day of Mooney's murder, the still reigning boss of bosses visited with friends and family. Whether or not Mooney was concerned about his upcoming appearance before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence was unclear. He apparently never mentioned it. Chuck believed, though, that his brother would have met this new inquiry as he'd met dozens of hearings before, by saying nothing of consequence. Mooney never would have revealed his vast knowledge of covert CIA operations or any of the thousands of skeletons buried in the closet of Chicago's outfit. Quite simply, the code of omerta ran too strongly through his Sicilian veins. Throughout his life he'd clung to it like a badge. It was his code of honor. But to those unaware of this ethic, the specter of Sam Giancana testifying before the committee must have appeared as a threat of monstrous proportions. Thus, by midnight, Mooney was dead, shot once in the back of the head, once in the mouth, and 5 times under the chin. And by dawn the next day, all the world would know was that another mobster was dead, murdered, of course, in true gangland style. As reason for his murder, it would later be said that Mooney became greedy, refusing to share with other outfit members the wealth he'd accumulated during his sojourn in Latin America. If that was true, it was the first time in his life he'd been so inclined. It would also be said that he was making a bid for power, a bid the outfit had countered with his murder. Obviously recovering from difficult surgery, Mooney was in no condition or state of mind to make a comeback in Chicago had one been necessary. In truth, he'd not lost for 1 minute the ruthless power for which he was known. Indeed, Chuck learned that the week prior to his death, Mooney had placed a contract, rumored to have been requested by the CIA and a former U.S. president, on Jimmy Hoffa. The job was given to 5 soldiers, 2 from Chicago, 1 from Boston, 1 from Detroit, and 1 from Cincinnati. And 1 month later, Hoffa did in fact disappear and was presumed murdered by mobsters. Evidence suggested that there might well be more to Mooney's murder than gangland retribution. There was the fact that if what he told Chuck was true, he would have posed far more of a threat to his CIA associates than to Chicago's outfit. His outfit friends knew he never would have divulged damaging information. The CIA, rampant with spies and counter-spies, crosses and double-crosses, may not have been so certain of his loyalty. In pinpointing Mooney's executioners, Chuck thought of applying one of Mooney's own adages: "Find out who's still alive and you'll find the killer." That approach led quite clearly to a suspect. In 1976, both Carlo Gambino and Johnny Roselli died, Gambino of a heart attack, and Roselli by the hand of an unknown assailant in Miami. Carlos Marcello, Mooney's other cohort, continued to be plagued by his alien status and, conveniently for those not wanting his part in the conspiracy known, began exhibiting signs of mental deterioration, thought to be Alzheimer's disease. Chuck heard rumors among the outfit guys that such diseases were the product of modern CIA chemistry. It was said, but never proven, that Marcello's was as well. Nevertheless, in June of 1983, Marcello's New Orleans kingdom formally collapsed with his imprisonment in Texarkana. In fact, of all the major players Mooney said were involved in CIA covert activity, only Santo Trafficante remained alive and well. Trafficante was virtually untouched. His narcotics ventures in Latin America and Asia reportedly boomed. One had only to read the newspapers to see that the focus of underworld crime busters was not on Tampa, Florida, but on its highly visible New York and Chicago cousins to the north. Accordingly, Trafficante conducted business without so much as a whisper of legal difficulty until just before his death due to kidney failure in 1987. Under Trafficante's reign, Florida became known as the nation's major entry point for illicit drugs. Interestingly and inexplicably, Trafficante's involvement in the assassination of the president was never thoroughly investigated. Given his documented involvement with the CIA around the globe, this lack of scrutiny was compelling. Applying Mooney's own method of deduction, Santo Trafficante appeared the most likely outfit suspect in the orchestration of Mooney's murder. That is not to say Trafficante was unaware of the code of omerta to which Mooney adhered, or that the Tampa mobster for a moment believed that his compatriot would actually talk to a Senate committee, nor is it suggested that Chicago had somehow become part of Trafficante's territory, or that Mooney was murdered without the support of the Chicago outfit, but rather that Trafficante was simply given a job to do, just as Mooney himself had been so many times in the past, by the CIA. And to oversee that job, Chuck believed Trafficante solicited a Chicago representative of the outfit and a fellow CIA co-conspirator, Johnny Roselli. Mooney's biographers, family, and friends would later insist that Mooney's killer was someone known and trusted. A hometown boy himself, Roselli could have assured that the proper individual was dispatched. Significantly, perhaps, the gun used in Mooney's murder, a .22 caliber weapon, was traced to Miami, Florida. There also remained a persistent rumor that Mooney, sometime before his death, had begun questioning whether Roselli and Trafficante were too close, and that Mooney had actually begun to mistrust his Floridian crony. If Mooney's suspicions were well-founded, and Roselli had indeed assisted Trafficante, in a CIA contract on the Chicago boss, it could explain Johnny Roselli's own gruesome murder. Roselli's chopped-up remains were found floating in a sealed oil drum at Trafficante's home state of Florida in 1976, following Roselli's well-publicized interviews with reporters Drew Pearson and Jack Anderson and his top-secret testimony before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Roselli's disclosures involving the Mafia CIA efforts in the Bay of Pigs and the Castro assassination attempt demonstrated that he was a man who certainly knew too much. Perhaps he was also the one man who could implicate Trafficante and the CIA in the murder of Mooney Giancana, and, even more damning, in the assassination of the President of the United States and his presidential hopeful brother. Roselli's testimony and murder soon after prompted the formation of the U.S. House Select Committee on Assassinations and the reopening of investigations into the death of the president. Curiously, Trafficante did appear before both Senate committees, but, quite unlike Mooney and Roselli, experienced no ill after-effects. More deaths were to follow Mooney's and Roselli's, some more suspicious than others. Chucky Nicoletti was murdered in 1977, immediately after the U.S. House Select Committee on Assassinations determined he would be called for questioning. His demise was chalked up as just one more mob hit, although some committee members evidently suspected differently. George DeMarenschild was also scheduled to testify before the U.S. House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1977 and died on the very day he was to be questioned regarding the president's murder. Despite the coincidental nature of his death, it was ruled a suicide. The list went on, filled with names familiar, Jack Ruby, David Ferry, Guy Bannister, and not so familiar. For a serious student of history, there is good reason to pause at Mooney's saga of corruption. There is also good reason to question whether such immorality continues to exist in this country, reaching into our nation's highest office. Sadly, it may very well be that this is indeed the case. To wit, the Pentagon Papers, Richard Nixon's Watergate, the Vatican bank scandal, the Iran-Contra affair, the graft and CIA involvement in the case of the Philippines' Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos, the Manuel Noriega CIA connection in Panama, and BCCI. All bits and pieces, perhaps, of a much larger and more sinister puzzle, but all bearing the stamp of the CIA's entanglement with organized crime. Most of those who were involved in the 1963 assassination of President John F. Kennedy have been murdered. Some have committed suicide or spent their final days in prison, while others still linger behind bars. There are some men, however, if we are to believe Mooney's tales of Mafia, CIA counterintelligence activities, who've prospered and remained free, amassing incredible power from careers deeply rooted in the CIA. These men have reached America's loftiest positions of authority, from which they continue to influence world events. This concludes Double Cross by Sam Giancana and Chuck Giancana with Bettina Giancana.
Truth, audiobooks for the people.